Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare.
We're about to start in 11
Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. It's the third and final ODI between England and the West Indies at the Oval, delayed by half an hour because, would you believe it, traffic. Traffic from Chelsea. Now, I don't know about you, but I kind of feel like these guys should probably have just stayed at the Travelodge right across the road from the Oval, which was only built a year or so ago. Anyway, the funniest thing you will ever see, probably, well, maybe not ever, was the fact that they had to abandon their coaches and get on line bikes to get there. So there's fantastic footage, if you haven't already seen it out there, of England and West Indies racing along past Archbishop Tennyson's on line bikes. Great advertising for that particular company. I'm only disappointed that unfortunately, because he's moved on and only plays now in the Test team, I thought it would have been appropriate if they'd been led by Ben Stokes. But there you go. That's my dad joke of the day, and I'm sticking by it. I am Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. I'm joined this morning by none other than, well, the man who's visiting almost everybody in the entire Guerrilla universe. It's Messi Jez. He's in the house.
The Guerrillaverse is growing every day. I've still got a long way to go, I think. Welcome. Thank you.
And on my right, none other than the beast himself.
The Beast.
The beast. It's the bear.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. That was, that was very friendly.
Well, I'm trying to find our fucking video, our current video on I hate this fucking iPad.
Oh, all right. Okay, fair enough. Well, I can tell you that England have won the toss, the delayed toss, and put West Indies in the bat. Not really surprising because it's a cold, windy, cloudy day at the Oval. It's cloudy where we are as well. It's pretty much the same because we're only just down the road by a couple of postcodes. So, yeah, we've got a pretty good view on the weather as it pertains to the particular venue today. England go in unchanged. Now, I'm just going to have a quick look because I missed the chat that Shay Hope was having with one or two people to check on the West Indies side. Now, well, we have Evan Lewis back in the team. He's been troubled by injury, and of course, this is a ground where he scored that magnificent 170 before he had to retire hurt. Goodness knows how many years ago that was. I'm guessing around about 2017, but I may be wrong. I'm just looking for other changes, so I'm trying to think who he's come in for off the top of my head. But the other significant change is that Shamar Joseph comes into the West Indies attack, and poor old Matt Ford, who really should have had should have got the ruling possibly on Joe Root, an LBW decision before he really scored anything much, is consigned to the changing room for the day. Although the way things have gone for him, he's possibly happy to get out of the spotlight. So
I'll just summarise the changes for you if you like. West Indies have brought in Shamar Joseph, Shafane Rutherford and Evan Lewis in place of Matthew Ford, Shimon Hetner and Jewel Andrews.
Ah, right, Jewel Andrews. Yeah, I was misreading Shafane Rutherford as Hetmeyer, I must admit. For some reason. They
and we have 3 super chats too already.
All right, we'll do those in a sec. They sort of come together in my mind. Anyway, yeah, let's see who has joined us so far on the Tubosphere.
Thank you, Hendo. Well, priority as ever to our wonderful super chatters. We're joined first of all by Muttley, who has sent us 5 UK pounds, and he says it better not fucking rain. I'm about to order booze, love and sausages. Booze works when it's not raining as well.
So hang on, he's about to order booze, love and sausages. Wouldn't that be a nice combination if you could get that from...
you'd fucking make a fortune if you had a map that delivered booze, love and sausages, wouldn't you?
What, and hookers too, though? Where's the love coming?
Yeah. Warren Davies sends us $4.99, says, morning all, you must have blown your entire production budget on the holograph of messages.
Yeah.
I have not been wiped out, I promise you. And Mog sends us $10, says just jumping on the super chat train so I can be cool too. Well, why don't you all get as cool as Mog and Warren and Muttley and hop on the super chat train with them?
Yeah, Bear, before you I must not forget to mention the GPL today, so I'll come back to that because I was remiss whatever day it was we lost in the game, Sunday I think it was. Now, we had an interesting question the other day about super chats, and usually we can see how much the super chat is raising on here.
You can only see it in the back end. You can't see it. This is the app. This is just a YouTube app.
Can't we?
No, you can just have a look on the computer on there.
Oh, it's on that computer. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, because someone's asking about whether we could let the assembled audience know how much have been raised in that particular day, and big up those people who I think it would be more difficult. Big up those people that had contributed most, but I don't think that's easy to do.
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Easy to do.
Oh, okay.
Just go and wander off, and someone tells you how much is over there.
What, total in the day from one person?
Oh no, not from
See
one
what I mean?
Ah, right, yes.
Yeah, so you're not listening to me, are you, Bear? You're not listening.
All right.
Okay, we're ready for the off. Opening from the Vauxhall end is going to be Saki Mahmood. Been impressive in this series. And he's in with 3 slips waiting. And the first ball is left alone. Do you want to jingle up those involved, Bear?
I can do.
Yeah.
I suppose. I'm
be
trying.
nice.
Yeah, I just realised that we need to. Are we still at 50 overs, I presume, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything to
Yes.
the contrary.
Okay. Well, this is the bowler.
We got a guy called Sackett, he bowls it really quick. Yeah, we got a guy called Sackett, paces his barely whip. We got a guy named Sackett, goes and gets wickets. We got a guy named Sackett, too polite to say stick it. Sackett Mahmood.
He's in, hits King on the pad, although it's probably going down the leg side. No appeal, and there is no run as it just eases out into the onside. Goodness me, I feel like, yeah, it was a long day on Sunday, and I feel like I've not actually been home.
Well,
I'm
you
back
have. 2 days later, Endo.
It was only 2 days though. It just seems, when it's the sort of intensity of a one-day match where we're here for hour upon hour. I mean, I left home at 9:15, picked up by Tony. I got home at 9:15, near enough. Mahmood, very wide indeed. Flashy drive aimed by King, and not surprisingly, that's given us a wide. It's very wide. The swing took it wider, to be fair, but definitely an extra in my opinion.
I hate it when wides are given it go. It went over the top of the bat. It could have easily got an edge through the keeper, and it's given us a wide. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, I would like to see that again because I think it was at the toe end of the bat, as in beyond the toe end of the bat. But you may be right. The right-handed King, he got a nice half century in Cardiff. What have we got? 3 slips, a man at cover, a man at wideish mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg, third man. In comes a Mahmood. Bowling to King, and he meets this one nicely. He's a slightly risky run, and if Harry Brook had picked that up cleanly, King might have been in some trouble, but he didn't, and so he's off the mark. West Indies 2 for no wicket.
Should we have some jingles for
Go
the
for it.
batsman?
Mahmood to Lewis down the leg side. He's got a leg slip in now and was trying to swing it around that area on the leg stump, maybe hoping to lure him into a little flick. But this one he can't make contact with, and it swings a little bit too much. It's another wide. Just not able to control the swing quite as well as he would like at the moment, Mahmood. Done this in the early stages of his spells, I think. It's taken just a few balls for him to find his range. In again, bowls onto the pads. Big appeal for LBW. I don't think so. Probably too high. Possibly pitching outside leg. Not a huge amount going for it, in my opinion.
I would go along with that.
Would you go on with that?
No, I would do indeed. I watched the game on Sunday whilst I was at home. Watched a lot of it anyway. Didn't see
Yeah.
it all. Thought Root was absolutely fantastic. And it did occur to me. I mentioned this to you earlier. First time England have chased 300 in I can't remember when. And why the fuck did we ever drop Root from the ODI side?
I mean, the only time that I would say that I've seen Root play badly in a one-dayer, as Mahmood is in, bowls this time outside the off stump, just adjusting his line a little bit, just taken on the half volley by the keeper, Butler. 3 for none. The only time I think, you could look at Root and say, he made things more difficult rather than actually easing them for England was in the actual World Cup final of 2019.
He was
well, he
dreadful.
just could not get going at all, could he?
No, he scored about 3 off 19 or something, didn't he? It was something absurd.
I think it was 7 off 25. That's I don't know why that sticks in my mind.
But the Kiwis were very smart at that. They had 2 people on square and an extra man inside the circle when Root came in.
Mahmood to complete the over. Onto the front foot comes Lewis and plays it sweetly enough up to mid-on. It's the end of the first over. West Indies are 3 for none. Messi.
Muttley says Jay Grover is likely going to be MVP for Super Chats. Well, he certainly is well up there over the years. Andy Lally says, going for a little snooze in the sun. Listening to you guys doesn't get much better for a Tuesday afternoon. That sounds lovely, Andy.
Hang on. Where are you to be in the sun? Because there's not a lot of it around today.
No.
There's
Not in the
a
UK,
band of cloud going across Britain. I think the eastern half of Britain is now in the clear, actually.
Western half, you mean? It's coming.
The western half
come
is
from the
clear
west.
now. I beg your pardon. Yes, thank you. Kieran Roseblade says, afternoon, Gorillas. What happened to that Charles bloke that opened in the
Johnson
T20 World
Charles.
Cup?
Yeah, good question. Cars in, bowls and turns King around a little bit, squares him up, defends okay in an okay fashion into the offside, no run.
Yeah, Kieran says he enjoyed it when King Charles were openers.
Do we want a jingle for Bryden?
We can have one for now. Let me have a look. He is here. I hate it when it does that.
What's it
Stick
done?
your hopes of victory up to Brighton cast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brighton comes a calling, all your fears will be falling. Stick it all right up your Brighton cast.
Short into his pads, and he tickles that away with really excellent timing, to be honest. It's probably going to slow up before reaching the boundary. There has been a certain amount of drizzle overnight and this morning. They should get back for 3. They do. West Indies move to 6 for no wicket. Now, the GPL is open for an hour and a quarter. The Guerrilla Prediction League. If you haven't played it, why not? It's a great game, and it's a lot of fun towards the end of the day when we see if anyone is going to win it. And I'll give you details on that after the next delivery from Bryden Cast, as Evan Lewis takes guard for the first time to this particular bowler and has a little look around. I think he's a big loss, Lewis, when he can't play, and it's difficult for him now coming in with just one game remaining. Now this is short. It then starts to swing, and it swings a very long way indeed after pitching. Now, if that's not a wide, what's going on here? Well, I suppose it just keeps swinging along, possibly after it's past the stumps. And in fact, Butler has dived right across to the left hand of his first slip there to take that one. Carson again looking for a similar delivery. This time it's chopped up and over backward point by Lewis. He's off the mark with a boundary. West Indies move into double figures. First of these. And as we saw with Joe Root a few times on Sunday, he's actually in mid-air as he plays that shot. Both feet off the ground. Get on top of it.
£155, by the way.
£155 in the Guerrilla Prediction League, and I was going to tell you about it after that ball, but it's all happening so quickly. This one is just back of a length, straight and defended up to Adil Rashid at mid-on. The GPL, the Guerrilla Prediction League, is where you give us £1 to estimate the total aggregate of runs you think there will be in this game. You have an hour and a quarter to make your choice or choices.
That's if the Bear adjusted the closing time.
I did. I've just done it. That's what I was just doing. Well, now it closes at 2:45.
Oh, yes, of course. Cast in again. Pulled by Lewis. Lovely shot from him. Already giving West Indies a pretty good start. 4 more.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
11 off the first cast over. Expensive stuff. He can be expensive from time to time, Cast, I've noticed. But that wasn't very far short of going all the way, was it? It was one bounce and only about a yard or maybe 2 short of clearing the sponge. Yeah, the GPL, you estimate how many runs you think there will be in the day. If you get it on the nose, you get everything that's in the pot. Did you say 155 quid?
Yep.
I did.
And of course, the more of you that take part, the more the pot.
grows.
It's like the Euro Millions on a slightly smaller scale.
Oh, I'm in that tonight.
Oh yes, 199 million. That would be
Exactly,
handy,
wouldn't it?
Mahmood in bowls, driven aerially, but not catchable. But really well taken by Bethel, diving away to his right. It's a fair shot on the up because it's not a packed cover field because of the slips. So there are gaps there. A big one at extra, really.
A lot of drops the other day. Wasn't
Oh, shocking. I mean, as good as the first match was in terms of catching, the second one was bad. Onto the thigh pad, it loops into the air and towards mid-wicket. There is no run. 14 for no wicket is the score. So here we are. We're just going to see some of the footage of the England team getting on their bikes, the green bikes. I won't say who they are because they were, left all over the street in my road, just abandoned. If it was particularly the company itself that suddenly provided them all, I guess it must have been because this is short and King ducks out the way of that one, deciding not to chance the hook shot. Then it's brilliant marketing. I can't believe there have been that many abandoned in one place that they could suddenly find 11 or 12 of them.
probably true.
So I reckon it's a clever marketing ploy.
What do you reckon? They sabotaged the bus and then suddenly turned up with this truck full of a dozen line bikes.
Well, I hadn't thought of it, but it's not the worst conspiracy theory I've ever heard. 2 slips and a leg slip, and he launches that. Didn't really time it over mid-on. Had there been a mid-on, it's been chased by Potts out to the long-on boundary. They'll get back for 2, I think, on this occasion. 16 for none. Maybe want to pop in an occasional tube between balls when Mahmood and Cast are on, just so we can catch up a little bit, maybe. Messi?
Yes.
Speak into your...
Microphone.
Yes, sorry. Kieran says, Hendo doesn't have a question today. He had loads of questions during the Zimbabwe test. And it's just Kieran Roseblade, they opened with a spaniel.
Now, there's an idea. Better ball straight and probing, and all that King can do is just ease it away with the full face of the bat onto the onside towards mid-wicket.
Not a lot going for the ball today, is there really? I guess it's a bit cold for the swing.
Well, there was a bit of swing, wasn't there?
Yeah.
First couple of balls, but it seems to have, gone now already.
A lot of wind, too.
I always think wind... I mean, wind can help you if you're of medium pace and dobbery, but if you're genuinely quite quick, it tends to override any sort of sideways drift that the wind might cause. Mahmood in, down the wicket comes King, gets to the pitch of it, lifts it up and over mid-off. Again, I don't feel like he timed it perfectly, and he examines the bottom of the bat as if to suggest that, but he's got 4 runs for it.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary, well, here's the rope. The ball won't like it, but it has to go.
So GPL, 155 quid, get on it, gorillacricket.com, go to our website, competition, you'll see at the top, along the top, and that's where you will find all the information.
Speaking of wind, we're joined by Windy Fanatic, who had a tough time on Sunday. He says he's doing the rain dance to avoid a whitewash. I'm suffering from an overdose of humiliation.
Well, it was a good game on Sunday, even though they lost. I mean, they had their chances. England were pretty poor in the field, and if they'd have got, let's face it, England were lucky. Root wasn't given out on 9.
I mean, that was so marginal.
It was.
Cast in bowls onto the back foot, turning Lewis a little bit front on this time, but he defends into the offside.
I've got to be honest, when I saw it live, I thought the umpire was going to give him.
Well, I thought that. Almost everyone didn't they? I think it was only the umpire who didn't.
Yeah. which basically saved him, didn't he? Because it was clipping the top of leg stump.
Well, yeah, and exactly. And not sure that England would have recovered from that at that point.
No, they wouldn't have done that. They'd have fallen in a heap, I think.
So, that's how close West Indies probably were to realignment. He's in again, bowls. Strikes me that the ball may just be coming off the pitch a little bit more slowly than the batsmen are expecting, so that we've had a few toe ends and we've had one or two where the batsman seems to have got turned round a little bit. King has 10, Lewis 8, 20 for no wicket. Into the fourth over now, Carse is second.
Barry Gurney says, hello, chaps. Ooh. Andy Lally says he's on the Wirral, which was where I was 3 days ago.
Sun in the Wirral?
Rav Paradine says, new chairs in the studio, very shiny.
They're very nice. Short, now he's got in a real tangle there. It looked like he was trying to try it and play it with a cross bat. Then he just seemed to want to sort of fend it away, and somehow it ended up in the flap of his pad.
I think he got an edge on it as well, so he dropped it on the floor.
Maybe that. Well, it didn't go to the floor, did it? It's gone
no,
into,
it didn't.
gone
But then when he was
pad.
handing it to, so he came off his bat. So then when he handed it to Blair, he realised he'd hit it. I'd have appealed if he'd have given it to me.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
I'd have run in and picked it up and appealed.
One hand, one bounce.
No, it hadn't hit the ground,
I know,
did it?
I'm joking. Carse again, bowls. Again. You just feel like Lewis is getting a little bit front on there, but he plays it to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
No nibble off the deck at all, though.
Nothing, is there?
No.
Nothing there.
You'd have thought so. The pitch looks pretty green to me.
I've given up trying to understand oval pitches of the modern era, because it used to be such a wonderful pitch for batting. But whenever I've been to the ground, the pitches have always looked really straw-coloured, but not. And this, I don't know how to describe it exactly. Short, pulled, caught. He didn't time it, and he has gone. Jamie Smith is the man who's not keeping wicket today. Bryden Carse got the wicket, and Lewis and the West Indies fanatic will be very, very upset.
Oh, he was looking for a big score as well. Is that someone coming?
He's found his way.
Well done. I was wondering if anyone had given you the address and the codes.
Yeah, I was wondering about the codes actually as I was walking in. I wondered, have we given them to John, who is of course the future mayor of Croydon, amongst other things, and best-selling novelist.
Right, when he comes on after, you're going to have a Doge department. That's what I want to know.
Yes.
Yeah, there's so much waste.
That's right. There. Yeah, it's extreme, especially with alcohol. Even though we drink quite a lot of it.
I'll catch up on a couple of messages. Farong Wibble says, "Do we have stubby holders today?" I did notice a somewhat compromised bottle between your legs the other night.
That was me. Yeah. I had a cobra between my legs.
Kieran Roseblade.
I don't wish to boast, but
Kieran Roseblade points out the discrepancy between the 199 viewers and the 17 likes. So
yes, smash that like button and subscribe, please. We're looking. At the end of this summer, I want to be at least at 20,000 subscribers, and we're on 16 and a bit so far. So we got India to come. I'm hoping we get a whole load of subscribers. I'd like to get to 25 over the summer. I like to be ambitious.
Absolutely.
Farong is complaining about the unjust criticism of Duckett last match. What did he do? A duck and a drop, was it?
A duck and two drops. Duck and two drops.
I thought one was a bit harsh. I mean, he literally got it fingertips over the bar. But the first one, he should have gone up with two hands, shouldn't he?
Well, I was going to say he was diving away to his right with one hand, absolutely. Yeah. Lewis in to the new batsman, who is Casey Carty. And, of course, he got 100, his third in fourth ODIs on Sunday. Should we jingle up the new batsman?
Casey Carty. Yeah, he did really well, didn't he? He's one of Dave B's favourites. We've got him here somewhere. There he is.
All we are saying,
just about kept hold of that.
Is it key? We had this discussion about Greaves and Graves on
it's definitely
Sunday.
Graves.
All right, it's definitely Graves, although it's spelt to the naked eye.
And
what's Jimmy?
Greaves.
Jimmy's
No,
Greaves.
no, not Jimmy Greaves, you knobhead.
Right.
And it's Casey Carty. And it's Casey Carty.
Casey Carty. Not Kesey Carty. I don't like. Yeah, it's spelled Kesey, but it is Casey. Okay, 20 for 1. I'm glad we've sorted that out. 4 overs bowled. King 10. Carty yet to get off the mark. 2 right-handers now at the crease. Mahmood starting a 3rd over in straight, good length, defended. Thinking about a single, wanders a little way down the pitch does King, but Carty is not interested. And of course, it was these two who really got West Indies going. They had a little bit of luck. They were dropped between them 3 times, I think. But they made the most of that. Where West Indies went wrong was not batting out their 50 overs and basically leaving 30 to 40 runs out there. Mahmood again in shorter into the pads. He makes to whip that one away, but fails to make contact. Hits him on the pad. No run. I can see that Messi is having a look at his recent scores. Yeah, that's what I got. 102 in the second ODI against Ireland, 170 in the 3rd, and then 103 in the 2nd of this series.
Not bad.
And I think he's only got 4 ODI 100s is not to be sniffed at all, but he's got 4 in something like 39 matches, is it? But 3 of them have come.
That's correct, yes.
Very recently. So he's in a rich vein of form. Prodded out square just behind. In fact, Bethel runs round his right hand to field with his favoured left. And there is no run. 20 for 1. Good over so far from Mahmood. 3 dot balls. Crowd building up. I was a bit surprised when I came in on the tube this morning through Oval Station. There didn't seem to be that many people racing to get there.
Well, it was drizzling. The forecast was for actually much more rain than we've had. So
you're probably going through there a lot earlier than you were going through there about 11:30.
This is flicked away down to long leg by King for a single. It goes to 11. What time was I going past it? Well, I was a little bit later than that. It was nearer to 12 o'clock because I was sort of worrying that whether I was going to get to London Bridge in time to get the Ladywell train.
Oh, of course.
Rather than having to take a Lewisham one and then schlep down on my bad knee.
Well, unless you're Gary, you don't turn up, with an hour to go, surely, do you?
No, unless you're Gary. Well, Gary turns up for breakfast.
Yeah, exactly.
He may have even been sleeping under the covers overnight and then crawled out. 21 for 1. Mahmood into Carty for the first time today. And Carty leaves a ball of good length outside the off stump through to the keeper. It's no run.
Yep, quiet start for the West Indies again. 21 for 1. I mean, they were 21 for 1, and then they got to about a couple of big blasty overs, didn't they, towards the end of the power play on Sunday, and then got themselves off to a decent start.
Well, I think they got. Did they put on 100? Was it 142? This pair put on
something like that
on Sunday.
It looked like an ominous score they were going to get.
It did. But they really didn't finish it off, did they?
No, I mean at one point they should have been on for 360, 370.
Now that did nibble a little bit. It was slightly back of a length, and it looked to me as if Carty was planning to have a little nibble at it, and at the last moment he had time to adjust and get the bat out of the way of that one. It's the end of the over, just a single from it. 3 overs for 10 from Saqib. West Indies after 5 are 21 for 1.
Neymar Butlins is with us. Abandoned coaches. I'll coach. Cheers, lads. Live from LA. Brown in Brisbane's with us. It's a refurbished chairs, new mics, and new studio on the uppers there. Afternoon all. Well, it's only possible because of your contributions, Brian and others. You make this possible, so please keep doing so. Otherwise, we'll have to stop. And all of a sudden, it's bloody frozen on me.
Well, after 2 overs, including taking 1 wicket, Bryden Cast is pulled out of the attack, and Matthew Potts is going to replace him. 1 Durham quick for another. 2 slips, he's in to King, and King welcomes him by thrashing him straight back past him, and that will bring him 4 runs.
And the bowler is.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
Mog's just undone all his goodwill with us built over the years.
Oh,
Yeah, good
pray
point.
do tell.
Good point. I see what he said. Short, hit into the ground as he tries to pull, and that slowed it up. It also didn't help that Jamie Smith was moving around, and it wasn't far away from him, so there is no run.
Mog, in relation to the suggestion of Doge cutting waste in Guerrilla Cricket, said one could suggest there's a huge amount of waste, W-A-I-S-T, in the Guerrilla studio.
What was it?
Up yours too, Mark.
Well, as we are Potts' bowling, I think it's Kettle and Potts, isn't it?
Boom, boom.
In he comes again. Oh, full dug out by King. That was a very good delivery. You're going to get scamper through for a single because there's quite a gap at extra cover. But that was a very testing delivery from Potts. 26-1. Wasn't it in the... when Perko did a version of Benny and the Jets, calling it... Was it Hendo and the Bear?
Yeah.
And I think I remember him saying... He used the line about me saying... He's got good music taste and an expanding waist.
Yes.
That's so rude.
It's so rude, Perko. Really rude, but quite funny. Potts it is again then to bowl to Carty for the first time. He's in and he's slashed at that one. It might have interested a gully had there been one. But it's gone all the way down to third man where Adil Rashid has fielded. They've taken a single and Carty is underway, 27 for 1.
There's a couple of people pointing out that we forgot to mention Duckett's missed run out as well.
Yeah, someone, I think maybe Tony mentioned that at the time, and I didn't really take it in, I have to say. But talking of missed run-outs, I mean, not only was Joe Root perilously close to being given out LBW, and many will say should have been when he was on 9, but he also had a couple of run-outs, or attempted run-outs. Good, probing, straight, full delivery from Potts, defended back up towards mid-on by King. No run. And on both occasions, he'd basically given them up because he was that far out. Direct hits. I mean, you'd have thought in this day and age that one of those would hit. Because, you know, the fielding and the shying at the stumps from sort of positions in the infield is generally very good these days.
Well, England missed 2 in about 3 overs as well, didn't they?
Yep. Here is Potts again. Driven aerially and gone. Gone. And Potts has a wicket. And, well, King goes for 16. And really, this is not the start that the West Indies would have wanted. After 6 overs, they find themselves 27 for 2. And in one of the southernmost grounds, they are being dismissed by bowlers from a northernmost output.
Ooh.
There we go. He's gone. Head in the air. Not surprised.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
They come down here. They take wickets on our grounds. These bloody Durhamites. It was a good catch by Bethel, but relatively straightforward.
Windy Fanatic says, "Oh, here we go. Help."
Well, this could get troublesome. Another wicket now, and
Yeah.
it really does get a little bit bothersome, doesn't it?
Matthew Cullen says, "Good afternoon, Gorillas." And Windy Fanatic says, "Not likely that these guys will bet 50 overs today either, especially if Carter gets out early." Brown in Brisbane points out there's not only a huge amount of waste, but also some leg.
Is that bare leg? Literally bare leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Right, next man in, I believe, is this dude, isn't it?
Probably.
Shay ho, shay ho, shay shay ho, shay ho, shay shay ho, shay ho, shay ho.
In my constant battle with the modernising of the English language, I have to say that along with the word cool, which I know has been around for a long time now, but shouldn't be said by anyone over 12.
I say it all the time.
You say it all the time. And dude. I hate the word dude.
Oh, I quite like dude.
I hate it. In comes Mahmood. Not a dude, but a Mahmood. And it's dropped down to third man by the batsman, who is indeed Carty. He goes to 2. 28 for 2. We're into the 7th over now.
We have been a bit light on in Hendo rants lately, and I'm just wondering whether you might be able to do some sponsored rants. So someone gives you a particular
subject,
topic to rant on.
A topic to rant on.
Yeah, and various topics come at different prices,
Ooh, Donald Trump, $100.
Oh, no, don't. There's too many people in the USA who suffer under Donald Trump who really don't want to hear any more.
Well, that's why it has to be expensive.
Right, yes.
Mahmood in bowls. Hope! Oh, he's pulled that. He's got a top edge. There is a man down there. It's going to be pouched. And he's out first ball, would you believe it? The West Indies captain. Can things get worse? It's hard to see how. Mahmood joins the fun. And West Indies are subsiding 28 for 3.
Oh dear, this looks rough.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do be gone.
Who plays around my volumes on jingles when I'm not here?
All of us, just to play with your
Annoying.
head. I think it's Cars who's taking the catch down there at long leg, in front of where the old scoreboard used to be. And, was that the wisest shot selection first ball?
Not
when you're
exactly, no.
when you're 28 for 2, I'm not sure it was.
I think someone's been playing with the camera angles too, Bear, actually, because all of the tops of our heads are just getting chopped slightly.
They're not.
Not on here, only on your.
YouTube.
Only on
No,
your.
no, you need to pull your screen down a little bit.
Oh, there you go. Oh, fuck that one up. Well, but it's my special subject, fucking things up.
Yeah.
We have another super chat.
Yay, I'll play a jingle. Because we haven't played one yet, actually, have we?
No.
So for that one, we're going to get a long one.
Super chat, a super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
Next thing on the list to get is a new mixing desk, peeps.
Okay. Stephen Kelker sent us €2. He says, I skipped lunch, so I have my sandwich equivalent. I think that's a really good idea. Why doesn't everybody lose a bit of weight today, skip lunch, and send us what they would have spent on their lunch?
Absolutely.
Very good
Or
idea.
just send us what you buy Starbucks for.
Yeah.
Or also, I mean, we did have.
Or
someone
you could have got really pissed today and spent 50 quid there.
In
You
the
could
pub, yeah.
just say sober and send us 50 quid.
Absolutely.
All the same.
It's good for you.
new batsman, left-handed Shafane Rutherford, playing his first game of the series. In comes Mahmood. Oh, he's set off. He's in trouble here. He could have been run out. Rashid sidearmed that in, and it didn't miss by much. There is, I don't know, the traffic has played with the West Indies minds here today.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a bit unfortunate for them. Mind you, England had the same problem. New batsman is... Oh, he'd have been out by a
He
long
would have
way.
been out, yeah. Oh, I like this jingle.
Probably get a ding, actually. Oh, well. And also, I should say...
YouTuber Super Chat.
Mahmood into Rutherford plays this with a little bit more caution, a little less fidgety to get up the other end. And he possibly wasn't expecting to be out there quite this early.
No.
Do we want to do the super chat?
Yes, that's a replay. Brown in Brisbane sent us £5. He says, this studio move poses problems with access codes for the beer deliveries. Has Bear got any cunning plans to get around this problem?
No, the only thing I can suggest is give them my number. Or someone's number who's in here.
Fulls looked like a slightly slower ball, but that's caressed. Lovely shot from Rutherford. That should boost his confidence. and it's gone square of the wicket for 4 runs.
2 + 2 is a man.
That was a really delightful shot, totally out of character with what we've seen so far this morning. Even when Brandon King was hitting the odd 4, you never felt he was really timing the ball. It was brute force as much as anything. But that is just beautifully eased through cover. The pitch is to the sort of right of the pavilion as you're looking at it from the Vauxhall end. Around the wicket, Mahmood, and wide of the off stump. And that gets the treatment as well. That's put away with great timing, but also a fair bit of power. 4 more. Well, that will have pleased Windy Fanatic a little bit, won't it?
Indeed. Umbre Nueva's with us this afternoon. Stupendous Guerrilla Cricket. A reminder that the GPL is open for another 40 minutes?
Yeah, about another 40 minutes. 39.
Windies could be all out by then.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to, as soon as I come off air, I'm going to have to put in some revised bits.
Yes. Don't go too soon.
Mog says, you want me to send you my old Behringer mixer bet, lowest quality possible?
No, I want to get one that's got inbuilt fucking dynamics. I was thinking of getting a Yamaha.
What does that mean, inbuilt
Yamaha
dynamics?
O2R, old school, but they're really good discs.
Potts in, Bowles finds a thick outside edge as a slightly timid forward defensive prod ends up going down to 3rd man.
The problem I find with a lot of these mixing discs, they don't have enough actual line inputs on separate channels. They'll have like 6 channels rather than 8, 10, 16 individual channels. They'll have stereo channels which you can't really control very well. And since the compressors that I bought don't seem to be working anymore, I quite like to get a disc that has some on.
Can you go through that again, but in the English language?
Well, yeah. Mog will know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Potts then to Rutherford for the first time. He's on 8 off 4. He's got 2 slips, and that's a good delivery on the line of middle and off. Fairly full, defended into the offside. And there is no run. The GPL is open for an hour and a quarter from the beginning of play to 2:45 BST. Get your estimates of how many runs you think will be scored in the day. At the current rate, probably not many, but it'd be great if you join in. You go to gorillacricket.com. 1 R, 2 L's for gorilla. That's the way we spell it. Potts in again. Slower ball, it seemed to me, as if he just a little bit of a cutter, but it was very full on the legs, and though sweetly timed, straight to mid-on from Rutherford. Seems a little bit annoyed that he didn't do better than that. We've had, 12 entries already today, but the more of you that get in, the more the pot goes up. It's now 159 quid and counting.
I can tell you who these entries are if you like.
Several of them might actually be mine.
Yeah, you, Hombre Nueva, are the only people in actually.
In he comes again. Bowles from round the wicket this time. Hit into the ground by Rutherford and then up into the hands of Smith at cover point.
Yeah, Hombre Nuevo and I are in very, very close competition as to who has the most near misses on the GPL.
If you have an hour and a quarter, tell me about this, Messiah, because I've not done it myself. If you've made a couple of selections already, does that mean that you can just adjust those selections, or you have to make more selections?
Have to make more.
Okay.
Once you made them, you made them.
Right. Good. I'm glad about that.
Of course, it's like putting money on at the bookies.
Yeah. No. Fair enough. It just occurred to me. Just the one slip and a leg slip. Oh, now that came back into him, and he got an inside edge onto his pads. Rutherford. It runs out behind square on the onside. 37 for 3, 1 ball remaining in the 8th over, and at the end of this power play we will have John joining us. I imagine John must be in pretty good spirits because finally Spurs have won a trophy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ange.
Potts in again. Bowles and defended. Ball just outside the line of off stump. Into the covers. Smith seems to be doing quite a bit of fielding, and he does it there again. 37 for 3 from 8. Messi.
Well, all three Englishmen in the studio today should be happy, with Bear from Liverpool, you from Wimbledon, and John from Spurs. So there you go. Windy Fanatic says, you guys trafficking excuses for this useless Windies team. Farong says, for those who are Patreons and on Discord, which is one of the benefits of being a patron, have a look at the clown of the day. Very cringeworthy. We'll reveal later. Yes.
Clown of the day?
Yeah. Yeah, for those who don't know, if you become a patron for as little as $2 a month, I think is the lowest, you get to join our Discord channel, which is lots of stuff going on every day between our various patrons.
Cast bowls of... Oh, he's back into the attack, replacing Mahmood.
Can you stop playing with your
I have to
microphone?
play with that, and I'll tell you why, Bear, because for some reason, when I breathe, I can hear myself breathing, and I don't want that to detract
Put
from
the microphone slightly out to the side.
Well, that's what I'm.
No,
See-
I mean, pull it out to the side. It's on a bendy thing. You can change its position.
Pull it to the side like that.
Bend. Look at me. You see this? It bends like that.
Like that.
So you can find a position where it doesn't.
Ah, okay. Cast then in again. It's his third over. Oh, edged. Horrible shot, really, from Cardi. He took the bottom hand off the bat. Suggests that he was reaching for that without any foot movement. Jamie Smith now down at third man. His ball's following him around a little bit. He does the fielding. One more to the attack. Now we did just see all the celebs are everywhere, because sitting up in the the Oval Pavilion were two queens, really. I don't mean that in any sort of sexual way, because we had the former Queen of Albert Square in Anita Dobson. Oh, outside the off stump, appeal for a catch behind us. Rutherford tries to play a forcing shot off the back foot. Cast is looking around moderately hopefully. Brooke is questioning it. There must be a little bit of moisture on the ball, because when Brooke took receipt of it there, he was just rubbing it on his shirt.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because he was nowhere near his clothing, and if there was a noise, it must come off the bat. He seemed to look behind as well.
Well, I can tell you that Cast in bowls. Ooh, he's suddenly looking quite uncomfortable after coming in and playing two absolutely glorious shots. Rutherford is just poking around a little bit and seems to have lost his timing.
And they're bowling a lot straighter at him suddenly. I mean, one of them was a wide ball, wasn't it? He just clattered through the offside.
Yeah, the other one wasn't too bad. It was
No.
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, so talking about the Queens, we have Anita Dobson, as you may remember, is, if you're an EastEnders fan, which I'm not, was Dirty Den's missus. As Cast is in, bowls, and that's a better shot onto the front foot, meeting it with the full face of the bat. Good timing. Brooke chases, won't get there. 4 runs to extra cover.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
When he is scoring and when he is timing the ball, Rutherford is advancing in boundaries. 3 of them have brought him to 12. Anita Dobson alongside her real life husband, Brian May, the man who played in the band Queen. Probably still does. Yes, he does. Yeah, there is a new lead singer, isn't there? Cast in again. Short, top edged, pulled. Is there someone out there? No. Well, there is, but that's gone miles back. Miles back over long leg into what was the old mound stand area. It's got a funny name now, which I can't remember. 6 runs, first of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Kieran Roseblade says, Jesus, lads, get your pads on. The Gorilla 11 could put up more resistance than this West Indies team. To which Ray Peridine rather rudely says, fat gits can't play cricket, can they? Oi. Mog says of the microphone instructions, tech talk from the bear.
I have to say, fat gits can't play cricket. I mean, that would mean there would be almost nobody out on a Saturday these days. There are plenty of fat gits playing cricket whenever I wander past a ground. Potts will continue the final over of the batting power play. He's in, bowls to Carty, who pushes up to mid-on. There is no run. 48 for 3 now. Rutherford, 3 fours and a 6 have taken him to 18 of 13. But I did worry when I saw that, because it wasn't a completely clean hit, was it? There was certainly some top edge, but then sometimes the top edge is what takes it further.
Went a long way.
Went a very long way, because that, as we said, the pitch is over to the far right as you're looking from the Vauxhall end. Now this is driven square by Carty through the offside, and it brings 4 more. 50 up for the West Indies. A little bit of a recovery here. 52 for 3.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give. The phone.
That was a nice shot.
It was a good shot. It was the placement, really, wasn't it? Lovely placement. Opening the face, and away it sped. Potts in again. This one he waits for and plays beneath his eyes into the covers, and there is no run. Better length this time from Potts, perhaps a little bit less width as well. Rutherford 18, Carty 8. Now it's interesting because Carty was trailing King by a little bit when they came together in that partnership on Sunday, and here he's been quickly overtaken by Rutherford. In fact, he's only faced 11 balls. Rutherford's now faced 13, but he's only got 8 from them. And Potts is in again, bowls. He wants a single, but he won't get it as he pushes up to mid-off. So 18 from 13 for Rutherford. The run rate at 5.38. Carty has 8 from 12 now. Potts 1 for 11. 4 balls into his third over. Messi, where have you gone? You renegade you. You've gone back to Twitter.
No, I'm not on Twitter. I'm actually on Blue Sky. Chris Quaz there who says, good to see the Hendersons reunited and Bear setting the tone with 2 F words in the first sentence.
Wow.
Also that Ladywell is the way to go rather than the slow rattler to Lewisham from Stratford.
Yeah, first day I came in here, I came to Lewisham, and it was such a bloody schlep. Potts and through a not particularly nice part of town. Driven again, Brooks steams off and does brilliantly, diving full length in front of him to haul it back into play. If it possibly goes too far away from him, and he then has to chase it again. They get through for 3. 55 for 3.
Am I the only one who still thinks that Brooke looks like a schoolboy, which sort of rankles a bit, not rankles, but seems incongruous with him being captain?
Well, actually, I tell you who looks more like a schoolboy in my eyes is Jamie Smith. I saw some sort of interview with him this morning, and he looks about 10.
We're just getting old, Hender.
He looks about 10. I mean, maybe it's the haircut, I don't know. Potts in to complete the over, and more runs. Flicked past square leg. This has been an expensive one for Potts, who finishes that over with 1 for 18. He's gone at 6-0. He's got 1 wicket. 59 for 3. So a run rate almost up at 6. Those 3 wickets, though, have to count against West Indies. But a recovery from 28 for 3.
So I'll do a couple of messages while we change over. Hendo's going on to ball by ball. Bear's going on to ball by ball. John is coming in to do the messages, and Anindo's joining us. Welcome, Anindo.
All right,
Hello,
Anindo.
Messi. Enjoying yourself?
And Muttley says that's a different kind of entertainment, Hendo. The Pornbot can direct listeners to all their heavy breathing needs.
Well, of course.
Yeah. And for your knowledge, John, hello.
Hello.
Disinterested hand job.
What a word to start with.
Is
Nice to meet you too.
It's our man Mog.
is the next message for you.
Can you change the picture when you go off air, by any chance? Do you know how to do that? That's driven nicely. Carty. First ball of the next over.
There he is.
And it's not going to be 4, actually. Chased down by, I think it's Jamie Smith out and about it. and it will be just a 2. How are you, John?
I'm good, thanks. Lovely to be here.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how long this innings is going to last, but
Well,
hey,
it didn't look like it was going to be long to start with, did it? But,
at least they've made it. That's
well,
something. you
Well,
know.
this is true. I don't know where they all got stuck, although London traffic currently is really shite.
Yeah.
Well,
I
this
mean,
innings will finish just in time for the IPL final start, I think.
when's that in 5 minutes'
in about
time?
45
Oh,
minutes.
well,
Yeah.
okay. That's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. Have you figured it out over there, boys? Yeah, I watched the end of the semi-final came on after the West Indies game on Sunday. And Shreyas Iyer, was it Shreyas Iyer? Was doing fantastic.
Yeah. No, it'll be good because neither of the teams has won before, so it's either Shreyas Iyer or Kohli.
Yeah, I quite like to see Kohli win.
Oh, I've never heard that statement.
Wow, I'm a fan of Kohli.
It's because
same
you're
here,
soft-hearted.
same
Because he's now on the way out. I think everyone's starting to think you don't think it's that?
No, that's defended on the offside.
Bear and
I always really liked
We've
him as
always loved
captain.
him.
I liked his spikiness. I thought it brought something to the game.
Well, that's true. It did. That is true.
I mean, I know there was Kohli Cam and everyone watched him endlessly, but 2 chairs, not 3, it always added something to the game. It added spice to the game. I liked his combativeness. I prefer,
You need characters, and he was that.
You do, and I don't mind. This is the pinnacle of when you're at the pinnacle of the game, that's played down towards third man, not too far from where Gully would have been, but gets down to the boundary. And 2 runs to Jamie Smith down there at third man. Yeah, I mean, I always liked the fact that he was always on top of the game and getting people's faces. I don't mind that. I think it adds something to the game.
Yeah, that should be a good game. It'll be a bit more consequential than a dead game with 2 teams cycling to play each other.
True, but I think over here, I mean, certainly after the break for the little spat they had in Kashmir, kind of killed it for the momentum of the IPL in terms of people following it in England, and obviously it was only off for about 4 or 5 days, wasn't it, in the end? So that's driven out towards the cover boundary. There's a fielder out there. It's Will Jacks, and it'll be just the 1 run. No one's bothered when it started.
Did you actually expect the West Indies to do better than they've done here?
Well, Dave thought they might win 1, and I always think England are capable of cocking it up, I have to say. I do think this England side is a lot better balanced than recently. I don't know how you feel about it, but I mean, Phil Salt,
I agree.
Phil Salt's shit, and Liam Livingston's pretty shit as well. I mean,
which is why Phil Salt went back for the IPL.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. That's clipped into the leg side. There's no run.
But they would probably get some runs against this lot. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but then they stand aside and not get any runs against anyone worth getting any runs against, wouldn't they? I mean, it's Livingston and Salt with just 2 T20 in an ODI, and it's fair enough that you want to score runs quick, but I just think that you've got to play an innings. Look what Reed did the other day, and anyway.
Over on the socials, by the way, firstly, hello to Stephen Kelk, who says, "Can't Facebook Gorilla Cricket be given exclusive global cricket TV rights in your next election manifesto?" I hadn't thought of that, but I'm tempted.
I was Croydon at least.
Yeah, well, I was going to put one of my manifesto points was to put removable covers on every test ground. Because if Wimbledon can have it, why can't the rest of us?
Well, exactly.
But on our first $10 to getting there has arrived from Minsk and Boo's Clip Corner. Party at my house in the United States for IPL final. We'll be checking in with you lot from time to time. Go RCB, $10.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
By the way, Disinterested Handjob has been mentioning Anita Dobson, and Hendo was talking about Anita Dobson and Brian May. My conspiracy theory was always that they were the same person. That's been blown out in the water.
Well, one of them could be wearing a mask, I suppose. I mean, some random. That's defended as Mahmood is going to continue.
I just
back to the bowler, no run.
Couldn't believe that you could have 2 hairdos like that in one marriage.
They are true, very grey, very long,
and curly,
quite lanky as well, aren't they?
Yeah,
the hair doesn't look in good condition. But hey,
I just assumed Brian puts the lippy on, walks out, goes into pants. I'm wrong. Happy to be proved wrong on that.
Of course, Anita Dobson was in recent Doctor Who, wasn't she?
Yes, in fact, a disinterested hand job point makes that point and says, but she's not the reason it wasn't very good.
No, I watched that final episode. The problem with Doctor Who these days is they just come up with scripts that don't really seem to flow, and there's too much going on, and it doesn't really have a story. I just thought that last episode could have been so much better, but hey, that's life. Mahmood is in, driven, nicely driven, beats the man at mid-off, does Casey Carty. It's all the way down to the boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
So what else is in your manifesto for Croydon?
Well, obviously, Croydon gets a facelift, obviously, goes without saying.
It fucking needs it.
You know,
yes.
exactly,
Yeah,
literally.
exactly.
And there's a sort of 10-foot long cycle lane. I was going to give that UNESCO World Heritage status. And
10 foot long?
10 foot is minuscule, but you know, it's a site.
That's left alone through the keeper, and there's no one. You used to live in Croydon, you don't live there now, do you?
I don't know, but I mean that's probably more than most would-be mayors. So I've experienced a lot of it. Trust me.
I drive through Croydon a lot.
Whereabouts in Croydon have they made the 10-foot long cycling lane?
It's quite central, but there's actually a couple because there's these weird thing under bridges, but they put these little dotted lines showing where trucks should go, but they look like miniature cycle lanes. Well, and these are everywhere, but I give them all grade 1. In fact, the entirety of Croydon should have UNESCO World Heritage status. You know.
Well, I tell you what, you're driving around Croydon, especially when you go past around about East Croydon Station with all the tram fucking. I sometimes I don't know if I'm driving on a tram track or I'm driving on a road. It's really confusing. That's driven out to the cover boundary. It'll be a single.
It's dangerous, and in fact, if anyone knows
really
the Croydon flyover, though, if you're interested, was once in a Hollywood movie, and with Bill Murray doing a car chase in the mid-90s. So you know, this is Croydon has its claims to fame as well as infamy.
I do love that flyover. I do belt down that quite fast as well. And there's all these people pottering around. Doing 30 miles an hour.
It's a 30 limit now.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, I still do.
Never
40,
used
50.
to be.
Wow.
Never,
But I'm thankful to East Croydon Station because when the trains on my line used to get stuck, that's the only place I could get home from. Okay. Even though it was a bit of a trudge.
The Gatwick Express doesn't stop there anymore, does it?
Yeah. No, not the Express. That would stop it being Express.
Well, that's true. But I thought it did. That's defended back to the bowl and there's no one. I thought that was one of the 3 stops.
There are some of them that do. Yeah. There are quick ones that do it. I love the fact that we are broadcasting to the entire world about East Croydon Station.
Wow,
Where else can you get this? Get the super chats coming in. Come on.
Exactly. You want some facts about Croydon?
Sue Perkins once did an entire radio documentary about the 7 car parks of Croydon. So it's equivalent to the 7 hills of Rome. That's what we've got to say for ourselves.
Annoyingly, you used to have to pay to go in those ones. The Wick Gift Centre.
Yeah.
The Wick Gift Centre?
Yeah.
Which is virtually empty of shops now.
It is.
That's nicely filled.
It's empty of shops now? Or I thought they'd built it again with renovating it and all of that.
And well, I think they're going to. I thought they were going to knock it down and rebuild something. That one.
Yeah. Well, that's not done yet. Okay.
Fielded by Bethel, and there is no run. Good bit of fielding as well. Hit quite hard.
I haven't been back there for years.
Well, you're not missing much.
No.
Back in the day, it was a real destination. People used to come up from Brighton, do their shopping there. It's like it was like an old style Westfield back in the day. But but in the meantime, we've got. Can I just say, I'm big up to Stephen Kelk here, who says Count Binface lives on Sigma 9. You should know that, Bear. And this is it. You see. His reputation precedes him. I'm Guerrilla Cricket fans know their Count Binface law. I love to see it.
Okay, I didn't know that. Actually.
Yeah, that's his planet.
Driven out towards the cover boundary once more for another single. They've recovered quite well here, the Windies. They were down and out, 27 for 3. They got up to 70, hit a few 4s. Run rates up, and
not bad. This is about the pace at which they were going the other day.
Lost another couple of wickets though, haven't they? I mean, the problem here is, I guess, who's next? I can't even remember who's next. Surely Roston Chase has got a bat. Let's have a look.
Are they building flats inside the gasometer?
Probably.
Disgraceful.
They're building a coliseum, looks like.
Yeah.
Well, of course. That's jab down towards third man. Another good bit of fielding by Bethel. palms it off to root, and there's a single. It looks like the block of flats on the roundabout as you come into East Croydon, in fact.
Yes, that's right. The old they used to call it the wedding cake building. That's right. It's a horrible tower, that. But Colosseum, by the way, I don't know if anyone's seen this online. They did a drone show last night, sort of lighting up drones to demonstrate the full extent of the Colosseum, sort of patch up what was missing. It's amazing.
Oh, wow,
Worth
that's quite
checking
cool.
out. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I wondered who the hell will want to live on a roundabout in Croydon.
Yeah. Well, you could leave the words roundabout out and you'd still be there with that.
Well, yeah, but Cast is back into the attack. Bowls short. Is that going to be given as a wide? Doesn't look like it. Well, I certainly haven't seen the umpire.
But you'd have to remember where to get off for your home. You could be going round and round the roundabout.
Well, yeah. Well, this is it. I wonder how you get in and out. I mean, especially if you go on foot.
Are you making?
There's no footpath.
Are you
around
making?
it.
No, it's pretty dangerous. And you say those tram tracks are lethal. Like you try and drive to the station. You can find yourself sort of. You suddenly think you're on a Scale Electric set. And you're going to get sort of a tram behind you.
I've almost got run over twice on that.
Yeah, it's harsh.
Oh, edged, but there's no slip, and it went down on the ground. Oh, and it's not going to go for 4 either. There was a man down at third man who's reasonably fine enough. It's Jamie Smith. He does look really young today. He had a proper shave, and there is just the 1 run. 72 for 3, 12.4 overs done. Run rate's 5.68.
He got off the bus and went to a spa, I think.
Yeah, nice facial.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think where all those flats are being built. What end of that? Oh, that's on the road behind it. You can't get into anymore, which is really annoying because it's a good place to park. Defended this time, out to the offside, and there is no run. Cast has gone for 30 in 4.5 overs. Rutherford's 23 off 19. Carty's 23 off 25. So reasonable recovery here from the Windies.
You feel like though, and one more wicket, and it could start to fall apart again, doesn't it?
This is it. I mean, Hendo was telling me who's batting, but I can't hear him.
They've got I've got it in front of me. Yeah, so who have they got in the moment? Rutherford and Carty, and you got Justin Greaves and then Roston Chase in next, and then the bowlers.
Okay, so not a lot. That one's worked around the corner by Rutherford.
And they didn't last long the other day.
Single. No.
They all tumbled.
Well, presumably we'll get a bit of Adil Rashid shortly, won't we? 13 overs done. Sometime in the next 2 overs, will I get a bit of Adil?
Some grandees there.
Yes.
Sir Trev.
Yeah. Along with Mr. Boring.
Although these days, this is the thing with John Major and people like him and Ken Clark, these 90s politicians. Back in the day, I remember as a kid thinking these people were evil. You take them back. Now they come across as Gandhi.
Yeah, well,
compared to a lot of politicians these days.
And let's face it, John was having it away with, what's the name?
Edwina
in the fucking cupboard under the stairs. I mean,
which Edwina is this?
Edwina Curry.
Wait, are there other Edwinas in British politics?
Well, there was, yeah.
Was there another Edwina?
Mountbatten.
Oh. Well, Miss Curry was the one.
Before your time.
Well, I think Edwina Curry made Norma Major look like Marilyn Monroe. I don't know what Major was thinking. What do I know?
Fair enough. Shafane Rutherford.
I don't think he was spoiled for choice.
Yeah, no run. No. Wow, that's amazing. Women get attracted to power, don't they? I guess that's how they get away with it.
Well, I've just been reading Robert Harris's latest Precipice. If anyone's interested, it's about Herbert Asquith.
I'm sorry,
you didn't enjoy. I enjoyed it, but it was a fascinating bit of history that the British Prime Minister.
On with the letter.
Yeah, it's all about the letters. But he published all these real letters from Asquith to his 26-year-old lover. He was in his 60s, just having it away with this young woman while Britain goes to war, and writing letters to her constantly, like the text message during cabinet meetings. It's insane.
Wow, I guess.
And it was crumbling telegrams
now
and throwing them
Shafane
out
Rutherford has worked out to the leg side quite badly. I guess there was a space out there, and he knew it, but he didn't time it particularly well. Gone up and over the infield, landed short of the boundary, not made it to the boundary, but I get back for 2. Moving on 75 for 3. Yeah, I guess in those days you're never going to get found out by Twitter, and no one's got a phone camera, and you know.
Well, Robert Harris made the point in those days the Prime Minister could sort of walk down the street and a lot of people wouldn't know who he was.
Yeah.
Because there just wasn't the media in the same way. It's incredible. Britain was going to war and the bloke could sort of just go to the park.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Sit in a pub around the corner.
And he was asking his girlfriend for political advice, and showing her confidential telegrams and crumpling them and throwing them out of the window while he was in the car. And then people found them and handed it over to the police.
This is all true.
It's bloody hilarious.
Yeah. And then in the story, I don't know if this is true, then the Met and basically the Secret Service get hold of them and they start basically intercepting their post every day and just reading for months and months these letters
Because there were
between
only 5 people who received those telegrams, so it had to be one of them.
Yeah.
Attempted cut by Rutherford, just plonks it out to duck it at cover though, and there is no run.
But I think those letters are just made up, though. I mean, the rest of the telegrams and everything is fine, but I just think those letters.
No, that you can see them. They're in the Bodleian Library in Oxford. All of Asquith's letters are real. He made Robert Harris he made up the ones from the woman to Asquith because Asquith burnt all her letters, so we don't have evidence of that. So he's half made it up.
Interesting. Oh, that's a lovely drive from Rutherford. Holds the pose. It was full from Mahmood. He's coming around the wicket and bowled it full and into leg stump, and he just drove it straight back past the bowler. Down to the boundary, and we have another 4 runs.
It's me, and she. It's me, and she.
That was a beautiful shot.
Well, Kohli's going to be batting first, for whoever's interested.
Okay. Keep us up to date with
RCB
what's going on in the IPL.
Put into bat. Yeah, they've been put into bat.
What are the odds? Where do the bookies have it? That one's into the leg side. Not there's illegal bookies in India, but
I think they were at 1.75 yesterday when I saw.
Okay, that's played out to the leg side for a single to square leg from Rutherford. In fact, I can probably look that up myself, can't I? Who do they have as favourites at?
Meanwhile, the camera's homing in on Adil Rashid, so I think they're agreeing with you, Bear. It's got to be time, surely.
Yeah, it has to be. Why have they not got it up on here? It probably hasn't started yet. It doesn't kick off for another 20 minutes, does it?
Yeah.
Cricket. There we go. Nicely played up towards mid-on, and Carty's keen for a single. Rutherford not so. And he puts on the brakes and goes back. They're both at 11 to 10. 10 to 11. 11 to 10 on, both of them.
Just on the socials, disinterested handjob thought that Ben Face was from Uranus. I have never been to Uranus disinterested handjob. I'm happy to put that on the record. Eric says Saltaire Village in Yorkshire has World Heritage status, and Jim Laker bagged some wickets there in his youth. I don't know Saltaire, but it sounds nicer than Croydon. And Hendo makes the point that the GPL is now at 160 quid, closing in. It said 9 minutes. How many now is it, Hendo?
7.
7. Right.
Closes at 2:45, so you have 7 minutes to get in. If you get a number on the nose, you win it. Oh no, we're not going down to Rashid. We are in fact going to this man,
Will Jacks.
It might be Will Jacks. Maybe it's Will Jacks. It's probably Will Jacks. Yeah, it's Will Jacks.
I'm never sure about Will Jacks as a bowler. Quite like him. He gets some wickets, but he seems to. Well, I don't know. At this level, he seems to give it a little bit too much air.
Like all bowlers, he looks very serious about his bowling. Though.
Yeah. But he gives it.
Like all batsmen.
He throws it up a lot, and I always think, well, I like that, but at this level, it tends to get a bit of biff. Well, having said that, he bowls some flat filth. Goes halfway up the pitch and gets missed out by Rutherford. Really.
What?
The leg side, no run.
Why don't they get Joe Root to bowl?
Well, or indeed your actual spinner.
Well, I mean, the thing is here, England have only got 3 seamers, haven't they? And they've got Adil Rashid. So the fourth bowler is Root, Bethel, and Jacks. Oh, now played that a bit uppish for a time. Bounce before it gets to Adil Rashid, who's at backward point, and there is no run. So I don't know. I mean, I guess if you get through. You're not going to get cheap overs when 2 batsmen are set, but you've got to bowl them at some point. I guess you're in charge of the game at 80 for 3 still.
Yeah,
there is a lefty in. That is defended into the leg side, and there's no run. I mean, Bethel's a.
Well,
I mean, there's a left and a right.
He's
so it
bowled
doesn't really
reasonably
matter.
well, though.
Yeah, he has bowled reasonably well. He's not bad as a bowler.
It's not very Bazball though, is it? You know, Bazball is throw Adil on, get a couple out, and have them out in 30 overs.
Well, they might have. Yeah, Adil might want the other end, and he's coming on from the other end.
That's
who
true.
knows?
That's true.
That's played off the back foot, forced out to the man on the point boundary. It's Potts out there, and it'll be a single. Yeah, I mean, I'd have Adil on these two, try and force them to make an error. Actually, try and hit a big shot.
I think that's what they'll do. I can see these guys. Adil could just create a little bit more pressure than Jack's. These sort of 58 mile an hour darts that are, they're going to slow the run rate up, but the run rate's not an issue, is it? When they're at 81 for 3.
No, not really. It's 5.5 currently. Carty goes back, forces that out square on the offside, out to the boundary. It'll be a single. I mean, these two have settled quite well. I think they've been given a few gimmies and some good shots. But England have kind of let them off a little bit from
I think
when
that's
they got the 2 wickets, 3 wickets even. Often the way in an ODI though, isn't it? Someone does get in. It's never as easy as you think.
Well, that's it. That's why I always think you need that second wind to sort of hammer it home, because teams, I think, in olden days, in an ODI, 22 for 3 could very quickly become 90 or 100, 150 all out or something. And teams do bat a bit deeper these days, or they're less prone to necessarily the collapse. But I think it's all the more important that the fielding team try and keep their throats, the foot on the throat.
Yeah, I mean, the last ball of the over was just play up to long on for a single. Well, I mean, I was talking with Hendo before the game. I think the problem England have got is they're all-rounder. They haven't got a bowling all-rounder who's a decent seamer. And I think the one problem with this side, I mean, previous to this Champions Trophy, I'm glad they've got rid of Livingston, and I'm glad they've got rid of Salt. I like the balance of the batting. It's like one of those all-rounders to be a seeming all-rounder rather than all being spinning all-rounders.
Well, I have a theory on here about, and let me put it to both of you guys. Where is Sam Curran? I mean, we're even on his home ground, and he's been playing really well. And I said this during the last series when England were away, and I just think he's worth another look. He's only 26, isn't he?
I know, he is quite young. He's probably worth another look. I think the problem they find with him is he's not got enough pace. He's like one of these bowlers at the top level. I mean, but the thing is, actually,
I mean, Mahmood doesn't have pace either.
Exactly.
He bowls at what, 135 or something?
Yeah, well, he can bowl a bit quicker than that, and Sam Curran can bowl a bit quicker than what he does. And I was also going to add that these days there's so many variations, there's so many cutters. No one hardly ever bowls at full pace anyway. So, I mean, I guess we're missing Jofra Archer, but then Jamie Overton was actually.
You're always missing Jofra Archer.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see him again.
No, we will. He's only got damaged thumb or something.
R.I.P. I reckon he'll go to the Ashes. He'll play about 5 overs in Brisbane and break down, and that'll be
we're not starting in Brisbane, we're starting in
Perth. Perth, yeah.
ECB, yeah, I reckon half of ECB's budget for the year is spent on his health insurance.
Yeah.
Look, there's umbrellas.
They're off.
They're off. The rain has finally made its way. Where is it raining? Is there rain on the window over there? I'm not sure it's raining in Lewisham. No, I don't think it's raining in Lewisham, so this might not last that long.
But is it coming to us or from us? That's the question.
Well, it's coming from the west.
Okay. So we'll get this then.
Well, we're just south, aren't we? I mean,
I think the oval's slightly west of us. I was looking it up before I came here, and I was like, how far away is the oval from Lewisham? I said, well, it's not spitting distance. I was trying to. You can ask the listeners about this. What is the correct distance of the oval from Lewisham? And I was thinking, is it like a sort of a hefty catapult away? I mean, you could probably reach it.
It's the other end of Camberwell, isn't it? I mean, that's not far from here. It's
no,
a couple of miles.
Couple of miles, maybe. Yeah. Got a trebuchet, maybe. You could
probably get there with that.
Yeah,
certainly a howitzer would do.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if the wind's in your favour, but that doesn't look great.
Phil Salt and Livingston are both in the playing 11 today.
Although-
for RCB.
Oh, you'll get a nice little contract. How are they going to get
I
on?
don't mind Salt and Livingston in a T20. I
Yeah.
kind of deal with that.
Yeah.
Livingston can get through 4 overs. I mean, this is it.
And
There
they
is
dropped
a difference.
Tim David, which I think is crazy.
Oh yeah, well, Tim David. I mean, there's a startling difference between T20 and ODIs, and I used to think it wasn't so big, but now I do. I mean, your Livingstons and your Salts don't play ODIs because they haven't got the brain power to be able to fucking make an innings and think about 50 overs.
Whereas Ben Duckett clearly does.
Yeah, well, Ben Duckett is a stick-on, isn't he, in every format for England at the moment?
Yeah.
He's the most consistent player we have, which is quite phenomenal.
But it's not only for Salt and Livingston. I mean, someone who's as good as Kai, for example, he just can't seem to be, get his act together in an ODI. I mean, he's really good in T20, but Surya Kumar Yadav.
Well, exactly. There are players, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because I mean, you think they're professional cricketers and but they've honed their game so specifically for that format that their technique is found wanting in an ODI. I mean, you have to have proper
It's
technique.
temperament as much as
True.
technique. I think the fact that even in an ODI in 50 overs, there are certain periods where you just can't hit every ball with a bottom hand. I just think they're not able to handle that.
No, exactly that. And
that change.
This gives me a chance to mention my great theory, which makes the purist would say that's what's great about the ODI is that it tests a different part of your technique, your sensibility. How do you manage cricket in that sense? And as you say, certain players can't hack it, right? But in the modern world, is that what people want? And I was saying to Hendo on another commentary that is it possible that there's a future in which you have a day game, but actually you have 2 innings of 2020? Which should be quicker. So, and what happens is you can end up behind after first innings. And if you
people talked about that, didn't they, for ODIs for a while? Why not? I mean, didn't Sachin Tendulkar originally posited this question before he retired? And it is an interesting one, but no. I mean, the funny thing is, ODIs are nearer tests now than they are T20, which is strange. But that's only because tests have taken stuff out of the white ball game, the T20s and the ODIs, to the fact that teams look to score at 5, 6 and over, which in an ODI is perfectly acceptable, whereas in a T20, at the end of the day, you want to be aiming for 200 plus, which is 10 and over, which means big
and in
shots.
a funny way, I'm not sure Test cricket's done that deliberately. I think it's just because the generation which has come into Test cricket plays cricket in a certain way.
Yeah,
exactly.
So Test cricket itself has had to adapt to the players.
Well, exactly. The players don't want to be out there as long. They don't have as much defensive technique, but they're prepared to take on balls that other, Jeff Boycott wouldn't even think of playing a shot.
But they don't play much red ball cricket.
No,
that's the other thing. They're weaned on limited overs cricket. Like everyone was from the start, but it's their bread and butter. It's interesting, but I'd like to see it at least tried as sort of a miniature of a T20 test, as it were.
Yes,
played because it would actually take less time by 20 overs than an ODI.
Do you think so? The problem with T20,
80 overs, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is 80 overs effectively, but you know what T20s are like? The last fucking 3 overs take half an hour for some reason.
Well, you'd have to fix that. I don't know. But
well, they are. There's rule changes coming in after this, isn't there? We were discussing it on the WhatsApp group. So what are they? The concussion sub. You have 5 named concussion subs. One has to be a seamer, one has to be a spinner, one has to be a all-rounder, one has to be a keeper, I think, and a batter.
Yeah.
They're going to change. We don't know what they're going to change about the DRS. That's coming in. We're going to be told about that later, aren't we? But that's going to be interesting. And there was what was the other change? There was another change as well. I can't remember what it was. If someone wants to check our WhatsApp group, they'll find out.
Just on the socials while we're waiting on a moment, we've got various people asking whether we are able to keep tabs on the IPL in the meantime, whether we're going to get that anyway, but do we need Bear, is that Guerrilla Cricket Sports Extra 9? Well, they need to tune into that one.
We could actually do that. I mean, it's literally going to start in 10 minutes. Maybe we'll have a little 10-minute break.
Could have a look. Yeah.
If England aren't back, which I probably won't be because they put the covers on, maybe we'll start the IPL.
At least you
final.
follow Kohli camp for a while.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah. Well, we've also Muttley says it. Also, there's the Aero Cricket T10 League has kept him going in the absence. So there's other stuff going on. And Muttley says I like the sound of 2 innings of 20 overs ODI. So on my side here.
Well, I just think it'd just be the problem with T20s is that I just get bored of people just endlessly hitting 6. It's a game for batsmen. It's not a game for bowlers.
There is a lot to be said for that. That's true. By the way, Chris the Choir has got in on our Asquith chat. Big subject, saying he thinks Asquith would have made an admirable gorilla. Judging by a quote about him, Asquith drunk can make a better speech than any of us sober. There we are.
Well, I tend to be more eloquent sometimes when I've had a few beers. So, other times not so.
So which reminds me, so how's the stock of alcohol shaping up at Gorilla Towers, at the new Gorilla Towers?
Well, we've got some beers in the fridge. We've got an awful lot of bottles of wine. No one drinks wine in here, basically. And so we've got...
I need to come there.
Well, you do. Josh has just given us 5 bottles of wine, which is very nice of him. We've got about 4 bottles of red and we've got 3 or 4 bottles of white in the fridge. Yeah, and I'm not a big wine drinker. I have occasionally drunk it because there's nothing else to drink, and I need to have a drink. And I haven't gone to the offie, and there's no beer in the house. But we've also got some cider. I don't really drink cider either, so there's a fair few ciders in the fridge.
But did you manage to get rid of your mum's old bottles from the... I
ended up tipping some down the sink because they've been open for ages and no one was drinking them, and there was some really weird shit there that no one was ever going to drink anyways. I think I bought over half a bottle of gin. There was a full bottle of Pernod. I don't know whoever's going to drink Pernod, but it was full, so I bought that unopened. Maybe some ginger wine and some other shit, but yeah, some things came over.
On the subject of drink, Stephen Kelk says Bear is more eloquent when drunk and no doubt drives much better too. I assume he means a back foot drive, Bear, as opposed to stepping in the motor.
Well, I have been known to.
We've had lots of conversations about cars and driving.
Yeah, it's not a good thing to do. I don't do it much, often.
There was a story on the news the other day, I don't know if anyone caught this, about in Luxembourg, drink driving is huge. And the fines and the sort of punishments are very, very light. And it's because it's so many rich people there. And they've all got these sports cars. And it's a kind of a drink driving culture. They're just all doing it with not much sort of mitigation. It's there's
not much of Luxembourg.
Well, yeah, exactly. Apparently it's gone down weirdly, but the I think injuries have gone up. So just haven't. Yeah.
Okay. Well, cars get something.
But there's not much of. Fortunately, there's not much of Luxembourg to drive through.
Well, that's probably it. They probably make it out of Luxembourg before the horror happens. Who knows? But yeah, it's worrying.
Well, they've switched over to the IPL final here.
So, they have indeed, yeah.
So we don't even have to move. Don't even have to change the channel.
I think they've realised that no one wants to be watching a wet oval with a West Indies team who can't really be bothered.
And why not? There's some live cricket going on. So you get double bubble today, peeps. We should have a change in commentary, though. Who was on? Do you want to stay on now and then? I don't know.
I think I was on ball by ball, which is...
you want to do that? Let me have a look.
I don't know who's playing.
I've done 20 overs, so yeah, you're doing ball by ball. Messi, do you want to come back? Or you two? It's supposed to be John, Messi and Hendo. Do you want to start off the IPL final?
You can do the ball by ball, Hendo, because you might have more of a... I have not been following the IPL.
Is Messi not there? Well,
where is it?
Do you want to sit over there? I'll sit in for him.
I can go
Messi.
off.
Okay.
Yep.
And you're not due back though, are you? Do you want to stay on for a bit of IPL?
I can stay on for a bit. Yeah, I'm not due back again.
Okay, you stay
midnight.
on.
It's midnight for me, so yeah.
No, I've just been on for 20 overs, Hendo. I don't want to do 30 overs on a row. No, for crying out loud. When do you do that? All right, I'll stay on. John, you do some ball by ball.
Yeah, we'll do.
In fact, so us three will just stay on then, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go and grab a beer and go to the loo. So you two have a chat. We had a super chat as well, didn't we?
We did. Oh, yeah, we have $10 in from Disinterested. Hand job.
Oh, excellent.
As an apology for his impending sleep-based absence. Well, sleep well. I think we can
Well,
say to that.
It's midnight. You can't blame him. for
No,
being
no,
angry.
that is fair enough. That is fair enough. Only midnight.
Only midnight.
Motley says, if it was up to me, drink driving would be permanent loss of licence. I have to agree. Each time it's for a longer time. After the third strike with a certain time period, the loss of licence becomes a lifetime. I had this theory. This is incredibly harsh when it comes to driving, but is there something in this? The idea that everyone should have to retake their test every, 10 years? Because there are so many horrendous drivers out there.
I think that's a really good idea. But you know what? Surprisingly, in Mumbai, there's now very little drunk driving because it's not about the license. It's a compulsory 1 night in jail.
Oh wow! Okay.
So people just have completely stopped drinking and driving because it's just not worth it. Even having that conversation with the policeman trying to get yourself off, it usually doesn't work.
Incidentally, have you noticed? I've just there were two robot like dog things leading the teams. Are they real or are they?
This idea.
Oh, yeah.
No, they're robots.
Yeah, they look like they've been superimposed, like an augmented reality. But why? Why are they doing that?
I don't know. They started doing that midway through the IPL, and it became very popular. So they just continued with that.
Oh, we're doomed.
So it's like Team Muskets.
What's going on? What is going on? I might be 45, but I feel like I'm 85. My hatred of little things like that. But what can I say? We were just talking about driving licences, Bear.
Oh, God.
And in Mumbai, it's a night in prison.
Really? What, for drink driving?
Yeah.
Do you get any points on your license?
No choice. You just get straight into the jug.
But then do you get banned as well, or do you just go on a night in prison?
You get fined, and you get I don't think you get points or whatever it is. I mean, I don't know, but really, people have. I wouldn't know because I don't do it.
Fair enough.
And nobody I know basically takes a car when they know that they're going to drink.
Yeah, which is probably fair enough. But I imagine rickshaws and taxis are quite cheap, aren't they, in Mumbai? Or are they not?
Yeah, Uber, and also there are a lot of companies now which hire out drivers by the hour or by 4 or 5 hours if you go out. So they'll just
So basically, you have a chauffeur.
Take
for
your
the
car.
night.
Yeah, we basically have a chauffeur for 4 or 5 hours. Yeah.
I've been watching this Race Across the World show.
No, I haven't watched that.
And they had to go through India on the latest series, and with the price, everything's buses out there, right? It's not your main public transport intercity is buses, right? These sort of sleeper buses and stuff like that.
Yeah. There's a lot of buses. I mean, it's obviously a huge train network as well, but the population's so big, so and the connections into the more remote parts is more buses. Yes.
But also, like with a bus, you book a ticket, and there's X number of seats, and that's it. Whereas the trains, infamously, it's as many as can fit, right? So rather like in UK,
absolutely.
Right? So it's
people on roofs.
Yeah. So it's a trick.
I remember once in college going. A bunch of us decided to go on a little holiday, and last minute we just booked tickets and we couldn't get any reservation, so we played bridge for 12 hours standing up.
Oh wow!
Oh my word! I couldn't do that.
That is.
I drive everywhere. I mean, I tend to be cheaper. That's the problem. Trains are so fucking expensive.
Oh god, aren't they just? Yeah.
Especially if you're going.
If you had Indian roads, you wouldn't be driving. I think.
Well, maybe not. Yeah, I mean, English roads can be a pain in the arse. As long as you leave at the right time, you can kind of avoid the worst.
As Messi's been telling us for weeks now.
Well, yeah. I mean, fucking roadworks in London drive you mental.
Windy Fanatic, by the way, says robot cricket is next. Have you noticed these robots at the IPL, Bear? I've just noticed them for the first time, and I'm generally
robot dogs,
yeah.
Well, they've got the dogs. Yeah, I've seen the dogs.
Yeah. If you've seen Terminator 2, you know where this is heading. I'm telling you, man.
Well, exactly, especially with AI.
So Exactly. All you need is that bloke from Google who resigned saying they're going to kill us.
Yeah.
I mean, what more do you need? But
there's Phil Salt and Virat Kohli going out to bat.
Okay.
Yes,
well,
Salt and Kohli.
We've got jingles. I will not. I can find.
And in terms of the odds, just to let everyone know, Paddy Power, I am not on commission from them, have both teams, their Challengers and Punjab Kings, both equal at 5 to 6. It's the 6 to 5 on. So they
will be at start of game, isn't it?
But so they have no fucking clue.
They're not sticking their neck out at all.
No.
Well, I've gone under for the fall of the first wicket, unsurprisingly. Opening the batting is.
Salt and Kohli.
Get up on
It's our man.
Salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Scores runs all around the park. There's no way you can hide. Push it.
Opening with.
Yeah, Phil is here.
It sends signals that they'll knock us on our ass. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenges of being we don't need. He lets us all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. And we wait to find the match is dead and our doom is for rat. And Davey Warner rides around and says, Kohli's the cat, Kohli's the cat.
And opening the bowling is.
And then this guy called Arshdeep Singh. The obvious jokes will be entertained here.
And it is Arshdeep Singh. You can say not Arshdeep, and in he comes. Left arm over. And that goes, is it a wide? It is starting the IPL final with a wide.
It's a bit of swing though.
Yeah, there is swing. It's what I call the Harmison start. And speaking of which, there's Ricky Ponting in the dugout. But not the best way to start your innings for the bowling side. Takes the heat out of the occasion, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but again, it's T20, isn't it?
Doesn't. But
who really cares? Is the answer to that question?
Yeah, there is a bit of that. Well, I mean, there's how many fill the stadium? Is it 80,000? They're caring.
This is more. This is about. This is Ahmedabad, so it's about.
Is it the Modi Dome?
100 plus. Yeah, it's 100
Here
plus.
comes singing again. This time it's a straighter delivery. Goes straight to mid off.
I think officially it's like 93,000 or something like that. I mean, it's or 100,000.
This is the one where they don't have any toilets on the top tier and shit, isn't it?
Oh, that was like the
I don't know. I
Coliseum.
haven't been there.
Someone was telling us that during the test series, I think.
Do you know what they used to have on the top tier of the Coliseum? It was a brothel.
Really?
Yeah. So,
you mean it was there?
It was, way back in the day. Yeah, not these days.
Yeah.
But
Right.
they had everything covered. Here, Arshdeep comes in. That moved way back in, and crowd catch. But there was some genuine movement in the air there. Something seriously lacking at the Oval, but obviously very different humidity. I'm guessing over in Ahmedabad.
I wonder what sort of temperature is it out there? Do you know?
There are fans. We don't.
What sort of temperature would it be in Ahmedabad now? Because it's coming into summer, isn't it? It's a hot part of the year.
Yeah, it's monsoons actually. So it's going to be. It was much hotter, but now it's going to be raining. So
humid though. And there are fans in the dugouts.
Very humid.
Arshdeep comes in. That was short, and that's been pulled out, and it's gone all the way. 6 runs, and that's going to do wonders for the run rate for this over.
Well, start as a minute go on. Who's the leading run scorer? Do you know? I'm asking you all these questions because I expect you to know, but you might not either.
So, John, to your point about the number of people in trains.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the capacity of the stadium. So it's 132,000.
132,000.
Wow. Out of which 114,600 is seated. So the rest are clearly standing and they're counted as capacity.
Wow.
This must be the only fucking stadium in the world which does that.
That next shot was sort of pulled lightly into the leg side, and they've run 2.
So that's basically 20,000 illegals, and probably breaking all the rules for health and safety if there's a fire and shit. Over capacity.
Well, they've probably got standing areas for those people if they're counting it amongst the capacity.
Wow.
They're just a replay of Salt's 6, which only just cleared the fielder out there on the boundary, but it was going like a rocket, so it's safely over. And he's tried it again, and again no one out there. It's slightly more fine. It's 4 this time, but Salt onto 10. Or 12, I should say, sorry.
Yeah, actually it's directional.
That's the other rule change that I just remembered now. It's the boundary catches, isn't it? Does anyone know how that's going to change?
No, I don't know what they're going to do.
Is it one
Arshdeep's
hand,
been a bit off length today. I mean, he's been going down the leg side, and Salt's been dispatching them.
Yeah. Presumably, they're not going to be allowed, are they? If it's over the boundary, it's over the boundary, and 4 runs or 6 runs or whatever. I mean,
which is the way it should have been.
Which is the way it should have always been.
Last ball of the over, and Salt ducks out of playing that one. Dot ball. And that's 13.
It's ridiculous what's happened with catches these days. I mean,
I just think you should have a plane, and the plane should be the boundary, and if it crosses that plane in the air, whether you catch it over the boundary or not, it shouldn't really fucking matter. It's over the boundary. It's 6 runs.
Acrobatics is all good, but I mean, there should be some level of reasonableness.
Well, it just stands to reason. If it cleared the boundary on the full, even if you caught it over the boundary and tapped it back, whatever, you caught it over the boundary, it got over the boundary.
I agree.
It's 6 runs.
Yeah.
Oh, these dancers, they seem to have a little bit of rhythm and they are in sync, which is a rarity.
You don't get that at the Blast, do you, in
No.
England? In fact, and indeed they've got lots of cheerleaders, and again better than the Palace Crystals at Selhurst Park on the average Saturday.
Are you a Palace fan?
I'm a Spurs. I'm a Spurs, but my brother was a Palace fan, so I have split loyalties these days, and to have them both win a trip, my brother would have had bragging rights because he passed away almost exactly 10 years ago, and so for Palace to actually win a trophy, the FA Cup, would be remarkable. But the fact that 4 days later I upped him would have been very sweet. So it's strange old times. But it's a second over now, and who's that bowling as Kohli faces his first ball? It's Jamieson, and Kohli sort of prods that down backward of square and the offside for a single.
I can probably dig.
What's with you Spurs fans? I mean, you finish 16,
17th.
You win a
don't flatter us.
17th, and then you win a cup no one cares about except you.
That's harsh.
Whoa, that's harsh. I mean, I'm no Spurs fan, but I mean, actually winning the Europa, I mean, okay. There wasn't much competition in the competition. It gets you into the Champions League.
It's a proper trophy. I mean, you could argue Newcastle having an open top bus for the League Cup was slightly sadder.
Mickey Mouse, I would say.
Exactly. To open top bus for the League Cup. Come on. In comes Jamieson. That one moved inwards, and Salt has smashed that into the leg side. It's gone over the fielder for 4.
Okay, I can play that too. It's a bit tricky because I don't really have these up and about, but we'll have that.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is...
And the bowler is...
4.
It's Kyle.
And that's the story of how Kyle Jamieson became a man.
It's an unfortunate whiff of Lawrence Fox about Carl Jameson, and I hope he doesn't sue me for saying that. But in he comes again, sort of lanky, and it's not quite a full ball, and Salt prods that down for no run, and Jameson fields himself.
Everyone in Australia is now a Spurs fan.
Really?
Well, because of Ange.
Oh, of course, I suppose. Yeah, well, just like because we've got Korea sewn up because of old Sonny.
Yeah. He's got to go, hasn't
he? They'll give him one more year, mainly.
You reckon?
Yeah, mainly because if you go in the club shop or the mega store, it's literally 90% Son Heung-min shirts. That was true even when Harry Kane was there. I mean, he is like the biggest star in global terms Spurs have probably ever had. It's incredible. But in comes Jameson again, tall, and it's a good length ball, but it's been absolutely smashed high into orbit, and it's going to be taken. And that is the first. I don't know who's taken that, but
Shreyas.
Shreyas. There he is, and That is a cameo by Salt, 16 off 9.
Well, he's going to get this.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Because it's Phil Salt.
There we go. And, he's proved you right there, Ben.
Well, he has.
All very well hitting a few pretty shots, but that's not going to cut it, is it, in the final?
Not as an opener, no.
He's got a toe end on that, and it just went straight up in the air. I think it was a slightly slower ball, wasn't it? 127.
Yeah.
And quite an easy catch in the end. It's got me a bet under for the fall of the first wicket.
Go.
It's always a good thing.
Nice.
And Phil Salt fails again.
It's a long trudge up those steps, isn't it? Back to the that's like the Wembley steps, the new ones. It's a long way up.
So Agarwal is coming in now. We got a jingle for him. I'm sure we have somewhere.
And he went all the way back from England for that.
Yeah.
16 runs.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm sure he's getting paid, so he won't be that unhappy.
Yeah. I wonder how much he's getting paid per run. Because I reckon it's quite quite a big figure. Agarwal comes in and Cody has a word with him. I think if I can translate it, was "Don't do what Salt did." I think it's pretty much what he said.
Less salt.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it certainly is now. In comes Jameson, and he feathers outside the off stump, reaches for it, misses it completely, but not the kind of first ball you want to be showing. Kohli's not going to be happy with that.
Well, new batsman is.
Because lately, Indian openers have been crappy. So drop him more. Pick my and
Interesting.
Well, in comes
Dalton is
Jameson again. And this one is tickled down to slip, but on the bounce, the batsman knew what he was doing there, Agarwal. There was no danger of it being caught. And he's off the mark.
Yeah.
And salt in his
that's
helmet
under.
looks a bit like Glenn Maxwell.
Less dangerous than Glenn Maxwell, I think.
This is true.
And just having a look at that last ball again. It was dug in short by Jameson, but and a bit of a fumble in the slip, which is what enabled them to get away with a run. Jameson's, I don't know what he's upset about,
Yeah,
other than the fact there was the misfield.
outside edge,
Yeah, but softly. He's had his wicket, old Loza Fox for the over. He can be happy with that. And 19 for 1 at the end of the second over.
I guess we should do some socials as well.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. So Stephen says, nice to have a bit of impromptu IPL coverage. Thanks, guys. Windy Fanatic, I don't think the RCB has ever won the IPL despite having Chris Gale for a number of years.
No, they haven't.
No. Eric J says assault and battery. Well, yes, quite. And we're into the next over now, and Arshdeep, he's clattered into the offside over the infield, and they're going to get a few for that. Doesn't reach the boundary.
Oh man, Bet365 doesn't work on this computer.
I don't think anyone's ever won anything with Chris Gale in the team.
The universe boss has never won anything. I think you're right.
It's just such an individual, egoistic player.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't think he cares about anything else.
The best fact about
one of the most disliked cricketers in modern cricket. By his peers.
By his peers, yeah. One of the best fact about Chris Gale is when he played that charity match against Usain Bolt. Usain Bolt bowled him and smashed a 6 off him in the same game. Happy days. In comes Arshdeep, and that one is left by... Well, it's attempted to be hit by Agarwal, but again he missed it. Went straight through to the keeper, so no run. Run rate's now at 9. And this is interesting, because the thing with the 2020, as you say, Bear, you know, they've been under for the first wicket, and if they were to lose one, you know, the old boycott thing, what's the score with another couple now? But in the pressure in IPL final, if they were to lose 1 or 2 now, it's one of those things where this could be a quick final.
You only win something like 20% of games if you lose 3 in a power play, something stupid like that.
Arshdeep hits it out square on the offside. There's a fielder out there though, so they only come back for 2.
Arshdeep's the bowler.
He is, sorry, Arshdeep's the bowler. He doesn't hit it himself. Apologies. It was.
He uses Agarwal's help.
Yeah, that would be very ludicrous if he did that off his own bowling. You know what I mean.
I do. Of course I do.
They're just showing a replay again of that catch. He did have to go back a good 10 metres or so in order to take it, but it was comfortable, Shreyas. And Salt's going to be... Sure, I mean, that is a terrible way to get out in any match, but in a final. I think that's not going to do his England hopes much good, because presumably England are in the dressing room right now watching this just like we are.
Well, I think he's out of the ODI side. I don't mind him in a T20 just because, it's T20 and who cares? But and he can hit a ball. So.
Well, Arshdeep just prods that towards mid-off, and they come back. They have a single. Arshdeep bowls it. I'm doing it again. Agarwal prods it into the offside. They get a single.
Kohli, actually.
It was Kohli. I'm sorry. I'm messing this up massively.
It's okay.
Thank you for correcting me, guys.
Cares.
Yeah, exactly. Who cares? I'll just do it in algebra. Player A bowls it, and player B hits it. Who cares?
Well, the Indian public
X and
seems
Y.
to care, but
yeah. They might be enjoying my failures more, though. They can get accuracy elsewhere. This is characterful. That's what we want. Anyway, in comes Arshdeep now. Left arm over. And that one is quite short. And it approaches the gloves of Agarwal as it goes over to the keeper. But no run. In fact, it's been given a wide.
Interesting. I thought that we looked at the square leg umpire and he didn't. Oh, no, I suppose the bowler's end gives it. They give us a car. Oh, look, it's a big trophy, I'll give you that.
It looks a bit... It's like a sort of...
She's nicer than the car.
Well, we're on the trophy here. Come on, let's be professional. And I would say the trophy looks like the Wimbledon men's trophy. Yeah, the Wimbledon men's trophy if it's put on a few pounds. I would say. Is
it bigger than the Europa Cup?
The Europa Cup is the biggest in football. It's gigantic. And as there's no run off that ball from Arshdeep, thrown straight back to the keeper. In fact, so big was it that Son Heung-min dropped it on his own head and had a horrible little wound as he was marching around with it. But I don't think he cared particularly.
I'm sure he didn't. No, when we, unfortunately, one of our, Dan Lucas, died way back in 2016, and we did the Dan Lucas Cup for a couple of years, played the Guardian. I went out and bought the biggest plastic cup I could get for 20 quid, and actually we managed to get a trophy that was a good 2 foot high.
Nice.
For 20 quid.
That's what you want.
It's got to be big, man. Trophies have got to be large.
Absolutely, unless it's the Ashes, of course.
They got to be shiny and they got to be big.
Arshdeep bowls that full to Agarwal, who has smacked that straight back over the bowler's head for 6. And that's his best.
Big one.
Yeah, that's his best shot of the innings by a distance.
That was a good shot.
We're at the end of the overs. Let's just do a few socials. Stephen wants to ask an India question about practice culture. He says, I'm English and grew up playing cricket there, but now I play mainly with Indians. When we practice, people almost always want to play a game, but in England, in the 1990s, we rarely played games during practice or training. Is that a cultural thing or a 2025 thing, he asks?
Net's a net,
everybody wants to play. I think everybody wants to play the game.
But
practice.
If you come to a practice and there's only like 12 players, you can't really play a game. I mean, sometimes we would play single wicket as a practice if there was like 12 people, but generally it'd be nets for practice, and then you don't practice games, but they'd be designated as a practice game.
In comes Jameson. That was a full delivery, but on the leg side, and he got the treatment from Kohli. Leg glance backward square, 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
So go on.
But the real answer to that is they're probably just lazy bastards who don't want to practice.
That's fair enough. Windy Fanatics said, you guys attacking the universe boss. Give the man his props. He overstayed his welcome like LeBron James.
Yeah. I used to like Gale. I don't think I had a problem with him. It was fun. He probably did hang around too long, like most people. He lost his eye at the end. But
Jameson bowled that one shorter. It was cut out to the square on the offside by Agarwal, and they got a single for that. Bit of chattering amongst the fielding team there. I'm not sure if they're
midfield, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're not quite happy with themselves about. Yeah, they're losing the odd run. That's the second or third misfield, and we're only into the 4th over. So
well, it's a pretty good start actually by RCB. I mean, they've lost Salt, but that's no big deal. 35 for 1, and in 3.2 overs, they're going over 10 and over. Another 6 if they can get 60 or 70 off the power play.
Hmm.
I don't know what the scores are like at the Modi Dome this year.
Here comes Jamieson, and this one is again cut square, and the fielder's not going to get there. And Agarwal, I'd say that was an even more.
It's a very nicely placed.
Yeah, if his big smash back down over the bowler's head was his sort of most powerful shot of the innings, that was the most graceful. That was a beautiful square cut and went like a rocket. The fielder had no chance. He's a good start.
2, 3, 4.
As I said, I'm rooting for Kohli here.
Like you say, I think they've had they'll be happy. As you say, the Salt's loss. If they'd lost another one in a couple of overs, they'd be worried. But in comes Jamieson again. It's another short one, and that one's missed by Agarwal. There was probably runs there. He knows it, because that wasn't a particularly threatening delivery.
Yeah. The average first inning score here this year is 219. Teams have scored more than 211 out of 16 innings. Batting sides, batting first, have won 6 of 8 matches.
Okay. So it's a good decision. Who won the toss? I didn't see.
Punjab.
Okay, they stuck them in knowing that was the record. It's interesting, isn't it? Especially in finals. And actually, when you get to finals.
But I think they don't want Kohli chasing, basically.
Yeah, here comes Jameson though. Another short delivery, missed again by Agarwal. And this is, I imagine, this is encouraging Jameson to keep banging it in short, because clearly the fuller deliveries Agarwal's been profiting off. But now he's 14 off 10 deliveries. It's 39 for 1.
You notice in a lot of competitions actually that, especially when it gets to the knockout stages, batting first is not such the disadvantage you'd expect it to be in normal circumstances. People like training, but when you actually have a knockout stage and you can actually go out, people do tend to freeze up a little bit when they're chasing if things go slightly wrong and it gets in their heads. And
well, it's that scoreboard pressure, isn't it?
Exactly. But but in a standard ODI, in a non-series, as it were, doesn't really matter.
That one, Jameson did bowl a bit fuller, and it was sort of driven out to cover a no run, and that's the end of the over. That's 4 overs down, 39 for 1. No, I know what you mean. I think particularly in a final, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's that's where the pressure can tell, and I can see why batting first can have that little bit of an advantage, even if, as you say, that there might be a history on this ground of chasing down targets. But it's interesting. So you got Andy Flower and Ricky Ponting in dugouts here. I noticed for a minute I thought Ricky Ponting just sort of again had his face slightly inflated, but it wasn't. It was Andy Flower.
I think 2 dancers now. The other one's on a drum. Like the baggy pants, parachute trousers.
Yes, that's right. I could tell actually. I was at the 2017 Women's World Cup final at Lords, England, India, and there was a Bhangra drummer in front of it. And I didn't have to look at the scoreboard for the entire game because you could tell how India were doing just by the volume of the Bhangra, because it's just absolutely instinctive. As that when England were doing better, he sort of a little diminuendo came on the drums. Anyway, here comes Omar Zai. It's a new bowler, and he's bowled full. And it's smacked out into the offside by Kohli. They'll just get a single for that.
Oh, I can't be asked to find this jingle, to be fair.
Do we change over after the power play?
I guess we do. I don't know who comes on next. Have we got anyone in the rating room? Is it just us guys?
There's 2. We've got 2 over there.
If there's someone in the waiting room, you 2 and whoever that is, I guess. I want to eat my sandwich.
Here comes Omar Zai again, and this one's more on middle, and it's pushed out to the leg side. And again, they get a single. And they're looking quite comfortable. We're just seeing a replay here of Salt's cameo before Shearsire took the catch that removed him.
It's raining here now, so I presume that it's still raining at the Oval.
Well, unless it's come from
the
might have
Well, I
passed.
think
Yeah,
the rain's
they're showing
quite
on
wide.
screen. There's rain delay. Yeah, so it's not. They're not playing.
I've got a feeling that this there's a chance. What is a damp squib of a dead rubber? The England game, it could end up maybe this was the Windies master plan all along. Turn up late, check a look at AccuWeather, and then
and decide that we're not going to get a game.
Exactly, and we'll go down the pub.
Well, they've got to get 20 overs aside, haven't they? So they've got
Yeah.
they've had 15, have they?
And
they've got 15 in that game. So
and
they
if
need
they
another
turned
5.
up half an hour earlier,
they'd have had 20.
they'd have had 20. I think they know what they're doing, you know. North London traffic.
They're going to be asked to cycle back now.
Yeah, that's fair
North
enough.
London.
On their line bikes.
Yeah. As long as it's not on one of those musical tuk-tuks, I don't mind.
Oh, fucking hell, they're annoying.
Do you know what? A friend of mine got married in London the other week, and in his wedding day, him and his wife, they hired 3 tuk-tuks for them and the parents, something. And the guys, they charged them 360 quid.
What?
To go like a mile down the road.
That's outrageous.
You have
Yeah.
musical tuk-tuks in London now?
Yeah.
Oh, on Oxford
horrifically.
Street. Yeah, they're horrific.
Yeah.
That's driven.
Yeah,
Oh, no, it's you.
Oh, no, I can. Yeah, you're welcome to do it. That was driven into the offside for a single, I think, to Kohli. He's now 11 off 7, 45 for 1. And
But are they allowed to drive everywhere?
they are.
Well,
They
yeah,
shouldn't
they
be.
are, but I mean, they're actually only up at the West End, basically.
But
Aren't they?
this might be a winning policy, would you say? To ban musical tuk-tuks?
Yeah.
I think.
Fuck me. That's
Alright,
a good one,
there
man.
you go. My other one of,
But do they have
stopping.
any in Croydon?
All over London. It's banning speakerphones on public transport is the key one. By the way, in comes Omar Zai, last ball of the over. And this one's clubbed forward of square by Kohli. Again, he's going to get a single for that. And he's looking pretty comfortable. He's moved up to 12 at the end of the 5th over. But my plan is to ban speakerphones on public transport, which the Lib Dems have now stolen from me.
Oh.
The only thing they haven't taken is the punishment, which I think, rather than a fine, it should be being forced to... Well, it was either... You can choose. Binface has 2 options. Either you could be forced to watch every episode of The One Show from the
that's
start
harsh, man.
without a break,
Oh, fuck
or you have to live with Matt Hancock for a year.
that's a hard choice.
A bit like your one night in jail for driving. I think those punishments in India
A
would
year
sort
with
it.
Matt Hancock?
That's
That's outrageous.
You're in danger of having
should-
your
that should do
proposals taken seriously.
That's
there,
exactly
John.
that. Well,
that's a worry.
Good. Here comes Vishak, new bowler. It's full. It swings
Come on,
slightly in
Endo.
the air, and it's down to mid off and no run. Am I leaving as well? What do we?
Well,
But
twin-
the power play is 6 overs, no?
So one more over. One more.
well, you're staying, John.
I'm saying I'm. Oh, good, great. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to.
Yep, John's staying. No point having him here
Okay.
if we don't beat him.
Beat me to a pulp. Use me while you got me, because I'm off relatively soon. I'm on to childcare.
Bye,
duty.
Messi.
See you, Nendo. Thank you.
Oh, that one is pushed down, backward square on the offside, and it's stopped. But that wouldn't go down as misfield because it was moving really fast, and he's getting plaudits from his teammates whoever fielded that. That was a really good little stop. That saved a certain boundary, and I think they're sharpening up in the field. They're going to need to, because without another wicket coming through, RCB are doing a good little start to the game. What do you think, Hendo?
To be honest, I haven't been watching.
Well, let me bring you up to speed. 47 for 1.
Thank you very much.
Into the 6th over. And
That could have been said probably 42 times in this series so far.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's true. And this one has been sort of pushed over the infield by Agarwal, and it was safe. It was maybe not the safest shot, and it was lofted, but they've got a single for that. He's on to 18 from 14. And this is turning into a useful little partnership for the second wicket. He sort of lobbed the infield there. I mean, he didn't mean to do it like that, but he'll be happy with it.
Yeah, didn't time it perfectly, did he? But he, get it over the infield, that's fine. Couple of runs.
Little shot there of Jamieson, who's been taken off. He obviously did okay to get the wicket, but I didn't think he looked particularly threatening. So it's interesting to see how Vishak does. Here he comes in, right arm over, and this one has been launched by Agarwal very, very high, and that was astonishing. It was bounced just inside the boundary, and it could have been taken, but it would have been an incredibly difficult running chance. And so instead, it did bounce over the ropes, and it's a boundary. I don't think you could put that down as a missed chance.
No, I don't think so. And in fact, even if he had caught it, His momentum
Yes,
was
taking him over. Well, this gets onto the Bears thing about what is the boundary, and does the boundary exist in 3D space or what? But he didn't actually reach it in any case, and instead he went clattering towards the digital advertising.
When did is this something we've missed today? The Bear carrying on about boundaries in 3D space, is it?
Well, there's going to be the new rule coming in about whether if you catch it beyond the boundary and chuck it back over, is that out or not? That's the issue. As the ball is smacked forward of square, and they're going to come for 2 quick runs there. And I think it's important for RCB to keep the run chase going, and they have done. So the run rate going. As Argyle moves on to 24.
I think it's interesting that if they're going to look at that again, because I know it brings another skill into the game. But I don't know. Maybe it's because I was a batsman. I've never felt 100% happy with that. Well,
that was the Bears' point, that if it's over the boundary in any point, it doesn't have to have touched the ground for it to be over the boundary. I think he's right. And this one comes in. It's a sort of fairly foolish delivery going down the leg side. It's clubbed towards mid-off. There's no run. That one stopped.
The Bear is wise.
The Bear is wise.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Always, he says from off camera.
Marty says, speaking of sandwiches, I've ordered both a sausage sarnie and a bacon butty. The alliteration is the most important thing. Of course,
that's right. Yeah, because it's not a sausage butty. It doesn't quite work, does it? It's like sausage sarnie.
Yeah. And Stephen Kelk says, yes, the alliteration makes the taste all the better. Well, yes. I think we need more alliteration in the messages, please. Binface for Prime Minister, says Muttley. Is Mr. Binface continuing the monster raving looting party Lord Such was epic?
Good question. Actually, well, I'm independent of those. Those guys, they got taken out with the new leader is a guy called I say new leader. He's been there ever since Such died. It's called Howling Lord Hope. He's very old, and they're kind of. There's a really interesting Guardian article on them if you Google it, and it's some journalist sort of embedded himself with them and said basically they're not very nice. They're sort of Reform Party with probably less humour. So no, I have
less humour than the Reform Party,
yes,
or less humour than you.
Both those things, I'd like to think. Anyway, here comes Chahal, a new over. And that is pushed down to a long mid-off, and they run a single there, Argawal.
I'm sorry, I missed Nigel Farage's sense of humour.
No, that's right. I think that's my point, is that the loonies are even less funny. In fact, there's a dark bit of novelty politics history, is that anyone who knows that I used to be Lord Buckethead until I had a name change might know that the monster raving loonies got into bed with the, in my view, fake Lord Buckethead and ran against me in 2019 against Boris. So they were trying to steal my votes. It was very dirty. And he comes Chahal. Yeah, this one's it's short. It was waiting to be smacked, and it was by Argahal, but it's straight down the fielder's throat. And Chahal, the bowling change has worked. 2 deliveries down, and he's got a wicket. 56 for 2.
Chahal's very good at that.
You silly little boy! What on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Oh, I did like the cut there. You know how normally they show us dancing girls going crazy when a 4 or 6 is hit or a wicket taken? This time they focus on the dancing girls at the side that had just lost the wicket, and they just look so miserable.
Very sad, downward turned lips and whatever.
And Argawal's going to be upset about that because he got a lot of it, but he could have got more. And after all that work he'd done after 6 overs, fantastic batting to get out like that is going to feel. I mean, it is a huge boundary down there. But even so, I think he's going to feel, he's shaking his head as he goes off. That's a missed opportunity for a big one.
Well, he's got 24 off 18, and Phil Salt, although the Bear was calling it a failure, got 16 off 9. I think it's a little bit of a moot point. I mean, 16 off 9 can be very useful, or 24 off 18 can be very useful.
As long as it's part of a package, it can be. But if you're exposing your middle order to I think this is it's a decent first 10 overs, but it's now 8.84.
Yeah. I also think that if you're doing it in the power play and you're having a short innings, you need to get a run rate of pretty much 200, given the way in which the IPL has changed so much over the last few years.
In comes Chahal. That one was middle stump and is sort of patted down to mid on by Patidar for his first run, straight off the mark.
So 40 off 20 is fine, 30 off 20 isn't, for mine.
Well, yeah, and later in the innings, especially something like a 16 off 9 is very good.
In comes Charwell again, and right arm over the wicket, and that is clubbed towards sort of square on the offside, and they run 2 quick singles there. So it's Kohli gets another couple of runs.
I mean, the other thing you have to say is that Kohli hasn't really got going yet. I mean, he's only faced 12 balls out of 36.
Yeah.
So, he might be able to put his foot down.
But if he goes, then
true.
things start to look different. As Chahal comes again, and this one is just pushed out towards square leg, and they trot a single.
Well, I mean, Virat Kohli must know every trick in the book that Yuzvendra Chahal has got. I've seen a lot of him over the years and played in teams with him,
but not
against him in nets.
But not in finals. Clearly, these two teams haven't been in an IPL final before. In comes Chahal again. And Patidar waits. It's on the middle stump and is again just nudged, nurdled out just towards the ring, and they basically walk a single there. No urgency. 61 for 2 at the end of the over.
Muttley says, Windy Fanatic says 75 will be an okay power play score. Run rate not impressive. Sudo says, I'm so confused. I'm not sure whether it's by the fact that we're trying to cover 2 matches or by the fact that we're trying to cover several different versions of slightly lunatic political candidates.
It's all the same. It's all the same. I see Muttley says here Mr. Such had some absolute bangers. People forget Screaming Lord Such wasn't just a politician, he was actually a musician as well. My dad once played in a band with Screaming Lord Such.
And what was your dad's name?
He was John Harvey, but he's not. No one knows who he was.
That's a bit disappointing.
Yeah,
he didn't
have any. It could be Jolly John. I don't know.
Jolly John.
But he was a drummer, so he played with Sachi. In comes Vishak now, new over and right arm over, and this is very nicely, sort of gracefully, glanced backwards of square on the offside by Patidar for 4 excellent runs.
I reckon that what politics is lacking these days is screaming Peter Such.
I think you mean more like coughing Peter Such. I mean, he's had that awful sort of preamble before he bowled the ball, where he looked ill after he was our equivalent to Warney in '93, wasn't he? In comes the next ball is a dot ball as the bowler feels off his own delivery there.
Maybe that's why he would be screaming.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Honestly, Peter Such was my first example. I remember that '93 series. Like, who's our great English hope to counter Shane? Oh my God! Well, it's all arms and everything. It's wheeling and everything. Bring back Tuffers, for goodness' sake.
He did get a 6 for against somebody.
Early on, he did.
Yeah.
But and then it all. I think the Aussies worked him out. In comes Vishak after that dot ball. And Patidar waits. Vishak's up, and that one is again leg glanced for a single down to a backward square.
I take it, John, that you are very much a campaigner for truth in politics. So
I'd like to think so.
I wonder whether the truth of this message is questionable. Muttley says Buckethead is prolific in music releases, over 200-300 albums.
That's the third of the Bucketheads, who is simply not Lord Buckethead. This one has not been ennobled. He's played with Guns N' Roses, I believe. Whereas a sort of upturned KFC bucket as his head. How do you not know this stuff, guys? Come on.
I was going to say that's pretty much like every Australian cricket supporter, isn't it?
KFC have made the best of it. Vishak's in, and that one is again pushed to square. They're enjoying a lot of runs square of the wicket here in this innings so far. Patidar just gets a single for that one. He's now moved on to. Is the scoreboard correct? Is that saying 7 or 5? I think it might be 8, but no, it's still.
No, I
7.
think that was Kohli got that single, wasn't it?
Was it Kohli? So fine. So Patidar's back on strike. They've moved on, and so that's 6 off the over so far. Vishak bowling quite well, I think here. So Buckethead. That Buckethead is different to Lord Buckethead, who is different to me now. But I was Lord Buckethead in 2017. What's so hard to understand? Come on, guys, keep up.
Talk about identity crises.
Here comes Vishak, and that one, it was on the off stump, but it was sort of dribbled down by Patidar, down, then off his boot, and ended up into the sort of cover region, and they run a single.
Punjab are very much keeping this under control at the moment, aren't they?
Yes, it's not been an electric power play, has it?
No.
68 for 2, nearly off the 8th over. Ponting's looking, very wistful there.
Ricky, our man. Where was he? Was at Delhi for a long while, wasn't he? As coach. He's now at RCB. Is that right?
No, he's at PC.
Here comes Vishak. That one's shorter, but he's not fast, so that one is easily sort of lopped onto the sort of square leg. Down very safely. It's along the ground. Again, they get a single. It's 69 for 2 at the end of the over, and we're just having a look back at the oval, and indeed they're bringing more covers on rather than taking off. I don't know what. Oh, it looks like they are.
I think they're just.
Are they actually taking that one off? It looks. I think so. They're bringing more on, but whatever they're doing it slowly.
And there's a lot of very wet covers still sitting there, aren't there?
Yes, I mean we are not going to see play there imminently. At least an hour, I would think. So the IPL. Whether the some kind of cloud busting technology has deliberately forced guerrilla cricket onto the IPL.
Well, that's what Sudahu says. It's a sneaky way of forcing me to watch the IPL.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they've just taken one of the sheets out towards the boundary edge to try and run off some of that rain water.
It's very old school, that, isn't it?
It is a bit, isn't it?
As Chahal comes in, starting you over at the IPL final, and that is smashed back to the bowler by Kohli, but he's not going to get any runs for that, as powerful as it was. I mean, why is it that other grounds have never... Lords seems to have got some kind of monopoly on the super sopper. And is this because you can get it in there? The other grounds don't have the sort of width of entry to get in that kind of...
I don't know whether does Lords have that, but I will...
Here comes Chahal again, by the way, and that one again is smacked by Kohli, but this time to the leg side, and they get at least... Is it single for that? Yes, it's a single.
Yeah. But the other thing that struck me looking at those pictures from the Oval is that it's very much the Australian way of doing things, of just putting covers right down. There's no... curved thing over the pitch like you...
Yeah, there is over the pitch. Over the pitch itself.
I must have missed that.
Yes, over the pitch.
I didn't see that either. But also the run-ups haven't been covered, which is very surprising to me. In comes Chahal again, and this one's lofted, and he's got plenty of that. That's gone way over the advertising hoardings. Patty Does got 6. And I think, is that Chahal's first 6? Again, makes me very angry when the pictures describe that as a maximum rather than a 6.
It's a smaximum.
Exactly.
That's what we...
I think Muttley's downplaying your dad's achievements. He says everybody who was somebody played with such... Many famous musicians were in his backing.
Yeah, many famous musicians and my dad. So, that's good. Chahal, this one's down to the leg side, and he's absolutely smacked to square leg. The fielder nearly careers out of the boundary while he's got hold of the ball, but he manages to wheel it back in. I think they get 2 for that. And run rate's up to 978 for 2.
Where is this being played, by the way? Do we know?
It's Ahmedabad, I think.
Yeah, it's at the Modi Dome.
It's the Modi Dome, right.
Yeah, it's a crowd of 190 million.
Yeah, I believe so.
Is it a sellout?
It looks fairly full, but they would make it look that way, wouldn't they?
I suppose.
In comes Chahal again, and this one's just dabbed down towards mid-off. They just take a single there. And they're sort of nursing their way to past that sort of 75, up to 79 for 2. And... if they can get somewhere in the region of 85 to 90 off the first 10, they're going to be relatively happy with that for the loss of 2, I think.
Well, absolutely. I mean, if you get to 10 overs with 2 down, I mean, you've got, potentially you've got 6 or 7 wickets in hand, haven't you? I know technically you've got 8, but, you've got...
Yes, and Chahal comes in, last ball of the over, that's sort of paddled down again into exactly the same place, mid-off, and they just take another single. It's like a sort of video game there. Different batsmen, but precisely the same shot, like they press the B button. And they'll take the single. And there we go.
And the strategic... the Patreon timeout.
Oh, a Patreon timeout. Is that what you're saying? Do you mean that we should...
yes.
We should do one of these? I think we should.
Oh, there's lots of opportunities to support the Gorillas. Patreon or buy some merch. and enter the GPL. We've got the comms, you got the ears. Give us lots of money. No Michael Vaughan and no KP. You can spare us some money. Go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Choose either $2, $5, or $10 per month to keep us going. You know it's a bargain.
There you go.
And we've got the additional option now of $20 a month if you should so choose.
Is that right?
Yeah.
We need to update the jingle.
And we now have, as a result of, no doubt of that, a super chat from Ravi Natarajan.
One of these, you mean?
Yeah.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Ravi has very kindly sent us $5. He says, "You guys are champs. Thank you for taking on the IPL during the rain delay. It's our pleasure, Ravi. We get to chat with you and with each other, and we all have fun."
By the way, Martley says he meant to compliment me, and I do take it as a compliment. Thank you very much about the famous musician. In fact, if Martley's he's listed some of these musicians.
Oh, yes. Keith Moon, Jeff Beck, Jimmy Page, Richie Blackmore, Rob Gibbons, Charlie Watts, John Bonham, Noel Redding, Mitch Mitchell, and Nicky Hopkins, and John's dad.
John's dad. In fine company.
Yeah.
Jeff Beck, actually, obviously late Jeff Beck, was a resident of the village I live in Wadhurst. He was the most famous citizen of that part of the world.
I think I might have seen Jeff Beck. Not that I'm a fan of his, but I think a friend of mine is. And we went... Would he have been at the Albert Hall on one
Yes,
occasion?
he's played a lot there, yeah.
He's died, has he?
Yeah, a couple of years ago now, I think. But
how did I miss that?
Yeah, no, he did. But he was a brilliant guitarist. It's always an artist, maybe more than a sort of rocker, because he was sort of always that slightly more esoteric.
A guitarist.
A guitarist. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I read the other day that there's a word for that sort of word where you combine two things.
There is.
What's it called? What is the?
Well, do you mean a portmanteau?
Yes.
Maybe it's
That's
that.
the word.
I'm hearing that an awful lot because I'm producing a radio show for the BBC, a rival network to Gorilla Cricket.
God.
That's on today. If you if these matches are over or you want a little bit of a catch it on BBC Sounds, don't leave Gorilla. But it's called Unspeakable, and it's Phil Wang and Susie Dent doing a sort of panel show where celebrities invent new words, and most of those are portmanteaus.
I may have heard one episode of that.
The best word someone's come up with so far, which is actually an audience member, was ego dust, which is the clean that you do before your cleaner turns up to clean your house.
That's an excellent word.
Because you're so embarrassed.
Yes, brilliant.
Yeah.
On which note, Omar's Eye comes in. It's a new over after the timeout. It's short. It's smacked away very comfortably by Kohli, and they'll just get a single for that.
So would cockwomble be a portmanteau?
Yeah, I suppose so. It's just a compound word, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think
so what's the
portmanteaus-
difference between a compound word and a portmanteau then?
I suppose that yeah, a good question. I suppose that portmanteau is often something when you might it's slightly more hybrid. So, for example, a punami, for example, it already sounds like the other word, and you're just changing a letter or so. It might be slightly more subtle. Maybe I'm wrong. As that's a dot ball. The Patidar tried to get something on that, but missed it, and Omazai gets a valuable dot. But so, for example, punami is something which a child might do when they're sort of in their nappy, but our 3-year-old does much bigger things than that, so we had to invent Kakatoa to describe what he is capable of.
Didn't
you aren't married to Susie Dent, are you?
No, I not quite. But she's I am a huge fan of her. She's amazing. That one is another short ball from Omar Zai, and it's sort of brought from the offside across to the leg side backward of square by Patidar, I think, for another single.
I particularly enjoy the way in which she holds her own with Jimmy Carr.
She's a legend. Well. So I think Susie Dent is a national treasure. I mean, she's absolutely fantastic. She's a walking encyclopedia.
Yeah.
It's a real pleasure to work with her. She's brilliant.
She's had a novel out fairly recently.
Yes, she's
based around someone.
It's a crime novel. As Omar Zai comes in. Now that one is a very modern shot by Kohli, who's guided it behind the wicket-keeper, up in the air, but totally in control, and that's a 4.
Yeah, that was a really good shot, actually, wasn't it?
It's the best of Kohli.
He needs something, though. He needs to get a move on, frankly.
Yeah, it needs a bit of momentum, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, we have another super chat coming our way.
Unbelievable stuff. What's going on?
And it's another ball by Omar Zai, but that one is... oh, no, yes, it is. It's another single there for Patidar. Oh, Kohli, I should say. And it's 87 for 2. We're nearly at the end of the 9th.
Nearly at the end of the 10th.
Sorry, nearly at the end of the 10th. Yes,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
It's going quickly.
One of these then. I'm going to do it again because I prefer this one.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
That's very appropriate because Chris Acquire has given us £2 for the Patreon jingle and Mog's super chat jingle. Excellent. Thank you very much, Chris. I hope to catch up with you sometime soon.
And there it is, 10 overs, isn't it? 87 for 2, so 8.7. It's not massively impressive, but it's a foundation, isn't it? It's a decent enough foundation.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen how players can, they can really go big. If someone gets that little bit of impetus.
We've got word on the ODI. We'll restart in 30 minutes at 4:20.
Oh, yeah, restart 4:20. There we go.
And Jeff Perkins says, is John's dad famous in his own right or just for being John's dad?
That's very kind. For neither of those reasons. No, he's no longer of the earthly parish, I'm afraid to say. But yeah, no, he never quite made. He was very talented, but sort of drank it all away. Sad. But much missed dad. In comes Jamieson. That's off to the leg side. It's very innocuous sort of. What would you say? A sort of warmer upper for Jamieson, which as a single, he knows that was a loosener, and he's sort of embarrassed. He's laughing about it. I think he knows that was how do we say shite.
Well, at this stage of the game, any ball that goes for 1 or less is okay.
That's true. But, if you bowl like that for the rest of the over, I don't think it is going to go for a single. Both these batsmen are pretty set. Patidar 18 from 12. Kohli's sort of nudged, as you say, sort of up to 28, but with not much ceremony. In comes Jamieson, lumbers up, and that is a short ball again, and that is beautifully played by Patidar. He's sort of done the Kohli trick, but there was a fielder able to take it this time, so it's not a boundary, but useful runs. I think so. They managed to get 2 there.
I was a little bit worried there for him. I thought maybe he had got underneath it too much.
I think he knew what he was doing. The fielder was a long way away from much wider than he knew where he was taking it. That was on the bounce.
There's definitely not a lot of pace in this pitch.
No, but he's also taking pace off. That was a leg cutter, really, wasn't it? A slower leg, mid-pitch leg cutter, really.
But back, he's 113 kph. Yeah. He's very much taking pace of the ball. But it's not really working for him. Here comes Jamieson again, and that one's fuller. And Patidar goes down the ground this time, and he's got all of that and then some. That's a big 6.
Yeah, that's a biggie.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 6.
And yes, well, this is all very well Jamieson getting a single off the first, but we've since had a 2 and a 6. So Patidar, he's sort of I think relishing this kind of bowling. Jamieson needs to do something here, or his return to the attack might be short-lived. He's sort of grimacing a wry smile there.
But if you're bowling that sort of pace and you're putting it in the slot like you did there,
Yeah, what's going to happen? So here he goes again. That was a real cutter. He really rolled his arm over the top of that. And Patidar missed it. So that's a sort of victory for the bowler that time.
I reckon Shane Warne would have bowled faster than that one. 113.
Yeah, I mean 111, 112 and 113 in this over as well. In fact, 114, 113, 111 and 113. What would Jamieson normally bowl at? What, 125?
Yes, he's already been bowling at that. Yeah. So he's clearly bowling differently, but it's and this is what I don't like to see in a way, when you feel faster bowlers What's the point of cricket when the fast bowlers have to bowl like spinners? It's it's boring. Here comes Jameson again. That one, that's a beautiful full delivery, and Yorker, it is LBW. And Patty Dunn knows he's missed it. He's walking straight off. He's not even reviewing that. And that is Jamieson's redeemed himself, I think, there after a bit of a nondescript over. He's laughing about it, and well, he might. That's credit to the captain for bringing him back now.
Absolutely.
96 for 3. That is as plumb as you can get.
Yeah. It's very full indeed, wasn't it? It was Yorker length, and if you try to hit across the line of a Yorker length ball, you're going to be in trouble, aren't you? I would like to see what speed that was. I think it was a bit quicker.
Not much.
But very much fuller and very much straighter.
Yeah. Suda, who sums up what I think is a lot of people's view of the IPL, just says, shit cricket is better than no cricket.
Well, there we go.
But the trouble is, if you get shit cricket the whole time at the expense of of the good cricket, that is when I kind of lose the will to live to a certain extent.
I suppose the acid test would be if there's another game on, if there's a county match being shown on Sky Sports 29 or whatever. We could give them a taste of that, and then everyone get a sense of what's the better cricket out there. But I
think the problem with when you're watching county cricket, especially on one of the streams, I'll break off.
Yeah, Jamieson's in again, the wicket taker. Here he goes. First ball for Livingston, the Bears' great friend, and it's pushed down to a sort of deepish mid-on, and they're going to get a single. So Livingston straight off the mark, well, it's the end of the over.
You almost feel like the men left out by England are sort of snubbing their noses at the management, saying, look, we're playing in an IPL final.
Yeah, and getting paid a fuck of a sight more than anybody playing at the Oval today. Mutley says, I discovered such through reading up as a huge Deep Purple fan. I think John Lord also played with him. Out of the big three who played in the Yardbirds, Beck was my favourite over Page and Clapton. Listening to him, I hear how he probably influenced the likes of Satriani.
I just realised we're having a bit of a Such off here. We've got Screaming Lord Such, Peter Such. Are there any other great Suches we should be knowing about today?
That's a good question, isn't it? It's not a terribly common name, is it?
Charhal's in, and he bowls that as a full toss, and Livingston easily dispatches that down to deep mid off for a single.
Ned Kelly sort of encapsulated it for all of them, said Such is life.
You've got to speak into the...
Ned Kelly, of course, encapsulated all of them when he said such is life.
Did he mean Peter Such is life? That's what he was prophesying the arrival of Peter Such.
There were his last words as he was hanged.
Yes. In comes Chahal again. That's on middle stump, and Kohli pushes that out to mid-off. It's another single. And 99 for 3, so we're probably going to get the 100 up in the 12th.
I think if they keep chipping it away and getting wickets, that's going to slow them down, you would think.
Just seeing the wicket speed, you're absolutely right. It's 132, so he put on an extra 16 Ks for that.
Yeah.
Chahal, again, this one's more out, floated out beyond off stump, and it's, again, just a single to the offside. These two are just nudging and nurdling at the start of this over as they rebuild the innings after the wicket.
It sort of almost exemplifies the arse-about-tit way of playing cricket now, so that the quicker bowler is his surprise delivery is the quicker one.
Yes, exactly. Fuck me, he's bowled a fast one. Yeah, exactly. Yes, you're absolutely right. Here in he comes again, Chahal, and Kohli goes straight to cover, and no run there. He'll be thinking he missed out there. Chahal looks quite innocuous. I need to say Kohli knows him well. I think Kohli's sort of person who would thinking any ball he's not scoring off is a missed opportunity here. This time he goes again into the leg side. There are two fielders out there, and they're running for two quick ones. It could be run out, but no, it's a very poor piece of fielding. Livingston was in trouble
and
there.
Camera work.
Yeah, absolutely. Poor work all round.
Decent work by Livingston by throwing himself on the bonfire of Virat Kohli in a sense. It was like, I can't say no, I've got to go. And
it was Livingston who wanted the second, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, to be fair to Kohli.
and a good throw would have tested him. In comes Chahal again. That's short, and it's on the offside. Kohli smacks it out into the deep on the offside. It's a single, but there's nothing threatening from Chahal in this over. But it's only 6 from it, so it's a victory of sorts.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, there's not a lot of pace in this pitch, and the batsmen are really having to make the work with their shots. I mean, they're not getting anything easy to just flick on its way or pick up. And I think maybe 160, 170 might be a competitive score.
I think you're right.
And I think sorry, go on.
Kieran Roseblade says he just tuned back in after taking the car for the MOT. How did Kohli start playing for the West Indies? Well, he's retired from Test cricket. He's now for sale, so he'll play for anybody.
That's a good idea, though, isn't it? If people do retire from one country,
have they retired from the game? Can they be bought?
Exactly.
Peter Such could play for the West Indies. It's not impossible. But I wonder whether teams could get collectively gun shy. They've watched Salt and Paditar hole out.
Yep.
Because the ball is obviously sticking in the pitch, and it might sort of slightly put them off lofting them too early innings because they don't want to suffer the same fate, and so maybe that does start to stifle the overall run rate.
Well, I think also when you get out there as a batsman, you can tell whether there's just not the normal pace in the pitch that you would like.
Vishak, that one's fetched from outside off stump by Kohli, sort of baseball batted down to deep mid off there for a single. Again, it looks like they're trying to sort of fetch the ball. I think, this is going to be a tricky one to post a really big score on.
Yeah, especially if they keep bowling it into the wicket, not giving them
cramp them for for room. It's I think this is very much still in the balance. Here comes Vishak again. Again, the pace off the ball. Livingston drives it out for a single.
I mean, what Livingston does have that is that brute force at times that might be what is required here. So if he can stay in for a little while, he might be effective. But I'm not sure how many times he's been effective in the IPL. He has got a couple of half centuries. I think he's got one in this tournament.
Yes, we're just seeing some statistics there on just how Jamieson set up Patidar with 4 slower balls before the 2 fast ones to get rid of him. So that was good bowling. Vishak clubs a short ball into the pitch there. Kohli gets a single for that down to the leg side. That's saying the deep mid on is seeing a lot of the ball. It'd be interesting to see when Livingston does go big.
I'm finding this refreshing that it's not a smash-a-thon, to be honest. I think this is much more interesting in many ways.
Well, in some ways it is, but I'm with John on this. Part of what I dislike sometimes about T20 is that what I've always been brought up to believe is bad bowling is actually effective bowling.
Yes, exactly.
That it's not just that one. I'll come back to it after this ball.
Yes, in comes Vishak again. He's got a long run up with not much pace, and that is a horrible ball down the leg side and a big wide, and not what he needed at this point in the game. So carry on.
And I suppose you can argue that from a bowler's perspective, a fielding team's perspective, you in a game that is so dominated by the bat, you've got to find any sort of way that you can to one, slow the scoring rate, 2, get wickets. And it's when you get the bowling of the ball just in or around about the guidance line for a wide, deliberately pushed out there.
Vishak just bowled a short one again. He's bowling noticeably short in this over. Maybe again trying to cramp Livingston. He gets a single for that. Yes, it's funny. The Bear was saying the T20 is a batter's game, and so therefore you're getting the worst of all worlds in this format. If you've got a T20 game, which is a sort of a horribly nudgy, nerdly sort of fixture, it's not really helping anyone because it's not as if it's not as if the bowlers are running riot either. It's just a kind of.
It'll be interesting to see how Hazelwood performs on this wicket, actually.
Yes, well, it's strange. Yeah, absolutely.
But when you push it wide, and I'll come back to that.
Yeah, so Vishak, again, with his long run-up for not much purchase, and Kohli's having nothing to do with that, and is no run.
Was it given as
No, it's a wide.
It was
Oh, is it
given as
wide? Oh,
yeah,
the leg side square leg umpire wasn't just sort of almost giving a dead ball sign to that.
No, he was giving a sign to the other umpire.
Fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, batsmen generally speaking, they like a bit of width. But when you're bowling, if you start bowling slightly slower balls, and you're pushing it on that guidance line, of course you can get it wrong and it can be a wide. But that often means that the batsman is having to stretch for it, and he'll toe end it. So you are taking the middle of the bat out of the equation, but it looks so ugly to me. The aesthetic of it is.
I agree with you. Look at it. So the last 15 balls, there are 21 runs, 1 wicket. It's not electrifying on any sense. And he comes again, and that's sort of towards middle stump and pushed out by Kohli for another single. He's up to 35 of 29. But there's going to be no final century here by Kohli. In fact, I would say unlike if he's the only one, he would get one. But he's not exactly set a platform for himself. He'd have to go at some to get that.
Oh, he would absolutely.
So it's probably a half century at most. And so, there's no fireworks.
Well, I mean, Kohli is the kind of, I feel, is the kind of player that, it's traducing him. But you almost feel as if at times there's a sense of him almost enjoying wickets at the other end.
Potentially, as Vishak bowls full of that time. That's out to deep mid-off, and it's just a single, and that's going to be the end of the 13th.
If RCB end up with 6 or 7 wickets down for 160, 170, and he's got 68 not out, it looks like quite a good innings in the context of it. But then you have to argue, is that because he wasn't, hitting more firmly earlier on? And that's a sort of criticism that's made of certain batsmen, even Joe Root sometimes, someone like Jonathan Trott, who actually had a really good one-day record in terms of average and runs scored. But sometimes you feel like Kohli on his day, with a little bit of pace on the ball, he can be incredibly destructive. But when it is a little bit like this, and it's a little bit slower, then he ends up playing in that way. I mean, look at Joe Root on Sunday. It was a great innings, but he really he came into his own once he'd got 100. I mean, he I think I was saying to I'm not sure who it was who was in, but he was right in the zone at that point, and he'd gone up a level. The level of his timing, the relaxation in his shot. The big shots. Sometimes shots, those big shots down the ground that you don't really associate with Joe Root. I mean, he was just playing them with complete disdain and ease. And I think players who are Kohli is a big man for Test cricket and always been a big fan of Test cricket, and I think those players who are slightly more orthodox or have been brought up on the more orthodox game, aren't necessarily the most destructive right at the end of these sort of games.
Some clarification in response to some questions about the ODI. It's been raining at the Oval, but we're resuming there in 13 minutes. It will be 40 overs a side. So that West Indies have so far batted for 15 overs. So that will actually suit them, because I don't know their chances of batting for another 35 overs were very high.
Yes, quite.
Marty says, according to Wikipedia, there are 6 famous people with the surname such, including 2 economists, 2 archdeacons, and Mr. Screaming. The other is a football player.
So not Peter.
Apparently
he doesn't
not.
get into... the Archbishop, or Archdeacon, did you say?
Yeah.
It's beaten Peter Such. That's harsh, isn't it?
Yeah. Kieran Roseblade says, what, an IPL that isn't a road and a boundary longer than 30 metres? Is it even the IPL? Livingston has as much chance of finding his form as his great-great-granddad did at finding the source of the Nile. And Farong says play will resume 20 minutes.
I looked for a second like the dancers there on the screen had a big white cut. I thought they'd bring the covers on. But it was something more ceremonial than that. That would be more fun.
Oh, good. It looks like we had the Indian equivalent of the Red Arrows as well.
Yes.
Over the top of the stadium. And a bunch of helicopters.
The red arrows. You see, they're the green, gold, and
yeah. I mean, I know it's obviously done in the
red arrows are in Brixham at the moment. I'm reliably
they're in Brixham.
told. Yeah.
Well, did you see that on my very birthday their flight path to over Buck Powell.
Speaking of flight path, Charhal lofts one that's way out to the offside, and Livingston gets all of that. That's his first time opening his arms, and he gets a 6.
Yeah.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
Those people don't know. My birthday was on May the 5th, and which was the VE celebrations, the bank holiday.
Birthday super chats.
But also, I discovered the night before, I just happened to be reading something. Someone put on a local group on Facebook that the path was taking them over. I think it was Epsom, Stoneleigh, and then over Wimbledon on their way down to the to the King, and they were due to go past Wimbledon, where I live.
Char holding in quickly, and Livingston this time along the ground to again sort of a wide mid-off for a single.
At exactly 1:50 p.m, which is the very time that I was born.
Ah,
isn't it was almost like they did it for me, especially. Some people think it was for King Charles, but I think
who cares about him?
Yeah.
King Hendo.
King Hendo.
Yes. I should say in my bedroom window in Croydon, when growing up, the Red Arrows would often all their big flight paths. But I was on their flight path, so I get to see them a lot. As Charhol bowls again, and Kohli this time swipes it out to the corner boundary. I think it's for 4.
Yeah, the slog sweep.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Who does it help to know that there have been 2,234
Nobody.
in this tournament?
I want to know, what is the point of the Red Arrows? How many planes have they shot down?
I think they're actually those are Hawk training jets. Just Charhal bowls this one on middle, so it moves away, and Kohli manages that very nicely. Just for a single. I mean, they are probably more threatening than anything else in the Air Force at the moment, just because they work. But they are very old, and they're going to be retired quite soon. They're actually talking about what the RAF does to replace the Red Arrows, because I'm not sure they're going to be airworthy for that much more time. And
they're their main PR tool, aren't they?
Yes, indeed. As Charles comes in again, and that one is driven gently down to deep mid-off by Livingston. But there's a darker side to the Red Arrows, because there's some stories come out about horrible bullying culture, and it's
really?
As you might imagine, from sort of Top Gun for British twat aviators. It's I think it attracts maybe the wrong kind of pilot, and but these are also the jets that we've sold to a lot of people. Charhal bowls into Kohli there, who pushes another single out to that deep mid off. Yeah, the years ago, that whole East Timor controversy. Britain sold Hawk jets to Indonesia, which were then they're only training jets if you don't put fucking missiles on them, and then they become actual jets, fighter jets.
I can't help thinking that I'm sure there is that sort of you kind of have to have that arrogance and confidence, don't you, to be sort of flying wingtip to wingtip at whatever ridiculous speeds they go at.
Exactly.
I mean, I really don't understand how they do it, because I don't know. You know how you're on a plane and you get turbulence and you can drop 100 feet or whatever. I mean, how come these never...
Omar's, I just briefly to cut you off there, Hendo, just bowls it short. There's some cricket going on. And not that we care, it's the IPL, but there's a single there down to deep, what would that be? Deep mid-wicket.
Deep mid-wicket, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm not an aviator, but I would, if anyone is clever enough to know why that happens. Yes, Bear? At low levels.
They are low flying. So but
you get wind, don't you? If you're coming into land, you can still pick up. What about
the Bear is proving that not only is he an audio engineer, he's an aeronautical engineer.
Absolutely.
As well.
Wind, air and wind, airways, wind waves. It's the same.
I don't buy that, because you can get close to the ground. You can get what do they call it? the downdrafts that they took. I can't think what the word is.
Downdrafts.
Downfalls.
No, it's not, there's a technical term.
Omar Zobo's a hideous wide out on the offside there. If that's not going to be, I mean, why are you thinking that the umpire is not signalling that, which is
what
peculiar. He's going to have to.
The batter must have been slightly outside of his off stump when the ball was delivered.
Possibly.
Even so, it was an awfully long way.
It was. It was sort of off the cut strip almost. That.
Yeah, I need to make an announcement in relation to messages that are coming through. Some related to the ODI and suggestions as to who should bowl when it comes back on. I'll just read what I've written. I said I refuse to read any message suggesting Duckett bowl unless a super chat is involved. Am I clear?
Fair enough.
It's pissing down with rain here in Lewisham.
Well, that's all right. I don't mind it. It can piss down here as long as it clears up at the Oval.
The bear is closing the windows. That's how bad it is.
Oh, I didn't know those windows closed. We were talking about that the other night. We thought they had to stay open for, I don't know what reason, but to just keep the place from sort of steaming up, I think.
Mind the windows is a phrase that's been used a lot in cricket, isn't it? Omar Zai bowls a shorter ball that Kohli smacks out again towards that deep mid-wicket, and it's another single.
I'm getting really annoyed. You know how when you just cannot think of the word that you're after? What is it? You know, it can literally slam aircraft into the ground. I mean, it has done. I mean, I know now that they've got technology that helps to warn them about that. But yeah, what is it?
Omar Zai in again, by the way. It's a very short ball there, and that again is going to be a wide.
I'm kind of relieved that you can't think of the word, Hendo. Every time I can't remember a word that I want, I convince myself that it's the first step towards dementia.
There is a word for that phenomenon of things being on the tip of your tongue, but I just
portmanteau. No, obviously not.
The word I like relating to loss of memory is when you dyskinesia, which is when you get somewhere and can't remember why you went there in the first place.
Yes. There's another one called, I think, resistentialism, which is the feeling that inanimate objects are out to get you. If you sort of stub your toe on something, or hit your crotch on a table, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, I do respond to that quite often and get very, very angry with the corner of a table.
Yeah.
It's the hurt, isn't it, that makes you angry?
Oh, but you can feel if it happens more than once in a day, you can feel like there's
they're out to get you.
They're out to get you, yeah. And this ball has gone way up into the air. The bowler's coming to catch himself, and he's taken it. That is a fantastic catch to get rid of your main man. Omar Zai has got rid of Kohli for 43.
That is a really, really good catch. I mean, I suppose you'd argue that a lot of bowlers are good at taking catches off their own bowling. And that's a pretty good wicket to get at this stage.
I think it is.
Especially after the 7th delivery of the over.
Well, then there's still one to go. 2 wides and 3 singles.
It wasn't a great ball.
It was another of those ones, though, that it's dug into the pitch with a bit of cut on it. And, he's really stressing for that over his shoulder, isn't he? Great effort. Really good effort. Well, I'm afraid it's one of these.
And the covers are off at the Oval.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Baird, do you want to see if there's anyone like David threatening to come in? Nobody there. Okay, well, I think it's probably...
What's your situation, John?
I'm going to have to head.
No.
Yeah, sadly.
That's a real shame.
I've been enjoying this.
You've got to go before we've discovered what the downdraft is.
Well, someone, who is it? Kieran has suggested it's gravity, which is fair enough.
No, it's
nicely done, Kieran.
No, it's about when aircraft are coming into land, and then there could be a sudden downdraft.
A shear.
Wind shear.
There we go.
There you go. Thank you for that. Right, okay, well, I'll take over on ball by ball then. Are you going to have to go absolutely immediately?
Pretty much, yeah. I'll have to go back for childcare. My 3-year-old, who is getting into cricket in a big... I showed him a bit of England-Australia the other day, and I said Ponting came and said, he's the baddie. And now whenever he sees cricket, he goes, are they the naughty ones?
The ones in yellow.
Well,
the ones in
appropriately enough, it's been pointed out by Adam McNewman that we are 8 days away from South Africa versus Australia,
We are.
ICC World Championship final at Lords, which we will be covering every ball of.
Assuming the rain stays away, which you just never know.
Well, it better. I'm going to be at day 1, and then in the studio for days 3, 4, and 5.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, 2, 3, and 4.
I think there's only about 2 or 3 tests that have ever been completely washed out. But imagine you come all the way from Australia to play a test match.
The world final, and
Yeah.
you can see it happening. No, England are back. I'm going to let you deal with this, but Adil, my man, Adil is into the attack straight away. And
Yes, we were talking about whether he was going to get a go, and immediately he has.
It's like the
on
gods
resumption.
intervened.
It is, because they said,
So
why aren't you bowling Rashid?
You can go off for 40
Go
minutes
off.
and think about it.
He bowls a googly to the left-handed Rutherford, who tickles that away to square leg. They hurry through for a single. West Indies 84 for 3 off 15.2 overs. They have 40 overs in which to bat. Now, because of what's happened and the way that the overs have been reduced, I am presuming, as Rashid is in again, tossing that up, and lovely delivery, and Carty plays at that, is beaten by the turn.
And the flight, I would say.
Oh, well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's just Rashid at his best. And Rashid is in again. But I'm presuming slip is there. Oh, that's not so good. It was a googly, but it was very short, and he's got away with it. It's one of those. It's not really got any pace on it. So,
But it's taken Carty off strike, hasn't it? After a great delivery in the
yeah.
precious releases, he'll be annoyed about that.
And I think actually Rashid does bowl quite well to left-handers. He still bowls, a number of googlies, and often find left-handers that see to him if there is turn out there. So he's into Rutherford, and Rutherford gets a foolish ball, which he manages to ease up through mid-on for a single. Yeah, but with the delay that there's been and the reduction to 40 overs, when England come to reply to whatever total it is, they might actually have to get more than the total, mightn't they?
Yes, that's very likely.
Yeah. On Duckworth-Lewis, in comes Rashid, bowls to Carty, back at the striker's end, and he tucks this away to Jacks, I think that is, or is it Sakib? And they take a single, 87 for 3 after 16 overs. Rutherford 35, Carty 26.
And on that note, I am going to have to leave you.
Thank
it's
you
been
very
a
much,
pleasure,
John.
guys. Thanks for having me.
Hope to have you back soon.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah,
Well,
have a good rest of your game.
We will do our best.
Cool. I'll let the bear come in.
Yes, so Stephen Kelk says Messi is not angry with the Duckett fan club, he's just disappointed in us. Which is just probably true.
What's happened to all the...
says, but they... Oh, sorry.
No, that wasn't live, that was a replay.
They played one of... Oh, yeah.
Come back to that,
All
Messi.
over.
This is Will Jacks continuing. He had bowled one over before the interruption for 3 runs. This is defended to extra cover. Oh,
yeah,
you're trying to get rid of my... You want me to take my...
Straight across the road.
My pillow as they come back for 2. This has worked out to Rashid at deep square leg, 89 for 3.
Oh, it's actually Mark Zip who came up with wind shear before I said it. Although I hadn't read it, I obviously channeled it.
Round the wicket to Carty, who plays a kind of a cut drive out to deep cover, and they take a single.
Wind shear is highly unlikely to affect a fighter jet in the same way that you see when you watch landing jets at wherever, because A, they're coming into land, so they're slowing down a lot, and they're fucking big and not very streamlined.
But they do have flaps which extend the wing surface, don't they? When they
Yeah, but the whole point is the flaps are down and they're trying to slow down to come to land. So they're trying to get as much air underneath them to slow them down and land.
It's almost as good as Bear does chemistry.
Jack bowls, and this is lofted just short of the diving mid-on.
I think it was a drop.
No.
I don't think he quite got to it.
Don't think he quite carried.
I'm wondering whether he just didn't pick it up. Yeah, it was rather mistimed. Maybe he thought it was coming quicker. He started to go sideways and then realised he had to dive forward. I think he was fooled by how slowly it came off the bat a little bit. A rather scrappy push at that one from Rutherford brings him nothing but ball onto pad and no run. Bethel is a very fine fielder. Maybe just didn't pick that up. Forced back to Jacks. A good over from him, another one. Two overs from him, been very good. Just gone for 6, 90 for 3.
Windy Fanatic says, who the hell is Duckworth? Why is he so complicated? Good question. I think...
he was a mathematician, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he may have passed on. Kieran Roseblade says, no, this is a power trio. Oh, thank you.
Why, thank you.
And Varong says, washed out tests. I had members' tickets at the MCG for the return of the Saffers. Every day rained out. 93 or around then. And Mr. P says, good afternoon all.
Rashid in again to Carty. He's got a leg slip in, no orthodox slip, and Brook has positioned himself. No, sorry, it's Root. And Root does well as that. Maybe comes off the face of that, maybe comes off pad. Just short of him. Not sure that there was any wood involved. Rashid throws this one up and he's dragged it on. Oh my goodness me. Horrible dismissal for Carty. West Indies slipped to 90 for 4. It was so slow and loopy and wide and horrible.
I think
I can't believe I don't think he meant that, did he?
No, it wasn't a googly.
No, it's a horrible, horrible ball that deserved treatment, and all he's managed to do is get the bottom corner of the bat on it as he aims the drive, drags that on. I mean, that's dragged on from a long way outside off stump, and that's very disappointing for him. He's gone for 29 from 35, 90 for 4.
Can I ask a question?
Go on then.
If the Windies are all out in 40 overs and they don't add any runs on, I presume, do they? Or do they still?
That's a really interesting question. I don't know. You could argue that...
the stop has slowed down whatever and they should still have runs on. But also, they haven't lasted the overs. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't... that's...
If anyone out there knows the answer to this intriguing question, maybe you can give us an answer.
Well, I mean, we know most things, including wind shear, but...
I also know that if you want to get a running total on Duckworth Lewis Stern, you actually need to be a participating cricket club that pays the fees to get the license figures, because the ICC is very, very protective of that information. It's a pain in the arse.
You can work it out, though, individually on every ball.
Because the database changes every month as they update it. It's
really?
not precise, yeah. It's extraordinarily
Surely they tell you, don't they, on fucking Cricket Info?
Well, they will at the time.
Yeah.
But
new batsman at the cricket.
Please tell me now. The betting markets want to know. Greaves, tell me now. Will my gambling bring me woe?
Flaw in that jingle is that we call him Greaves, and we've decided he's actually called Graves. He's got a single to start with, out to long off.
Has he been sanctioned previously for gambling or something?
I don't know. I was thinking that myself. I haven't seen the story. This is played to the man Duckett, not Duckworth, but Duckett at extra cover by Rutherford. There is no run. Have they got the lights on now? I think they have. I don't think it's sunshine, but it does look brighter. A full toss from Adil, and they'll get back for a second as that's pushed out to long off, who has to make ground to his right and then has to run round the ball to get it onto his left hand. I'm presuming that was Bethel. As Binface leaves, it was great to have him along again. There's a man on the Hayden now for Rashid, as this one is short and pulled by Rutherford out to the deep square leg boundary, pretty much all the way along the ground for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
And I was going to ask you, that wicket that Rashid took, what sort of ball would you call that?
Rubbish ball.
So if I wanted a T-shirt to sort of commemorate that, would I be able to find one anywhere, do you think?
Possibly. On the basis that shit gets wickets, you could go to the merchandise store on GorillaCricket.com and pouch yourself a lovely T-shirt with that. Or no, it doesn't have to just be a T-shirt. There are all sorts of things you can get.
Get yourself a shower curtain with that.
You can. Driven by Graves out to deep extra, but Cars has had to run round from a much squarer position, and they get back for 2.
I should say, when I met Jay Grover in Sheffield,
did he show you his? I hope he didn't show you his shower curtain.
He didn't actually show me a shower curtain, but he had a nice bag with a Gorilla Cricket on the side of it. And he said the reason for bringing it with him was in case he needed to go to the toilet and I arrived and wondered where he was. There'd be a bag there with Gorilla Cricket on
He thought of everything.
Yeah, he did.
Jack's in, and that's nicely punched up to... Oh, what position is that, Smith? He seems to be somewhere between mid-on and long-on.
A deep set mid-on. Just outside the circle.
Yeah. 100's up for the Windies, 100 for 4. And Rutherford has played pretty well today. This one jumps on him and turns a little bit, but he plays it really well. And I don't know whether the man at backward point, quite fine, should have done a little bit better there.
If Tony was here, there would be mention of Scottish goalkeepers, I have no doubt.
Let's have another look at this. It's Rashid. He started to go one way and then couldn't really get back, could he? I think he misread that. There was no great pace on the shot, but it has run away even on this outfield that must be a little bit damp now. If it wasn't before. 104 for 4, Rutherford to 45. And Jack's in again, bowls, comes on a thick inside edge as he plays a forward defensive, fielded by Saqib.
What's your opinion of Jax? Is he good enough to hold down 10 overs for England?
I don't think, generally speaking, he's good enough to hold down 10 overs. This is defended. That was a good ball, though.
He's certainly improved since he was in Pakistan in the Test side.
Well, if you think about it, though, wasn't it there or was it India that he took that 6-wicket haul?
It was there.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure about him. I think he looks a lot better now.
This is cutaway. It's going to be 4 more. There's nobody out there. It's good placement from Rutherford, and a couple of good balls and a couple of loose ones there, really, from Jack's. 108 for 4 from 19.
Mr. P says, I love it when cricket gets in the way of work. If I were Buddhist, I'd be offended by the bear pointing the soles of his feet at the world. Delightful feet that they are. Matthew Callum says the jingles are slightly deafening, Bear.
Well, you can turn it down. There's a little wheel there. That's, the one on the table is like a volume. That's a volume knob.
Yeah. Sometimes, you do that, and it.
Well, you have to turn it quite sufficiently to turn it down away.
Well, how much do you think it was at 98? Now it's down to 88. We'll see how that goes.
That's still quite loud, I think.
Rashid to start.
Depends on the jingle.
He's in to Graves, who pushes this firmly up to long on. Bethel is there, and it's another single.
Kieran Resplace could be worse with Bear's feet. Last broadcast included a large section about the history of bears ingrowing toenails.
Yeah. Yeah, I can show you that if you like.
No, thanks.
Into the left-handed Rutherford, who's going to get himself a half century. Well deserved, really. Came in when there was a lot of pressure on him. 3 wickets down with 28, and he has played some really fluent shots at times. And it's his 6th ODI 50 and 13 matches to go with 100. That's a pretty good record. Makes you wonder why he's not played a bit more, doesn't it? Very strange indeed. However, he has got one of these.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job has only just begun.
50 of 44. Greaves takes a single down to long off. He's on to 6. 111 for 4. Flat, wide, poor delivery from Rashid. Gets away with it. Just a single. Cut out to the cover boundary. I was just thinking, are we in these?
Batters won't get caught. Retain defensive shots. Baby, it's the boring middle overs. No one swings the bat. Not much to look at. Baby, it's the boring middle overs.
I think we could well be.
Dabbed down to backward point. There is no run. Oh, now that's a good ball, but I think it may have been pitching outside leg stump. Big appeal from Joss Butler. I think that's pitching outside leg. Doesn't look like they're going to review it on second thoughts. After 20 overs, half of their 40 overs after the delay for rain, West Indies are 112 for 4.
I'm just going to see if David Brooke might be seeking to come in.
Let me go and do that, because I've just had a thought. We can probably put up the participants on this screen so we can see if anyone's coming in.
That's a good idea. Also, we could just go to over 30 in our rota, except we're still missing John. So we're all going to be here one way or another. But if David's around, it'd be great.
Is it only us 3 and possibly David for the rest of time?
No, till the break.
Oh, till the break. Okay. Change of bowling. Will Jacks is coming off and back into the attack. I think got a wicket with in his first over. It is this man, if I can find him. There he is.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
His first ball is cut off the back foot. Nice shot from Rutherford. Sends the pigeons scattering en masse. And almost confuses the poor fielder there out on the boundary because they were right in front of him. It must have been a little bit startled by that. 113 for 4. Rutherford onto 52. Potts again in onto the leg stump. That's poor ball, but very well fielded by Adil Rashid, because I thought once that had got past the man on the 45, that was bound to be 4, but Rashid got round, tumbled to his right, picked it up cleanly, and instead it's just a single. So Potts has maybe got away with one a little bit there. 114 for 4. And in comes Potts to Rutherford, who drives. That's a very fluent shot. Straight through the pitch. Bloody pigeons. So they're thinking to themselves, hang on. 2 balls ago, we all had to fly off. And he just settled down again. And we have to do the same thing again. 115 for 4.
Looking a very good crowd now, actually.
It almost looks like it's overflowing, doesn't it? There are also people up there in the bar. There's a bar up there, isn't there? I think.
There's bars everywhere.
Yeah, bars everywhere at the Oval now. As Potts is forced to pull out of that delivery.
Just for Bears information, his mate Livingston was out for 25 from 15. RCB are currently 171 for 5 after 17.2 overs, so looking good for 200 at least.
Yeah, they've actually got done better than I was expecting them, especially after they lost Kohli. Potts over pitch, driven by Graves, and he's going to pick himself up 4 runs. Carse can't get there, and Potts just bowling a little bit too full at the moment, I would say.
Forward to the floor, I was sure.
It doesn't seem. I don't know whether it's just. I don't feel as if there's been the zip to Potts bowling in the 2 matches that I've seen from him so far. Here he is again, onto the legs of Graves. Going to pick up more runs. It'll just be 1. The pigeons are disturbed once more. I sound like Henry Blofeld, don't I?
You do So given the fact that it's been an extraordinarily dry spring, Hendo, do you think that's had or will have an impact on the England's capacity, both in terms of preparation of bowlers, but also in the way the Test series is likely to pan out?
Well, I did raise that point actually a while back. Outside the off stump, too wide even for Rutherford to get bat on, although not wide enough to be signalled as an extra 120 for 4 from 21. I was thinking to myself, will it make a difference, the fact that it has been so dry? Will it make a difference to, I suppose, the balance between the teams, in the sense that, you know, India have got good spinners, but I think they know so much more what they're doing with pitches these days, don't they?
Yeah, the pitches will be heavily watered anyway, won't they?
Well, that's what I'm thinking, unless there's a hosepipe ban, of course.
Well, that doesn't apply to sports grounds.
Does it not?
No, well, certainly not professional sports grounds. Amateur ones it does, but...
As it is, of course, by the height of summer, when you expect some of the hottest days, down the leg side from Rashid, Butler does really well to get that.
Rubbish.
It was awful, and it is a wide. But because it's so crammed in as well, those Test matches, and it's over by August the 4th, you're not going to get those pitches breaking up in late summer, are you?
No.
Even then. Even if it stays warm like this. This is defended out into the offside by Graves. Is no run.
Well, my niece told me today that the next couple of weeks are looking damp, apparently.
Okay. Rashid in. Oh, now he's fetched that. Is that a catch? I think it is. I think Duckett has taken that.
You're kidding.
Those people who mocked the great Ben Duckett, he may have put down a couple on Sunday.
I thought he'd hit that into the ground.
Well, he snatched that really low. He's creamed that from off stump with a lot of bottom hand, and that is travelling. Oh,
wow.
He only just kept it in his paws, I think. Duckett. I think that came to the extremities of his fingers there, but he's managed to hang on.
Well,
and it's a good catch, I suppose.
Well, his fan club was saying he should be fielding at mid-on or mid-off, and it was not fair for him.
Well, he was
to
a
be
mid-wicket
fielded
there. Mid-wicket there.
Yeah. So that's close enough.
So Graves goes for 12, just as he was beginning to provide decent support to Rutherford. And the 5th wicket is down, which means that the man on the way to the wicket will be
number
this
6.
man, number 7.
Well, he is number 7, but he's number 6 in there, mate.
This man who got a golden duck on Sunday.
Here, Austin chasing, what do you get? Cricketer, a village in Somerset. I did some research and when I was done, turned out that he's a man, that son of a gun.
I would say that these are the last 2 recognised batsmen, and that said, Moti played some really nice shots the other day, and of course is a clever hitter, not just a forceful one. And of course Jaden Seals, we saw, top scored for the West Indies at number 11 in the first ODI. But it's Roston on his way out, 5 50s to his name in 44 innings. Not that far short of 1,000 runs in one-day international cricket. He might even get there today. We shall see. But 5 down and still 18 overs and 4 balls potentially to use up. So you feel like they've got to, I don't know exactly consolidate, but not go too crazy. Rashid in again. Bowls. Oh, he's edged it. He's out for a second golden duck in a row. Would you believe it? Oh, my goodness me. The new Test captain.
Dear.
What a disaster. That turned and bounced, and he went onto the back foot, jabbed at it. I think it might have come off Butler. Did it come off Butler to the slip?
Yes.
Or was it?
Well, let's have a look at the replay, Hendo.
Well, absolutely. He could have left that alone, to be honest.
Yeah, it came off Butler's gloves, didn't it?
It came off Butler's gloves, and then it bounced off the chest of Joe Root, who grabbed it at the second attempt. So Roston, goodness me. I mean, cricket, it's evil.
An evil.
It's evil. It is truly evil. A man of the abilities of Roston Chase has got 2 golden ducks in a row. It's I don't know.
He didn't really need to play at that either.
He didn't need to play at that. But now West Indies 121 for 6. I don't think we need to worry too much about Duckworth-Lewis, the way things are going.
I think you're right.
Hat-trick ball for Rashid, who's not really bowled that well, to be honest.
No, he hasn't. He bowled well in the second game, bowled pretty shit in the first one, but we already won it.
Yeah, it's bowled quite a lot of rubbish balls.
He has. I mean, maybe he's having trouble holding onto the ball. I mean, that does turn, but it started so wide. Why on earth was Roston even playing at that? He could have just had a look at it, couldn't he?
Yeah.
I think Joe Root was quite happy to have caught one asleep.
Well, he put one down the other day as well, didn't he? At long off, and then caught the next long on rather, and then caught whoever it was the next ball.
As Sudahu says, the cricket is a game for masochists.
Yeah, it often is. It's very true.
And he also says the pitches will be even more road-like for the Test series.
I mean, it's going to be arguable who's got the best pace attack, actually. Short from Rashid, and that's the way to deal with a hat-trick ball.
Well, especially when it's rubbish like that.
Hitting it over Cow for 6. Moti is off the mark, going at 600 runs per 100 balls.
That was shit.
I'll give him a jingle.
From Georgetown, Guyana, where he had his first nets, to his debut against Bangladesh. He ain't no kid, but his face is fresh. An island boy named Wickets, who took his chance when spinning the ball in his second test, got a 13-hole. Go, go. Go, Moti, go, go, go.
That was evil.
He goes back to the next one. Sorry.
Go, Moti, go, go, go. Moti, good at cash.
That was a very long jingle.
It was. I was trying to actually play the 6 jingle alongside it, or just after it, but the 6 jingle disappeared, and then that reappeared. Pushed into the offside. We did miss one ball, which was a wide down the leg side. Second ball delivered to Moti. 128 for 6, 22 overs bowled.
And just to bring you up to date in the IPL, RCB 187 for 6 with 1 over left. So Kieran Roseblake said England could actually bowl the West Indies out, knock the runs off, and we could still catch the end of the IPL final.
Could happen.
Ooh. Well, I suppose there will have to be a break of some sort, whether it'll be the full break in terms of... I kind of understand that West Indies fans, to avoid the whitewash, may be hoping that the rain returns. It does look quite moody, doesn't it?
The sky is very bruised.
Yes, indeed, as are the egos of the West Indies team. Potts round the wicket to Rutherford, who remains there on 53 off 49 now. Potts bowls, it's full up to mid-on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking the ball must be getting damp on the outfield, mustn't it? So it's not going to be easiest for Adil to bowl, but he has bowled a lot of pies.
Yeah.
His pies have worked well today, though.
Yeah, they have.
Good pies. I mean, honestly, to be honest, on that basis, you should have bought 3 shit gets wickets T-shirts by now. All you people out there. GorillaCricket.com/merchandise.
I shall try to remember to wear mine for the next game.
2 left-handers now at the crease. Potts in again. Wide of the old stump. He has a flash at that without any foot movement whatsoever. And that would have just been insult upon insult upon injury upon injury had he got a little edge through to Butler there.
Chris the Choir reckons Bear looks more like Bigfoot in this position.
Yeah, we've been searching for him for ages. We had to go out and look for him in the mountains of Tibet.
Popped my head out from behind a tree.
Well, we found the abominable bit, didn't we?
The abominable bear. Potts in again, bowls. He helps that on its way. Hopefully he's not holed out, but great effort down there, I think, by Bethel.
I think he's caught it.
No, it's cast. It's actually cast. We saw him take an astonishing catch the other day, and he almost pulled off something possibly more spectacular there. And the people sitting behind that, the in the crowd, were very appreciative of his effort there. As he actually got... Oh, he did. I don't think he would have been able to stop himself had he caught it.
I think he would have been well over the boundary by the time he came down, no matter what.
So 6 more to Rutherford. 134 for 6. Maybe he's thinking he's going to chance his arm a little bit because he's not got a huge amount to come.
Moti's always done pretty well against us, hasn't he?
Moti has, yeah. Moti seems...
He likes England batting.
And he's a very clever cricketer, actually. He's a very clever batsman. I thought of him purely as a fast-scoring hitter, but when he came in on Sunday, he played some really intelligent shots to pick up boundaries rather than just brute force or really going for it. Potts in again, slower ball on the line of leg stump. Rutherford punches the air with anger that he didn't manage to tickle that away, perhaps for a single. It was only 74 miles an hour. Still got 1 ball to go if he wants to get down the other end and monopolise the strike, or I don't think you need to keep Moti away from it. I mean, I suppose there is a risk that he might give it away, but certainly if there's anything loose, he will normally pick up runs. Potts in again, bowls again. I think it was a slow ball, and he just chops that backward as square on the offside. He wanted a single, and they're going to come through for it in the end because Bethel was dawdling. He came in and fielded and then ran past the ball thinking it was all done and dusted after Rutherford went back. He just kept coming in, ignored the ball.
An idiot.
And they went through the single, and he had to run back 12 yards. He can't quite believe how stupid he's been.
He looked a complete nutter twit.
He did. 135 for 6. There's still another ball to go. What's going on? Thought that was the last ball. Potts in to Moti, looking for the Yorker, but gets slightly wrong. It's unlucky that that's a wide, to be honest. I know technically it's going down the leg side, but it's gone under the bat more than anything because it was a really testing length. Is that unfortunate? I think it's a bit unfortunate there.
A little bit, but can't bowl down the leg side, can you?
So that's ridiculous. I will go back to this argument. Wides are given far too easily in one-day cricket and far too frugally in Test cricket. Short over the top of the ducking Moti, and that is the completion of the over. 1 for 34 from 5. West Indies after 23 of 40 are 136 for 6. What are we looking for?
David Brooke has sent a WhatsApp message saying he's in the waiting room, but he's not showing up. Whitewash or rainwash, either way, this is beyond humiliating, says Windy Fanatic.
Oh, poor old Windy.
Sudahu says, Hendo, my fucking ears.
Why? What have I done? Is it the jingles, or is it my voice?
It must have been the double jingle. He also says India and England have about the same pace attack unless Bumrah is playing, in which case he's forced in himself. Yeah, I think I'd still slightly favour India's pace attack generally, but in English conditions it might be a little different.
Well, we've got very experienced attack as well, haven't we?
Rashid on to the front foot comes Rutherford, defends out to the offside. He's on to 60 now.
Richard Peel's offered $5 super chat for the bear to put on some socks or remove his feet from the shot.
Go on, Bear, do it for the team.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, there's a really heavy, dark,
there you go,
brooding
Richard.
cloud right above the oval. The light has got really quite gloomy. So I'm guessing maybe the lights aren't on, because by now wouldn't they be casting a bit of a shadow?
You'd have thought so.
Or would that be shade? We were talking about that the other day. What's the difference between shadow and shade?
Well, that's an esoteric question.
Will. It was Will who started it. Forced past the tumbling Rashid up to mid on. There is
He's
no
a
run.
troublemaker, that Will.
Well, that Will was he said he woke up at 4 o'clock after some sort of dream in which he was trying to work out the difference between shadow and shade, and Tony came up with this almost instantaneous explanation, which was, on further reflection and study and scrutiny,
absolute nonsense.
Was probably absolute nonsense, but he came out with it with such hyperbolic conviction. And
I'm going to do the
immediacy.
same.
He's in again, bowls, quicker ball. Onto the back foot goes Rutherford.
I mean, Bear's already done that, and you didn't even notice when he talked with such certainty about the likelihood of planes suffering wind shear, about which he knew absolutely fuck all other than common sense.
Well, exactly. Well, no, something casts a shadow, but you stand in the shade. So you are standing in a shadow, but it is just called shade, surely.
Push to extra cover. They come through with a quick single. The throw comes in, but they're comfortably home, backed up well. 137 for 6.
I think that's quite well put, actually, Bear. Yes. I'm just looking at the radar. There's a couple of little showers around South London which might fringe on the oval, but nothing serious. And once that's through, it'll be clear for the rest of the night.
There should be some sun comes out. Oh, look, we got I think we got our super chat for me taking my feet off.
Brilliant. Thank you, Richard, who sends $4.99. That is.
Now I thought for a moment that Moti had carved that to the man on the 45, but it's gone fine of him and it's raced away to the third man. Boundary for 1 all.
Now I'm in the Buddha pose.
It's Nissan she. It's Nissan she.
I mean, the true Buddha pose, if you then lifted up your shirt and exposed the colossal Buddha-like belly that we all seem to have developed.
Ben's belly is considerably better than mine.
Your belly is considerably... That sounds like a Harry Enfield sketch. It's considerably... I can't do the Birmingham accent, sorry.
Thank God for that.
141 for 6. Moti's moved on to 10. Moti's motoring again. I said that the other day. He goes at 2 runs a ball pretty much for however long he's out there. 61 off 58 for Rutherford. And it's Rutherford facing up to Potts into his 6th over, staying around the wicket, tries to force off the back foot, bounces into the hands of Bethel at backward point.
In response to your question, Windy Fanatic, it's 40 overs the side now.
Yep.
Which had me thinking, are there any restrictions on the bowlers now?
Yes. 8 per over.
8 per bowler.
8 per bowler, okay. Thanks for that. We have got one of these.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Yes, $4.99 US from our very own Richard Peel.
Thank you very much.
Is Richard the Jersey Jingler?
Yes.
Potts in again down the leg side, helped on its way by Rutherford, but Mahmood is now stationed relatively fine. Long leg. Talking of, I mean, I get, as someone who kind of really studied fielding positions as a kid from the Ladybird Book of Cricket, of course. I get really angry when people are not exact about fielding positions, and I think the one that gets me more than anything as Potts is in, onto the back foot, nicely played, top of the bounce, single, deep cover.
It's when they call fine leg, long leg.
No, although that is annoying because there is a distinction. But when people say deep fine leg, because fine leg is already deep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Deep long on. Long on is deep. Don't do it, people, if you want sort of commentary advice.
Definitely.
That is the
like
kind of thing that
I mean, but I mean, nowadays fielding positions are. I mean, for me, after this,
pushed into the covers, and another very fine diving stop by Bethel. No run.
I mean, the amount of times I hear someone like Nasser talking about cover behind square on the offside, and it's like, well, that's point, obviously, because point is square. Cover is equivalent of mid wicket. An extra cover for me is kind of a wide mid off these days, and they seem to be interchangeable now.
Well, it's an interesting question because I would have said the same, but then I think cover is actually short for cover point.
Yeah. Well, yes, it is.
Well, no, because there is cover point, which is a squarer cover.
This is nicely driven by Rutherford, getting away from the semantics of cricketing positions. There was nobody in that particular position because Rutherford has threaded it through the offside to somewhere between extra cover and mid-off in terms of direction.
I'd say that was extra cover.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I would also say that the man who's in the extra cover position is a tiny bit squarer than I would like him. This is pushed up to mid-on, and immediately Rutherford sees the chance of a single and gets through quickly, despite Brooke being the fielder. 148 for 6.
I do realise that this is only making a rod for our own backs, isn't it? Because we're the only ones who are actually describing them.
Yes.
Well, no, but we do from time to time have people commentating.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, obviously, you can do it by mistake. I mean, you think someone's at mid on, and then you think he's long on, and it comes out as, or you think someone's at deep mid on, and you think someone's at long on, and it comes out as deep long on, or whatever. But in general terms, I just find it.
I tend to add an ish on the end.
Can I make a suggestion?
Mid-on.
David Brooke was scheduled to be on from overs 30 to 50. We've actually only got 15 overs left. Should we invite David to come on to give one of you two a break?
He can give me a break at the end of 30 overs. Shall we call it that? Yeah.
Well, he was going to come on at the end of 30 overs anyhow. I just thought, seeing as there's only the three of us and David till the end, and David did have 20 over schedule originally, but now we'll only have 15 if he comes on now.
Okay, well, let me do this last over, and then I'll take a break. Yep.
Me and you will then have to shift along.
148 for 6 from 25. Will Jacks back into the attack. 3 overs for 17. The sun is out, and this is wide of off stump, fairly full, and chopped by Rutherford into the deep on the offside. They take a single. 149 for 6. Rutherford 68. Moti 11. So maybe that doomy cloud that was hovering above the oval.
It does seem to be disappearing.
Black one, it seems to have
there's a little bright spot out of our window.
Passed on, yes, indeed. Man comes in at short-ish, mid-off-ish. As this is tries to tuck this away behind square down to the man on the 45. I'm not sure he got bat on that. Did that come off the pad?
I call that a wide off Hayden.
Yeah,
it is a wide off Hayden. But then you have to go through the rigmarole of describing to those who don't understand what the off Hayden and on Hayden's. There should have been a run out there, perhaps. Moti has just got down the other end. There didn't seem to be an alarm, but I just wonder whether whoever it was at the bowler's end was it Brooke, as Butler ran in front to pick it up and hurled it, and that would have been out if it had been
direct
straight enough. It probably missed by about a yard, and that's why Brooke couldn't bring it back onto the stumps in time. 150 up though. In again comes Jackson. That's tickled away to the man on the 45. And there is no run. Rutherford wears number 68, and he has 68 runs from 65 deliveries. Jack's in again. Bowls, a little bit of turn. Oh, and who's that? Moti in trouble
Oh.
again! In trouble again! He has
Bloody
to
hell.
throw himself back into the crease at the non-striker's end because he'd committed himself far too far down the wicket. That said,
he's
out by miles. So he survived 2 run-out attempts in pretty much 2 balls. Jack's in again, bowls onto the back foot he goes. Rutherford will take a single up to a long on, and the score is 151 for 6 from 26. I'd like to see a replay of that because I'm not sure whether Rutherford had come down the wicket a little bit, and
he did a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that might have, sort of forced Moti to come further than he wanted to.
I think they also Rutherford wanted to get on strike at the other end, didn't he? Because it was towards the end of the over. Anyway, let's have a little switcheroo. Can you do the picture over there?
Yeah.
Are you competent enough to do that? Excellent. And say hello to Dave.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Hendo. Hello, Bear. And hello, Messers. Good to see you all.
You keep yakking, we're going to switch seats.
Well, I'm very pleased to say that directly after the close of this innings, we've got a very special guest who's going to be former West Indies selector, Middlesex in England. Yes, got a book out as well, coincidentally. Roland Butcher. Be interesting to get his take on this series and a few other things as well. So he'll be joining us sort of in about, well, who knows, ish time. Here's Rashid, and that's pushed out by Rutherford. What a loss he was for the first 2 ODIs. It makes a huge difference having one of the world's top ODI batters in the side. He pushes that out for single, moves on to 70.
Was he injured or was he just not picked?
He just come back from the IPL.
Ah, right, okay.
Imagine this is the first game he could actually do. Rashid now to Moti, who has a knack of scoring important runs down the order and needs them today. I mean, what happened? I must admit, I'm vacationing at the moment, guys, on the Isle of Wight. You might be able to see behind me, if you can.
Is that your sailing hat you've got on?
It's actually a sailing jacket. I was hoping you might. And I'd like to thank Henry Lloyd for their very generous discount.
Never want to miss a chance.
On side, and there's no run. Moti on 11, Rutherford on 70. Mez, great to see you in the UK.
Thank you, Dave.
Looking forward to the Alistair Cook type series that's going to follow. That's short, and it's played away by Moti down to deep extra cover. Bear. That's suits you. No, deep cover. Deep cover for a single.
Cover.
I'm not entirely sure what an Alistair Cook type series is, Dave.
I was thinking about his letters from America.
That Alistair Cook is.
Yes. Oh, sorry, not the other one. Rashid bowled. I was forgetting that it was a cricket audience. That's played out by Rutherford for no run.
Well, funny you should say it. My favourite podcast at the moment is actually called Letters from an American.
There you go. It's all coming in. It must be all taking shape to you now, Messes, in your own mind. It's a podcast opportunity. Although I was reading in the Sunday Times that it's offensive by Rutherford, no run, that people like to watch podcasts now. They watch them on full screen TV. So, you might have to think about a bit of Lippy and eyeliner before you go on. The Bishop and the Bear.
The thing is, then you both have to come into the studio.
Bears and lipstick just don't fucking mix, Dave. You know that. Oh dear. I've just realised that my screen's been frozen for a little while, so I've missed out on quite a few messages. Frank Rockefeller says, when I was a kid, third man was a requirement for all bowlers.
Yes.
Sudahu says, incorrect, Hendo. Fine leg is 3/4 deep and deep fine is on the boundary. Ooh, here we go. Hence you can have a short fine leg. Yeah, Hendo just exploded.
New over here's Brand Pride and Task, tucked away by Moti. No, I'm not going to get a single there. Well, yes, he did. They took what could have been a risky single, just tucked behind square leg, and some good wheels there from good understanding from these two Guyanese batsmen.
Was that close?
Nah.
Would have got in. Good running from the West Indies. Rutherford on 70. It's 154 for 6. And if I've understood correctly, having just joined the action, it's now 40 over match. Can you just confirm that, guys?
That is correct.
And I'm also just picking up on the fact that the first delay was not due to rain, but due to the traffic grid and West Indies arriving late and England coming in on line bites. Short from Cast. There's a chance of a catch. Has he taken it?
Yep.
Come in, Joe. Come in, number 88. And it is right the end of Rutherford. I'm just picking him up. The tail came off that bottom of the bat. He's looking at it suspiciously, and I'm afraid it's going to have to go. So a great catch. It was short, dug in by Cast, and it was a very good catch taken there by Harry Brook, the captain.
Yep, and we shall give it a jingle.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
It was a great catch, wasn't it?
Yeah, the catching's back up to scratch today. Unlike Sunday, everyone seems to be actually on it today.
Yeah.
Good catch from Duckett earlier. Screamer, well, not a screamer, but it's hit hard at him, low down to his left. And that was a good catch as well.
It was an excellent innings from Rutherford. Sorry, yes. I was really impressed with him, actually. He was very sensible in his shot selection too. Just to bring you up to date in terms of the IPL, RCB finished their innings at 190 for 9. The last over went for 3 runs and 3 wickets, which kept things under control a bit for them. So that'll be an interesting chase.
Punjab are batting good chasers.
Yes.
You'd imagine they're quite big favourites now.
They're 5 off 2 balls so far.
Well, that's fine. It's, first over's never the biggest one, is it?
No.
So it doesn't really matter.
Kieran Roseblade says fielding position should be called by clock position from the batsman. Doesn't matter if they're left or right-handed, and then by how many metres from the batsman.
Oh, fuck that. What? So
good luck with that.
55-11 would be what? 11 o'clock, 55 metres from the bat. Fuck that, man. We'd all be massively confused.
Alzari Joseph is the new batsman, so he hangs around a little bit longer than he did in the second ODI, and he's waiting now for Cast, who pitches this one up. It's driven by Alzari straight to that fielder who's at sort of short extra cover there. Is that correct, or would you prefer silly mid off?
Where was he? No, he was not silly at all. He was just a short mid off, really. Anyway, we're going to have a jingle for the batsman. It's this guy.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
This next ball pins Alzari, that man on the back foot. No appeal from the bowler. It was very high, but Cast is certainly hitting the deck here, 2 for 32. So, gentlemen, just tell us, in case I'm not the only one who's just joined, was it poor batting today? Was it good bowling? The conditions? What's your take on?
Was it poor batting? I don't know. I mean, it was just.
It was pretty ordinary batting. There were a couple of wickets which came on ship bowling, and who was it who dragged the ball back on from way outside the off stump?
That was Graves, wasn't it?
Yes.
So just after it came back, wasn't it?
I think the batting was pretty ordinary on the whole, to be
I'm
honest.
just trying to remember who was the openers who got out.
Evan
Lewis, cuffed one to a square leg. That was a pretty decent catch, actually, again, wasn't it?
The catching's been very good. The bowling's been okay, except I would say Adil Rashid's actually been the worst of the bowlers.
Yeah, but he's got a couple of wickets.
Yep.
This next one is short and well-directed bouncer. Alzari has to duck underneath it. Yeah, there's still just over 12 overs to go. So West Indies will want Joseph to just assess the game situation better than he did when he left Shea Hope sort of high and dry at the end of the second ODI, and West Indies not using those 2 overs that could have been the real difference and could have got them levelling the series. At least it was a much better display from the visitors. Here's Cast to finish his over now. It's bowling to Alzari Joseph. It's high on the bat, and it's that Adil Rashid didn't stop that one. It wasn't that far away from it. It's gone to the cover point boundary for a very nice square driven 4.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
So
158 to 7 off 28.
Thanks, Dave. Suda says to Kieran that his system of fielding positions makes much too much sense for cricket, the game of humiliation and confusion. And Frank Rockefeller says cricket is a game of customs and traditions that make absolutely no sense and are largely silly. That's quite true, and that's why we love it.
Indeed.
To clarify, this is an analog clock, not a digital clock, says Kieran. Yeah, digital would have been tough. Yes, mid-off would be the first minute of 8, top right dot.
Really?
Nah, it's too complicated.
Gary's talking nonsense.
Yes, Rashid down the leg side, first ball of this new over. It's going to be called a wide, and that takes the score to 159 for 7. What an innings from Joe Root, though, in that second ODI.
Yeah. Well, that was a big changing point, wasn't it? It should have been LBW, probably.
Boaty goes for a big drive. He's beaten the fielder at mid-off. That's going to be a nice straight. Oh, no, there's another fielder on the boundary who's dived and stopped that. That's Jacob Bethel down there, so we'll just take 2. But decent enough shot from Moti, who time and time again scores useful runs down the order. 161 for 7. Rashid's taken 3 of those wickets. He's 3 for 33 in his 6th over. He bowls. And that's nicely driven away on the back foot this time by Moti, but there's a fielder down at the deep extra cover boundary.
I think you got a pigeon. No, you got a pigeon. It's a struggling pigeon.
Oh, dear. I'm afraid to say that that pigeon may be an ex-pigeon.
Oh, no, it's okay.
It's okay.
It's just stunned. It's moving its head and everything, but it's just looking a bit bewildered.
It's pining for the fields.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. It was stunned. He tried to pick him up. Now it's flown away. There you go.
Sorry to
all happy.
If I upset any listeners there, it's not an ex-pigeon. He's flying away quite happily onto the terraces. They get a better view.
Well, maybe that'll teach them if they want to come down on a pitch at bloody cover. Got to watch the ball more closely if you're a pigeon.
It's their territory.
Rashid on leg stump, and that's played quietly by Joseph, taking his responsibilities a little more circumspectly. I mean, he's a decent lower order batsman, scored 70s odd, a few 70s in his career.
Yeah, he can biff a long ball, I seem to remember.
Can he defend? That's the question. Still got so many overs to use, but she's going to tempt him into a big one. He drives that back, and that's along the ground. Well, parried by Rashid, and there is no run there. Yeah, he can certainly hit a long ball. The question is, it's his shot selection on the balls he chooses to hit. But yeah, on his day, well, he could add some useful runs here for West Indies. It's not exactly the last chance saloon, but they've got Shamar Joseph, who's in the team for the first time, and Jaden Seals to come next. That's driven to that short mid-off position, and there's no run. Shamar Joseph coming into the team today to replace Matthew Ford. One of the questions I'm going to put to Roland Butcher is, was Ford looked out of his depth and, crying out for a replacement. And Shamar Joseph, the man who Roland Butcher, of course, discovered when he was a West Indies selector, is given his first outing today with the series already gone. But that's defensive by Joseph. So he is taking his duties seriously. It's 162 for 7 at the end of the 29th over.
We're still talking about bloody clocks and fielding positions. We ain't going to do that, Kieran. It's A, it's too complicated. B, it's actually really fucking boring after a while. Sorry, Kieran. That's very rude of me. And as Mr. P says, wow, Kieran, you are balls deep in this. It's almost a PhD thesis on how to reset fielding positions. I wouldn't go too far with it if I were you, Kieran, because I don't think it's got a lot of future.
No.
Bryden Calf to continue. 2 for 36. Are the bowlers restricted to 8 at this point?
Yes,
Yes.
they are indeed.
Here he comes. Cast bowl. That's down the leg side. This is going to be called a wide, and it is. It was short, and Moti didn't really need to play at that. Down the leg side. Yes, Roland's been getting a lot of coverage. Roland Butcher, who's going to join us for a chat at the interval for his new book. He's getting a good reaction.
What's the book about, Dave?
It's called Breaking Boundaries, and it's not just an autobiography. That's driven nicely by Moti. That's just going to get a single for that. No, they're going to turn for 2.
Four.
It's going to be 4. They brought the mid-off in, and there's no long off for Moti. And he's driven a nice 4 there, risk-free cricket from him, and he moves on to 20.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary where it a rope. The bowler won't like it, but it has to go.
Yeah, Breaking Barriers, Nessus. I think you'll find it a book of interest. It's co-written with very well-known in West Indies academic, and it's not just about Roland's life. It's about the phenomenon of breaking boundaries, and that's driven off the back foot by Moti. He has a habit of getting the ball into the strangest of places. It was short, and it was flayed away by Moti straight down to long on for another boundary.
3 He has a habit of scoring runs against us.
That's
Moti.
a weird shot. It's sort of straight pull, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a strapple.
And one-handed almost.
Yeah, its bottom hand came off the bat.
And it's just bounced a couple of times before hitting the boundary, so hitting the fence. So very useful run.
It's a line drive. Well, it's a
Yeah.
straight drive on a baseball pitch, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, younger guerrilla cricket listeners may not know that Roland Butcher was the first black player to play for England, and having come over, it's one of the his father came over on the Windrush and pulled for him later on that short, and Moti ducks underneath that, no run. So Roland came over as a youngster, was called over by his father who'd been on the Windrush, and at that time there were no black cricketers playing anywhere really in England, and Roland was a pioneer there. So it's a really very interesting book. I mean, he was the subject, of course, of one of the chapters of Annie Chave's book, of course, Roland, and about cricket changed my life, and it certainly changed his life. I'll talk a little bit about that in the interval. Cast bowls, that's nicely tucked away by Moti. There's a man very fine, very straight at fine leg, I should say, so they just get a single, but that was again useful bit of resourceful batting from Moti, who moves on to valuable 25. Roland was, of course, a West Indies selector until the new regime. Yes, there's always a new regime in West Indies cricket. Decided to dispense not just with Roland's services, but with the position of chairman of selectors as well. Darren Sammy has been given that responsibility along with all formats. So it's really one-man
one-man show.
One-man show. And, the jury's out, let's just say, on Darren Sammy at this stage. Here's Joseph, full of concentration as he waits for cast. Is it going to be another short one? Yes, it is. And Joseph plays defensively. I sound surprised because he doesn't do it that often, but this situation requires it. So although there's been that interruption at the start of the match and the rain delay, so the game's reduced to 40 overs, there's still 10 overs left after this one.
That was an inside edge.
Inside edge.
Did it carry to... I don't think it carried to button. Did it hit his thigh as well? No, can't remember.
Joseph should just play out this last ball of the over. It's already cost 9 and a wide, that's 10. So let's see what happens. What's he going to do? Cast bowls to him. Yes, it's played defensively and there's no run. So end of that over, just 10 overs to go now. It's 30 overs. West Indies have posted 172 for 7.
Kieran Rosebay says, lads, I've got fielding positions covered. Pick another topic. Says a straight pull, a line drive, that's where you need a 12 o'clock 100% fielder. Daz Reynolds says, what's the field for cast, please?
But surely, no. It wouldn't be 12 o'clock 100%, it'd be 6 o'clock 100%. Presumably 12 is, if you're looking up from above, 12 is basically straight behind the keeper, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. You can start with either end as your base point, I suppose. But seeing as nobody's ever going to use it, I wouldn't waste too much energy on it.
It's an upside down clock if you do it that way.
But we'll try to remember to give you some field descriptions when we get to see them properly. Daz?
Will Jacks is into the attack now. He's already had an over, I think, earlier. That's no run there from Moti. He's had, in fact, more than one over. 4. Does that say 4 overs?
Yeah, he does.
Yes, 0 for 19. Moti must see this as an opportunity, and there's no run there that's beaten him outside the off stump. But Moti will be looking to make the most of this over from Jacks. Shaven head of Will Jacks. This one doesn't give Moti anything to really hit, but he just contents himself by tucking it out onto the cover boundary to just run a single. Now, Guerrilla Cricket gets into all sorts of interesting places, but I didn't know that it's been broadcast at Kelly's Sports Bar in Praia de Luz in Portugal. And a big shout out there to people listening to us at Kelly's Sports Bar in Praia de Luz, particularly my brother, Peter Brook.
There had to be a connection.
Something to do with them turning the volume down on the IPL, which is on the big screen alongside this match. And that's this time it's Joseph who sees the opportunity. He launches into that, and it's second bounce, straight driven for 4.
Oh my word.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Pride of Lips, isn't that where they're just doing a search for Madeleine McCann again?
Yes, it is. Bear. Thank you for that topical reference.
Is your brother out there covering it in some format?
No, he's just trying to have a quiet holiday.
Oh, right.
Fair enough.
Calling with please. Outside, played defensively that by Alzari.
You should have more family around the world just going into sports bars and randomly turning on Guerrilla Cricket.
Yes, big expat bar, that one, so a lot of interest in the cricket, and they've got both screens showing cricket, no other sports in that particular bar. Bit of a fielding change here for Jacks, who's coming round the wicket to complete this over. Captain will be pleased with him, it's only gone for 5. And can he finish off with a dot? No, it's going to be just a single though, so that's a reasonable over from Will Jacks, filling in there. Makes 31 overs, 9 to go. Reduced match reduced by rain and traffic. 178 for 7.
You don't get that call very often on cricket,
no.
do you? Mr. P says after being 3 for 28, them old Windies boys has done good, n'est-ce pas? Yeah, I mean, 178 for 7. The 7 is a worry, but the fact that they're approaching 200 now is probably better than we had hoped for at one stage. Jeff Perkins says, surely it will be more relatable to depict fielding positions in relation to the locations on a pizza. Mid-third slice, deep third olive, square crust. That's going to be a very hard sell, I think, Perker.
Jacob Bethel replacing whoever was bowling last. And then this another big shot from Joseph. It's going to be first bounce 4. Meat and drink there for Joseph.
Well, it's a fall for a boundary where here's a rope. The bowler won't like it, but it has to go.
That was, just asking for it, wasn't it? It was floaty ball and sort of ball bear as a fellow slow left armour that should be easily dispensed with.
Especially in this sort of game.
That's the word.
By the way, what are you doing on the Isle of Wight?
I'll tell you in a moment. Bethel, that's a short one, and it's flicked away by Joseph. Are they going to get one here? No. That's better, discretion being the better part of value.
Can I guess, David? Are we going to see the Isle of Wight International Cricket League started very shortly?
No.
Oh,
but
disappointing.
It could be a subject for discussion tomorrow. That's off the back foot, and Alzari plays that to it, a deep cover for a single.
Is it Cows Week?
At Ventnor Cricket Club's 175th anniversary. Ventnor, one of the top Premiership clubs here on the Isle of Wight, and they're celebrating 175 years with a game against a Hampshire team that will include Ben Brown, Mark Stoneham, Felix Organ, 5 or 6 first teamers in that team.
And you're the guest of honour?
I beg your pardon?
And you're the guest of honour?
I'll be enjoying it as a spectator outside the off stump, and that's played out by Moti. There's going to be 2 runs here as Bryden Cast jogs in to field that. I promised my wife a cricket-free holiday until stumbling on this.
And she believed you.
Well, it was. I have to admit, I hadn't looked at the cricket club's anniversary until discovering it all over the Isle of White Post. Can't let that. That's the biggest event on the island tomorrow.
Yeah, but you've only got one wife.
Yeah.
Well, I assume.
Plays that out into the offside, and there's no run. Moti on 28, Joseph on 14. So, interesting time to put Bethel into the attack. This is his first over. It's last ball. He's only gone for 7 so far, but Moti will be looking for a big one here. No, just plays that out onto the leg side. He's going to take the strike for the next over. He's contenting himself with a single. So that over from Bethel has gone for 8, I think that is. And at the end of the 32nd over, it's 186 for 7.
You'd think, wouldn't you, that they'd be really putting the pressure on to try and take those last 3 wickets? It seems a bit too easy at the moment.
Well, it depends who's got overs left, doesn't it? It depends how many Sajid Mahmood has bowled. Oh, well, he's coming back on.
Yeah.
We'll find out. I think he's bowled 5, hasn't he? He's only got 3 left, I think.
But no message. I was going to say, sorry, going back to Isle of Wight, this is a real cricketer's holiday in that it starts on a Sunday and ends on a Friday, thereby allowing me to not miss any
Saturday game.
Not miss any league fixtures.
Nicely
I've
done.
switched clubs this year. I'm playing for East and West Hendred, or known as the Hendreds, in a village that previously housed Sir Roy Jenkins of the SDP and Roger Hodgson of Supertramp.
Oh, interesting mix here. And where are you batting at the moment, Dave, in the order?
I didn't quite hear that, Nessus.
Well, what batting position have you got in the
damn,
team?
you've asked me again. No, I'm down at the bottom. I'm number 11.
That's a good place to be. Safe.
I'm in there for my bowling. 24 wickets this season. I knew that was going to be your supplementary.
Whoa.
question.
Wow, that's pretty good
I fear
going.
that I wasn't going to get a supplementary. Here's Sakib Mahmood. And it's helped on its way by Moti down to deep square leg. They jogged through for a single. Mahmood's been one of the star performers for me in this England team. Really bowled well this series, and I really hope he gets a chance in the Test match. So he's accurate, he swings the ball in, swings the ball more than anyone else I've seen, aside from Jimmy Anderson, of course, who's just made his T20 comeback.
Yeah, you wonder if he's not really that quick. What?
He's not as quick as some, but I think he's worth his place.
Hendo has just given me a snippet of news I shall give you after this ball.
Right, here's Sakib. It's short. Helped on its way by Joseph. There's a man down there, Abdul Rashid. Again, it's only going to be 1 run, but the score is ticking over. Fair.
Apparently, Gus Atkinson is a doubt for the first test.
Must give Sakib Mahmood his opportunity,
Well,
surely.
exactly, must be. I mean, who have we got that's fit? Sakib, Cass.
I mean, Hampshire have got some useful bowlers, but they're all South African.
Yeah, well, Potts, I presume. Well, I mean, and then Stokes and what's his name, Bashir. So yeah,
maybe we should throw it out there and ask listeners to suggest who they would put in instead of Atkinson. I'll put up Sakib Mahmood and let's see what. The guys in the studio as well, Messers and Bear. But open question: who would you put in to replace Gus Atkinson? That breaking news there from Bear via Hendo. Gus Atkinson out. Did you say of the series or first match?
Just first test.
First
I don't know what's wrong with him.
Didn't he break his finger in the first ODI?
No, that was Jamie Overton.
Oh, right. Jesus Christ. I don't know what it is with English fast bowlers.
I mean, we are running out of bowlers, basically. I mean, I don't think Sam Cook will get another go, unfortunately.
No, and I think Ollie Robinson is still persona non grata. Sakib Mahmood. Oh, and Moti backs away. It's an ugly shot. Is it going to be a successful one? Yes, it is. It's a straight 6. Not only has it cleared the fielders, it's cleared the boundary. A straight 6 off the back foot. Absolutely powered by Moti. If I wasn't commentating, I would be buying his runs.
Oh, beautiful.
That was, very ugly but very effective.
Yeah.
He
When
always- he
Alfgover
always-
published his
always-
last work, that shot wasn't in the Alfgover
No.
cricket manual.
Always scores runs against us. Was it the Test series when no one could buy a run for the West Indies and he kept coming in and scoring?
Correct.
Top scoring.
Yep. Very underrated player, Moti. He would have been my choice as Test captain because he's worth his place in the team. And there's some doubts as to whether Austin Chase is worth his place. I can ask Roland, who's now relieved of his responsibilities to speak corporately in this cricket board. I'd be interested to get his views during the interval.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, do you want your all-rounder to be another spinner? I mean, Roston isn't a top-order batsman anymore, is he? He's a 5, 6 or a 7.
I think you need to turn the jingles down a bit, Bear. Mr. P says, Jesus, that jingle was loud.
And that's defensive by Moti's animated figure at the crease. He then walked away towards square leg, taking his responsibility. Moti is a really good player. All formats, never let West Indies down, scores useful runs down the order, guaranteed a place really in the Test team. But they've gone astonishingly for vice captain, not just Austin Chase, which is a surprise pick because he hasn't been in the team for 3 years, but Jamil Warrican as vice captain.
Yeah, that is
astonishing.
an odd one.
No man with no captaincy experience. Here's move that's defended by Moti, but they're going to run a single because there's no one in the ring there, so he's picked the gap and taken a single. He moves on to 37, and at the end of the 33rd over, the run rate, nothing wrong with that. 7 wickets down, 195-7.
Bear wades in on the clock theory, says Kieran. It's a great system for confusing the batsman with strange positions. Richard Peel says, Gary Naylor alert, is this a decent number 8? Appears to be, is.
Yes.
If you believe David Brooke, then you believe anything, says Sudahu. Oh, that's not very kind. And Kieran Roseblade says, my final thoughts on fielding positions are as follows. You name positions after animals. You already have cow. How about long horse, short third pig, or third chicken? You're all mad.
Oh, extraordinary.
You're mad as frogs, so let's have some sensible cricketing suggestions. Who's going to take over from Gus Atkinson? That's driven out by Moti for a single, so he moves on to 38 messes. I'm afraid there's another member of my family also listening in the same bar. That's John O'Brooke, very, very promising slow left armer for Portsmouth Cricket Club. Now playing for Wembley, but not nearly enough. Gets a lot of bounce. He'd gone to the right school. He would have played for Hampshire by now. Coached by David Griffiths down there at Hampshire.
I'm very, very impressed with the number of your siblings listening. However, I'm unimpressed with the number of bars they're listening in. They need to spread their talent further.
This has got Joseph's gone big.
Whoa.
He's waiting for this. It's gone aerial. Has it got a leg? Yes, it has. The camera lost that one, but it's another straight 6. So great lower order runs here for West Indies, giving the crowd something to cheer about. Joseph moves on to 21.
That's the 200 up.
And the 200 up, thank you, yeah. Just as a point of info, messages of no interest to any viewers other than myself and Jono. Jono's my nephew rather than my sibling, so he's very much a current player. And this one is tucked away by Joseph for a single. One or two listeners, I'm sure, querying my position at number 11 in the batting order. How can that be the case when I opened for Oxfordshire last week? Well, it was Oxfordshire seniors. It was Oxfordshire 60s. But still got still some good players who are 59 plus in Oxfordshire.
You've got to pick your county, haven't you? I mean, I was in the Fens yesterday and I went through 6 counties in about half an hour. They're all that small. They must have fairly easy selection criteria.
Oxfordshire's one of the biggest. And that's a very quickly taken single there by Joseph. It was on strike, wasn't it? And Moti showing good game awareness, seizing the opportunity to take a quickly run single. That's a 50 partnership, up from 38 balls. So well done to Alzari Joseph and Moti, whose first name immediately escapes me when I needed it most. And that's short. And pivots goes Alzari Joseph. He beats the man at deep square leg. That's 4 more.
Oh my word! It's all going wrong. It's all going Pete Tong.
2 plus 2 is on man.
That's Guterres, Moti, of course. But the batsman playing that shot was Al-Zari, the two Josephs, and that's beaten Bryden Cass out there. It was short from Jacks. Had plenty of time to get onto that. Wasn't much of a ball.
No.
How many overs have we got left from each bowler?
Good question. I shall tell you.
Because I'm wondering why we're bowling
and
spinners.
why are these two bowling now?
Well, that's my theory.
So Bethel only had 1 over, I noticed, and so they've just taken a single there. Joseph 28, Moti 38, 210, 7, 6 overs to go. The run rate is 6.1.
Right. So we've only got 1 from Saki, 1 from Bryden Cass, and 2 from Potts left in terms of seamers. So that is why we are getting overs from spinners.
Yeah, it's not looking particularly. Yeah, the last 8 overs or so have gone an average of probably 7 or 8 on over. Looking at the Manhattan, the last 5 overs have gone for 48 runs, which at this stage of an innings would be fairly normal if you weren't 7 wickets down. So yeah, at least it's going to make it much more interesting. Suda who says they're made of glass. They're made of glass. England bowlers, they're made of glass. Oh dear.
Repeat to bowl is last, and that is played out by Moti. They take a quick single. They're looking for 2. Yes, Joseph wants it as well. He's running to the danger end and makes it with ease. So 2 more to Moti, who's on 38, 40 now to Moti. If I can just say a couple of words about Oxfordshire cricket, just to stick up for that. A, it's not particularly small county, Messers.
Sorry, I wasn't.
Cricket is going big guns in Oxfordshire. This one is played defensively back to the bowler Rashid. In fact, they've signed an agreement 5 years ago with Sussex to be a pathway. There's a partnership between Oxfordshire and Sussex that has produced James Coles, who's obviously represented England Lions and is in prime form for Sussex in the middle order at the moment, as well as his slow left-arm bowling. He must be on England's radar. Also Harrison Ward, who's in the white ball team for Sussex, who made a great start to the season. Leg stump, that's swept away by Moti. Very nice shot all along the ground, no risk in that one. 4 runs.
Now my innings going great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Rashid's bowled a fair bit of rubbish amongst his wicket-taking bowlers.
This one is short, and it's nicely played out sort of delicately by Joseph, by Moti. So he was sent back by Joseph there, so no run. He remains on 44. Left-handed Moti, not difficult to confuse him with the right-handed Al-Zari Joseph, but I just managed that. He waits now for Rashid. He's got 2 balls left in his spell, taken 3 for 40. He's bowling round the wicket to Moti. He goes on the back foot, doesn't time it, goes it straight into the ground, and he runs off, annoyed with himself there as he walks back to square leg, plays the shot he should have played, which was a bit straighter than the one that he did employ. Little siphon affair in the green room, in the studio, the new studio, which I'm looking forward to seeing during the WTC, to the Royal Test Championship. That's forward defensive by Moti, to almost a mark of respect to the last ball of Rashid's spell, and it has been a good one. Bit of rubbish in there, as the guy said, but how would you rate that spell? 3 for 40.
7 or 8.
I'd rate it 6 or 7.
Okay.
I got, I had a good deal of luck with a couple of wickets, as I recall, but also there were a lot of bad balls in there, which you don't expect from someone of Rashid's experience.
I think there's a bit of moisture on the ball. It's not
Maybe. Mr. P says, Gus Atkinson out, I'll get my whites on. I'm waiting by the phone with a bacon and HP sauce sandwich, the picture of readiness. Robert Wilford Paul says, a guy decided not to do the watch. Sorry, something's going wrong with the typing in there. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe you try to retype it. I sometimes do that. The the cursor gets in the wrong place. Who has the fewest wickets and worst bowling average in County Division 2? Whoever it is will replace Gus Atkinson, says Warwick Allen.
Matthew Potts starting you over. It's almost a Yorker. Has to be dug out by Moti. They take a single. Sorry, by Joseph. I beg your pardon. Joseph on 29. That's Alzari, not Shamar, who's carded to be next in. Although I have a feeling that Sills might come in next. He was top scorer in the first ODI, which wasn't saying much, admittedly. He got 29, batting number 11. Andy Saltzman at this point would tell us the last time a number 11 got the highest score in the team.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we just don't have the budget to
Let's
be able
face
to
it,
apply.
no one cares. Matthew Potts bowls. Oh, a little tempted, delicate cut from Moti, but he makes no contact. It just bounces in front of Joss Butler. Jamie Smith's in the outfield today, isn't it? Which is why I don't understand this current debate there. Help me out. Why is there this debate about Pope or Bethel in the England Test team when it's quite obvious that you could play both and give Pope the gloves? Smith doesn't keep for Surrey. He's not keeping today.
Yeah, well, there is that, isn't there? I mean, why are we picking keepers who don't keep?
Yeah. That's driven nicely by Moti. It's beaten the fielder at mid-off. All along the ground. Moti is 2 runs away from his 50. Moves on to 48. Another great shot. This is one of his best ODI innings, I think. I'll have to look at the stats for this. And I'll see you in a moment.
There is a school of thought, though, is there not? That, and I haven't seen much of him, that Jamie Smith is England's future number 3.
Well, that's Hendo's theory. Well, is it Hendo's theory? I can't
Well,
remember.
Hendo, it's Norcross's theory.
Oh.
The Hendo doesn't necessarily agree with. Is my understanding.
This one from Potts' well-directed bouncer, and Moti doesn't just take evasive cover. He just rolls onto the ground, making sure he stayed out of the way of that one. He clearly wants his half century. Not getting involved with that particular ball. Very well-directed, hostile ball from Matthew Potts.
And the thing is, yeah, I mean, I think James Smith's a pretty good keeper, but clearly Ben Folkes is better than him. He can't get back in the side.
Again, pushed back by Moti. He chastises himself for not making that more of a scoring opportunity. He remains on 48. Yeah, I just don't see why you can't play Pope and Bethel. And I'm surprised that there hasn't been more people saying that, because Pope did a very good job behind the stumps. It's not like you're talking about a keeper of Ben Folkes' stature. The man in possession is an okay keeper, Jamie Smith, and completely unproven at number 3 in Test cricket. So doesn't figure. Potts short. Moti tries to do an up and under, but again makes no contact. So it's 3 dot balls. I think Moti may have to sacrifice his 50 if he's not careful, because the pressure's building up. He's coming down to have a word with his partner, Alzari Joseph. That's the end of the over. Decent over from Potts. And over to you, Messrs.
George McPherson says England going back to their old selves, gifting the West Indies some easy runs. The bowling attack needs to cut it out. England needs to get the remaining wickets quickly. Frank Rockefeller says England will still win, makes no difference. George says Harry Brooks needs to tell the guys that they need aggression. And the score has disappeared off the screen for some reason there. I don't know why.
221 for 7.
You do feel that England have sort of been a little soft for the last 7 or 8 overs. Does that come across to you, Dave?
It does, and again, Jacob Bethel's been throwing the ball. I'm surprised about that too, but you just explained why.
There's only 2 overs left of pace.
Bethel, and that's a lot of wrist in that shot from Alzari. There's no one close on the leg side. Now they're all on the boundary on that side, and they drop through for a single. So Joseph on 30, Moti on 48. It's going to be some of the top order, middle order batters at West Indies thinking, why didn't I do this? That's why I can't tell you much about those early wickets, but from what you guys were saying, there was 4 batting in that. That's tucked away by Moti. He wants 2. Alzari this time, is he answered the call? No. Sends Moti back. Just 1. So Moti, no wonder he wanted 2. He's on 48, moves on to 49 now. But they're making a mockery of some of the problems in the middle top order.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, Evan Lewis has been the big disappointment. He didn't make any runs in Ireland and hasn't made any runs here. This next one is played away by Joseph. Extravagant shot, 2 bounces to the fielder down at the mid-on, and it's 1 run to him. That's Jamie Smith. We're just talking about him. So he's not preferred to Joss Butler as wicketkeeper. So why not prefer Hope to him in the Test team? Don't understand. Nasser Hussain in particular has been boring everyone about this big dilemma between Bethel and Pope. Play both of them. Down to just behind square, and there's no run.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I suppose Pope was a keeper for a lot of his youth.
Did a good job when he had to for England. I
thought he did okay in New Zealand, it has to be said.
Bethel down the leg side, and that's going to be Moti's 50. He's going to come back and get his highest score in ODIs. Previously 50 not out. He's moved on to 51 not out. Well played, Gudaresh Moti.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
I put it to you, Bear, that you'd have greeted an England 50 with a considerably more enthusiastic response than that.
I'm sorry to say,
it was audible yawn. Down the leg side, tucked away by Moti, building on his high score now, 52. He moves on to, and there's only 3 overs to go. So in 3 overs time, if you just stay on to Guerrilla Cricket, it's going to be a shortened interval, and we're going to have a short conversation with Roland Butcher, former West Indies selector, Middlesex in England, about not just about his new book, Breaking Boundaries, but also about current state of West Indies cricket. I'm sure he's got some views on England cricket as well.
Excellent.
And he might tell us a bit about the Middlesex Players Reunion that he went to recently.
Oh, those things, doesn't it say in house?
Yeah.
You've been to enough reunions, David, to know that you don't spread the stories. I'm pleased to say that Bear, who didn't hear your comment about his lack of enthusiasm about that 50, has since been off and managed to fix the score ticker on the bottom of the screen.
Here's Cast. He bowls to Moti. Moti backs away. That one's gone a long way, but is it far enough?
Oh, yes.
Yes, it's sailed into row 12 of the Bleakers. It sticks to Moti. What an innings from him. 58 not out. West Indies going out in style here. At least they've, there was a collapse as always, but there's been a good rescue mission here from these two. They're in all sorts of trouble when
they've got decent run rate as well,
Yeah, they have. I mean, it's interesting, David, isn't it, that both in Ireland and England, when the West Indies have batted first, they've actually done really well.
Cast followed, yes, indeed, Messrs. Now that one, Cast managed to follow Moti as he backed away, and although it was down the leg side, Moti himself had to take evasive action.
Yeah, he just flapped at that.
Yeah.
Nowhere near it. I just came off the ball.
Intelligent bit of bowling there from Cast. He certainly hits the deck. He's got the old heavy ball, hasn't he, Bryden Cast?
Yeah.
One of the stories in English cricket of the last year. Man who came back from a betting ban and showed that there is life after Betfair. He bowls. And this time Moti goes outside the off stump, tries to play that way, but there's no contact made. So 15 balls to go in this innings.
It'd be nice for them to get up to 250, wouldn't it?
250 and 40 overs would be a competitive score.
It was that 300 plus score. It was Casey Carty that impressed all the people. What did you think of his innings in the second ODI that century?
I thought he played really well, actually. I mean, I think England's catching was bloody awful, wasn't it, in that match?
It was. Cast, it's right in the right on the stumps. This is played away by Moti. Just with a conventional shot, and they just grew through for a single. He catches his breath at the other end. Azari got to be going for the big shots now because he's done his job. Came in and when there were 14 overs to go, And he's still there with 2.2 overs to go. So he's done his job. He can now open his arms. That's the highest 8-wicket partnership for West Indies against England in ODIs. The previous best was by Viv Richards and Eldine Baptiste in 1984. It's a partnership of 80. They've written themselves into the record books, Gudakesh Bhoti and Alzari Joseph. So congratulations to the two guys from Guyana. Who won, of course, the 4-day championship there for another year. Guyana victorious in the West Indies, and the championship's just finished. Joseph waiting now for Cast. And Joseph has a big old swing at that, but makes no contact. And because the ball passed down the leg side, but in between Alzari Joseph and the stumps, so no wide is called for that.
Did you have a bet on the highest scorer for the West Indies today, David?
I didn't, because I'm on holiday, with Mrs. B, and I didn't really, want cricket to intrude too much.
Hence your
it's your appearance
sitting
here.
in a bar. Where are you? In a hotel room or are you in a bar?
No, we've got a cottage, friend's cottage that we rent off him every year, so it's like a second home for us. This this one is thick edge by Joseph. It's going to go right down to third, and 2 bounce 4. Or has it gone the whole way?
No, it's a 4.
Just short.
4 runs. 4 runs to Joseph. Yeah, on the south coast of the Isle of Wight, if any Hampshire supporters are listening, down on the Coast Guard cottages. Very nice it is too. A lovely place to spend a few days and enjoy Ventnor Cricket 175th anniversary match tomorrow.
Frank Rockefeller says, an Englishman and aggression, oxymoron of oxymorons. And Muttley says, my highest total in all formats of T20 or 40 overs is 3 not out. I used to dream of hitting a boundary and eclipsing that. These days I can't even keep score, just a supporter. Have you run out of Jack Daniels now, Muttley? What are you going to do for the second innings?
Get another bottle, obviously.
Here's Mahmood. His last over. Down the leg side, flat batted by Moti. Quickly runs single to mid-off. He moves on to 60 and the score very respectable, 239 for 7. I know that we've had some of the Gorilla Twitterati, if I can still call them that, saying England will win this whatever West Indies score, but they've been written off before. Yes. And in fact, they always get written off every time West Indies tour England. People always forget, of course, when England tour West Indies tend to win.
Yes.
Have won since the last 20 years. England haven't won a series over there, but that tends to be forgotten. You get Michael Vaughan saying, oh, they should be in Division 2. These players can't play. Famous comments by Colin Graves about, mediocre West Indies. They can surprise. They have that ability. That's played brilliantly by Joseph. He picked that up. And that surely has cleared the fielder down there. Yes, it has. It's like a tracer bullet. Do we have that one there?
No, well, it didn't go like a tracer bullet. It was large.
Yeah. And has gone all the way. It was 6. And he just picked it up beautifully. And look, this is a decent score now. And it means that the crowd, who probably had to endure that rain delay and the odd delay because of the traffic, they're going to have something a good game to watch here now. Suckett bowls, and that's going to be called a wide. That was attempted ball outside. No, it hasn't been called a wide.
No, it wasn't a wide.
Because it was wide, but of course Joseph went outside the off stump to try and play it. Be interesting to see that on replay. We're not seeing it, so. Right, Roland has joined. Roland is in the house, waiting to be let in, Bear. So if anyone could let Roland Butcher...
Can you let Roland in?
The waiting room? Yeah,
Someone?
that'd be great. Yeah. 9 balls to go. Here's Mahmood bowls to Joseph, and this one's gone behind him. It's gone up in the air. Is anyone going to take the catch? Yep. Yes, there is. This time the fun is over. It's looks like... who's that? Is that Matthew Potts? Matthew Potts, who's taken the catch, almost a backstop position, and gives the old fist sign. But well played, Alzari Joseph. Responsible innings from him. He came in when well, there were 14 overs, 13 overs to go, and the West Indies needed that from him because he mixed big shots with some really astute defensive play this time. And we know Alzari Joseph can bat, and he's shown that today. But he's gone down in style, caught. The certainly hit straight, but it was straight behind him.
And we'll have this.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
So it's worth noting, David, that even though the West Indies are at 245 for 8, whatever England has to chase has got to be taken into account the Duckworth-Lewis adjustment. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's an extra 10 runs or so added to the West Indies score for the target.
Yeah, well, a man who will know all about that has just joined us. Oh no, we're only not ready to come on yet, so we're holding you back. Another 10 balls. It says in our contract that we can't use you for ball by ball because of your TMS obligations. So if you could just take the camera off for the moment, Roland, and then we'll bring you in style with a sort of build-up. Roland, of course, been getting a lot of coverage for his new book, Breaking Boundaries, and which is really great to see. I recommend that. We'll talk about it shortly. So Alzari has been replaced by Shamar, a man discovered by Roland Butcher when he was on the selection panel. Recommended him, and he didn't let him down after that match-winning performance. Who can forget that? In remind me, Messrs. Adelaide, Melbourne.
No, Brisbane.
Brisbane, almost there. This one, Shamar Joseph, his attempts an ambitious shot from his very first ball, but makes no contact. Better off probably just giving the strike, but this is the last ball of the 39th over. So we've got 1 over after this. Surely he's going to let Moti do the hitting in the last over. So it'll be interesting to see what he does to this last ball from Saqib Mahmood. 2 for 47 for him today. Very good series for him, making his pushing his test match claims for the India series, which takes place, of course, after the World Test Championship, which is the next on the hit list for Guerrilla Cricket. This one is square batted by Shamar Joseph, so they've taken the single that was offered to them, and he will be on strike for the final over. The score 246 for 8 off 39 overs. Have we had any suggestions, Messrs, for the replacement for Gus Atkinson?
Only somewhat facetious ones, I'm afraid to say. I think the main intention will be to find someone who's not going to break when he's bowled 10 overs. Because
surely it has to be. I'm just trying to think of anyone who's left. I mean, if Potts and Cast are in the side, out of the 4 bowlers, what did you say?
Bowl route.
Well, yeah, they could do that, but you need.
Is Tongue going to be playing?
Who?
Josh Tongue.
Josh Tongue, I suppose they could go for.
Because I think he's got a lot of upside potential.
Yeah. It will be Josh. Yeah, I'm sure it will be Josh Tongue. He's the next cab off the rank. He's been carrying the drinks, I believe. The last over will be bowled by Matthew Potts. Moti aims a big shot, making no contact there. So Joseph makes a big shot. So Shamar Joseph took a single off that last ball. The field's back now for him, so might be better off just getting some bat on it. Moti's having a word with him, probably saying something along those lines. Would you think, Bear?
Yeah, give me a single. I will. I'll take it from here.
246. Decent position now for West Indies, having the game looked over by that rain break. But Rutherford, of course, with the 70 early on. Mahmood, and that is played sensibly by Shamar Joseph. He gets off strike, takes a single, and lets Moti face the last 4 balls of this innings, which started unpromisingly for West Indies. King was out for 16, Port Bethel bowled Potts, Evan Lewis, Port Smith bowled Cast for 8. Been disappointing tour for him. Kesey Carty looked good again before being bowled by Rashid for 29. The captain on this occasion out for naught, called Cast bowled Mahmood Che Ho. Shafane Rutherford, the top scorer, Court Brook bowled Cast for 70. Justin Greaves with another contribution of 12 from 12 balls. Court Duckett bowled Rashid. Roston Chase, the New England West Indies Test captain. We're asking Roland Butcher about that. Court Brook bowled Rashid, no score. Here's Potts, dug out by Moti very nicely, and that is certainly going to give them 2. I think they'll settle for 2 and leave Moti on strike. No, they've gone for the 3rd, and he trusts his partner, and that's 3 runs to grab everyone you can get. That brings up 250 for West Indies. That just gives me a chance to finish off the scorecard with Alzari Joseph, caught Potts bowled Mahmood 41, and these 2 not out. So 249 for 8 with what we got 3 balls left of this innings. And don't go anywhere for the interval, because we've got with us in the Gorilla House, or in certainly by the benefit of technology, Roland Butcher. That's short and played away by Shamar Joseph. Bounces once or twice before reaching Rashid at long leg, and that's a single. He gets off strike again. So a couple of big hits now from Moti. What can West Indies get up to? And as Method just said, because of the rain interruptions and the match shortened to 40 overs, there will be an adjustment under Duckworth Lewis. And don't worry, Roland, I'm not going to ask you that as my first question. But we'll be talking about Roland's new book, Breaking Barriers. Also talking about Roland's views on this series and the T20 series coming up, which will also be on Gorilla Cricket. Of course, all 3 of the T20s that follow this series, with Jason Holder and Andre Russell joining up on the squad. Here comes Potts bowls. No contact from Moti. Tried to play that one away, but it was too quick and too bouncy for him. And so just 1 ball to go now in this innings. I'll also be asking Roland about what he thinks about the appointment of Roston Chase as the new West Indies captain, and his views on Darren Sammy being coach across all formats, a job he never actually applied for. They sort of knighted him. Said, would you like to do the test match as well? He sort of virtually said that in the press conference. It's not a job he asked for. He was given it. So I'll be very interested to hear from what Roland's view of that is, former selector for the West Indies, and coming up after this interval, which we think will be a short one. And that's clean bowled, Moti. That's done the job. Good end wicket to end on. Matthew Potts taking the wicket of Moti. 251 for 9. The West Indies. It's given a good opportunity for a decent finish. What do you think, guys?
I think that's a reasonably competitive score myself.
Yeah, I think it's ended up being a pretty competitive score when you've only got 40 overs. It's going to be interesting to see, isn't it? Should just give you a quick update on how the final's going. Shreyas Iyer was out for 1, but Joss English is going like a train on 31 off 19.
Excellent.
And they are currently what are they needing?
88 for 3.
Yeah, 88 for 3, needing 102 off 54 balls. Interesting.
So the worms are pretty much identical, and that's yeah, it's going to be tight.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and very happy to be joined. Thanks very much to the Bear and to Messrs. Very happy to be joined now by the man himself, Roland Butcher, who I hope will put his camera on now, and whether we can hear you loud and clear, Roland. Can we just check whether we've got the volume for you?
Hey, David. I hope you're well.
Great to hear from you, Roland. Your comments, please, on that West Indies performance today, and your views, your assessment of them in this series.
I think, first of all, they really got a total that they didn't expect halfway through the game. Really, that partnership between Joseph and Moti, which was 91 runs, came in about 11 overs, which was very, very unusual. But it certainly saved their blushes, because at that stage, they were really struggling. But thanks to Moti, and obviously Rutherford played well for his 70, but thanks to Moti and Joseph, they've got a fairly competitive total. I don't think it will be enough, because what I've seen of this pitch, I think the pitch will have to change significantly, really, for them to have a realistic chance. I think this pitch looks perfect for batting, and that target should be quite easy.
Oh, okay. So you still don't think it's enough. I mean, there will be an adjustment for Duckworth Lewis. So it might pop up by maybe 10, 20 runs.
Well, I think even with the adjustment, I think the pitch is, it looks very good for batting.
I mean, what went wrong in the top and middle order? Because there's players like Evan Lewis, who hasn't managed to get any form going on this tour. I know he missed the first 2 games, but there's been some other disappointments, haven't there, within the batting lineup?
Well, that's what's been a problem for them right throughout the whole series is the start. They haven't got good starts. Obviously, Evan Lewis has been in and out, obviously because of injuries. Obviously, it was a push to get him back into there, but he's come back into today's game, really an important game with no form. So, you were really hoping that he would do well instead of really expecting that he would do well. Brandon King has only shown glimpses. The last game in Cardiff, I thought he played well there. Carty really has been the standout batter in terms of not just the runs that he has scored, but how comfortable he looks at the crease. Got another good start today. Obviously, Shea Hawke failing was something very unusual in white ball cricket for West Indies, but Rutherford backed that up, obviously with a good 70. And then obviously at the back end there, Moti played really well. England's bowling at the death in those 11 overs, I don't think was particularly good, but you've got to give credit to those two batters that they took the opportunity to get some runs on the board.
Absolutely. And Casey Carty, word about him. It's a new name for most people, but he's had a great tour. In the warm-up matches or the series against Ireland, he got 2 tons, including a big 170. Another century for him on Sunday in the second ODI. Tell us about Casey Carty, Roland.
Well, he's been around for a while. Obviously got his opportunity, I think, in 2022. We brought him back into the side in 2023. And, he's gone on a terrific run since then. I mean, if you look at his last 10 games, it is quite phenomenal. He's got 400s in about the last 6 or 7 innings. And in the last 10 games, included a 95 as well. So, he's really been in excellent form. And thank God he has been, because otherwise, the totals would have been fairly meager. But,
what do you think's quick for him, Roland? Why have you seen this before with young batters who just suddenly feel they belong? Is it a mental thing?
Well, listen. Sometimes you need a certain amount of games. The expectation by a lot of people is that a player gets into the side and he has to perform straight away. It doesn't always work like that, particularly with West Indian players who mature much slower, but simply because they don't play as much cricket as the rest of the world. So, and enough top-level cricket. So they were mature, 27, 28. They're now actually starting to understand the rigors of international cricket. It is not the best way of doing it. I think, you really want your players to be in the team at 22, 23 years of age, so that by the time they're 27, they're seasoned players and not just starting to learn the game. But, that's a problem that exists in the Caribbean. And, for Carty, really, it's taken a while for him to come through. Let's hope that he can continue in the same vein.
Absolutely. I mean, Roland, you've been much publicised recently. You must be a very busy guy. You've had your book has been extremely well received, Breaking Barriers. Of course, you've broken barriers more than anyone I can think of. First black player to play for England, West Indies cricket board, most recently a selector. Before we move on to your wonderful work, just thinking about from the selection point of view, every time you get a change of regime, you get players jettisoned, you never hear from them again. Is this the best, in your view? Now you can speak freely, bro, free of your selectorial responsibilities. Is this the right team is this the best team that West Indies can be putting out at the moment? I'm thinking of people like Carl Mayers, who, did a really good job in the past. Is this a team that you would have selected?
Well, to be quite honest, I haven't studied it too deeply. As you said, I'm doing other things now. So West Indies cricket doesn't take up as much time for me, not just time, but enough thought as it would in the past. So I have not been that involved. But obviously, you would like to have seen Kalmir somewhere around the setup. I think he still has something to offer. But, there are not a lot of choices. I mean, you've got a few guys who have been in the IPL. So really, you're really down to what you've got left. Apart from Kyle Mears, I think everybody else would be inexperienced at international level. So
Did one Hetmeyer. What about Hetmeyer? Only given one game, didn't score any runs in the second. But what's the point of just giving him one game? Would you have played him today?
Well, I was surprised that he even played the last game.
Yeah.
I certainly didn't like the look of Hetmeyer's physical being at Cardiff. He looked very much out of shape for international cricket, and to have played him at Cardiff, I was a little bit surprised. I was also surprised that Joel Andrew played as well and had to open. That was not the best thing for him. Again, Justin Graves got one game as an opener, so there've been far too many changes really at the top of the order in 3 games. So you've had different openers in every game. So that's a problem.
I mean, just on selection, England obviously now have brought all format cricket under Baz McCullum, but still retain, chairman of selectors, Rob Key and Luke Wright. West Indies have dispensed with the chairman of selectors position and now put all the responsibility on the coach Darren Sammy, who's been given all formats. It's a lot on one person. What's the thinking?
Well, I think England have got it right and West Indies have got it wrong. Not because it's Darren Sammy. I think to put a coach in that position where he's coach and the only selector, I think it is not a good position to be in. The role of a coach, apart from in sports, apart from your mother and father, the coach is the next closest person to the players. Players depend on the coach, they're friends, they're in the dressing room every day, etc. And you build up that type of relationship. And now, selectors are supposed to be objective away from that environment. Now you're putting the coach in a position where, on the one hand, he's the father of his team, and then the next hand, he's got to decide who plays and who doesn't play. It puts him in an untenable position. I don't think it gives the players a lot of confidence because, when a player gets dropped, you can't say Desmond Haynes and Roland Butcher dropped him. He's going to clearly say, well, my coach has dropped me, and he's dropped me for these reasons, and they may not be, the reasons may be correct or they may not be correct, but it leaves it open to interpretation that there's a possibility that a coach may not pick an individual because they don't necessarily get on or they've had a bust up or whatever. As I said, that could or could not happen. Why put the coach in that position?
Yeah,
I don't think it makes no sense at all.
Well, we certainly agree on that. What about the choice and the selection process that went into naming the West Indies Test captain to replace Craig Brathwaite? Shortlist of 6, psychometric testing. Roland, you've got your hand over your face now. Is that response to that form of? What do you think about that process? And has it produced the right choice in roster?
I'll be honest with you. I found it quite puzzling now, David. Obviously you don't have lots of choices, but at the same time, the 6 that they came up with, I don't think any other international team would come up with that 6. And obviously, you end up. First of all, let me say congratulations to Roston Chase and Jamel Warrican on being captain and vice captain. But the strange thing about this whole setup is that Roston Chase has not played for West Indies for 2 or 3 years. Not because he was not available, it's because he couldn't get in the team. He was not selected. So the first selection, 3 years later, you make him captain. Based on what? On the other hand, same thing with Warrican. No captaincy or vice captaincy experience, but you make him vice captain for the series against Australia, the top team in the world, that's going to be the hardest thing for them. The obvious choice for me would have been somebody like. The obvious choice for me would have been Joshua De Silva.
Yeah.
Because certainly when I was a selector, and since then, we had invested in Joshua De Silva as vice captain. He was vice captain of the West Indies team for about nearly 3 years, and captain of the A team. So, he has been an investment, and you wouldn't invest in someone unless you're thinking of them as. Otherwise, it makes no sense of having him there for 3 years. Now, he got dropped in Pakistan for 2 test matches at the end, right? So that really has been used as the stick to rule him out of captaincy. But yet you bring a player back who hasn't played for 3 years. I'm trying to work that out. Here is a guy who you've invested in, who has done the job as vice captain, who has captained the A team, who has been successful as an A team captain, and on top of that, he was, I think, nearly the top run scorer in this year's first class cricket, before hundreds, and captained his team as well.
Yeah, captain Trinidad and Tobago.
Right. For me, he should have been captain. I would have played him as a batter.
Yeah.
Tevin Inlock could have kept wicket. He could have done the job as captain and a batter. But then when you look at the other choices, Justin Graves was baffling.
Yeah.
In that, Justin has just got into the team. He's not by any means a certainty in the team, but he can be shortlisted for captaincy. I find that thinking extraordinary, really, because the obvious choice for me didn't make it.
Yeah, well, I can't argue with any of that. I was hoping you might be able to enlighten me as to the thinking, but it sounds as though you're as puzzled as I am on that, Roland. But look, let's bring you on to a subject that you will know lots about. Your new book, Breaking Boundaries, published by...
Well, it's basically we self-published, but it's
excellent,
printed by Fairfield.
And your co-author, tell us about your co-author, because that's an interesting collaboration. And tell us, it's not just an autobiography, which would be interesting enough. You're a man who's first black player to play for England, all that, the son of the Windrush generation who came over to this country. You played all your cricket at Middlesex, and you've now been absolutely involved in West Indies cricket. You were the director of sport at the University of West Indies, setting up the academy that produced the likes of Jason Holder and Craig Brathwaite. And, so your qualifications for breaking boundaries are unquestioned. But tell us about your collaborator and what you were looking to achieve with the book, Roland.
Right, well, basically, it started when I joined the university as director of sport in 2004. Dr. Sasha Sutherland, obviously she was Sasha Sutherland then. She was a student at the UE then, a young student. She played tennis, she played hockey, she played football, and basically, she was reminding me from an early stage that female sport needs to get the same opportunities as male sport, and particularly cricket. She wasn't particularly keen on cricket at that time, but she kept me focused in the job to realize that I cannot just concentrate purely on cricket. You're a
football coach as well, aren't you?
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that I did was that even as director of sport, nobody wanted to coach the women team. So he persuaded me to coach the women team, which I did, and then that team became the forerunner for women's football in Barbados, and was very, very successful. But what I noticed then with her was that, she really had those girls well organized, and the fund raised, and they did everything. So even as a student, you know, I employed her in the sports office as a sports assistant, and you know, so we worked together there. We developed lots of friendships. So, you know, so over 20 years, we have worked on many other projects even after I've left. Currently, when I was setting up the Barbados Royals Girls Cricket Club, only one person came to mind to run that, was her. So she's the chair of that. She's a chair and doing a fantastic job. Now, she had been saying to me for a little while that I need to write my autobiography. And I just kept saying, yeah, sure. But when I went back to Barbados from England last summer, I got back around October time, and I called her up and I said, you know, I've decided to take your advice.
I've just seen the players are coming out, so I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm going to just do the first ball. But tell us, Roland, where can we get hold of a copy of Breaking? Because having read it, it's not just your autobiography, which would be interesting enough. There's lots of interesting insights into crossing boundaries in all sports.
Yeah, you can go on www.rolandbutcher.co.uk and get it there.
Great. Go to rolandbutcher.co.uk. It's a fantastic book. You're also the subject. You get a whole chapter in Annie Chave's book, Cricket Changed My Life. It certainly changed your life, Roland, for the better. We've been the beneficiaries of that. I won't ask you about the Middlesex Players Reunion, because I know that's Chatham House rules. We're going to cover the first ball here from for the England innings, so the target of 246, and it's bowled by Jaden Seals. Of course, has been outstanding for West Indies and for Sussex. One player to your thoughts on the response, Roland. You think it's going to be a simple matter for England, this, or can West Indies have one card up their sleeve? The target's 246.
I think the pitch is too good to really, to get 6 and over is not a difficult target.
Okay, well, Roland, it's been great to have you today. So that ball is drilled out by Jamie Smith, who's opening with Ben Duckett. The target is 246. Roland, you're a very busy time. I know your man much in demand. BBC 1 minute, Guerrilla Cricket the next. You've always been great supporter of Guerrilla Cricket, for which we really thank you. Got a whole new studio, Roland, now in Ladywell, in Islington, not in the Bears house anymore. So, where?
Lewisham, not Islington.
Sorry.
God damn. We're down in South London, not North, man. Jesus.
I was doing so well up to that point. Jamie Smith facing Jaden Seals, and that's no run. You haven't missed a single run. Roland, all the best with your book and all the other things that you're doing. Of course, county cricket fans can hear you on the BBC coverage of County Championship cricket, where Roland has been a key part. You spend your summers over here now. You're just up the road from me in Slough, Roland. Must get together and have a soft drink.
Definitely, David, and we'll catch up soon.
Thank you very much, Roland.
Thanks very much. And I'm going to pass you over to Messers and to the Bear to pick up the commentary on this innings. Big thanks to Roland Butcher for joining us.
Thanks a lot, Roland. Cheers.
Cheers. Take care. Bye.
Next ball, Smith defends up to cover, and there is a no run. England 0 for 0 in 0.4 overs. Thank you very much to Roland there.
Somewhat perplexingly, although West Indies made 251 for 9 in their 40 overs, the Duckworth-Lewis system has led to a situation where the target is actually less than that. Oh no, it's not actually. It was being shown. Sorry, they need exactly 252. So Duckworth-Lewis appears to have made no difference whatsoever, although Crickinfo's got it wrong anyhow. No, the target is 246. Sorry, Crickinfo doesn't know what it's talking about.
We've got a wide. We got our first run. It's a wide. Is Ajit there? Is Ajit supposed to be joining us?
Yes.
But he's not there. I don't know where he is. Oh, that's the second ODI. I thought he just got a wicket, but no, thank God for that.
He's having connection issues.
Oh, he's having connection issues. Okay. Well, does someone want to jump on while he finds connection? It's all been a bit tricky this afternoon, really, isn't it? Timings, people. Oh, there's a Vatican slice. We'll get 4 runs for that. And England move on to 5. Jamie Smith off the mark.
The only reason I can think of why England's target will be below what West Indies made is because they had lost 3 wickets by the time of the break.
One presumes so, something like that. Anyway,
it's a fucking mystery that if you can understand it, you deserve to be given a PhD without any further work.
Well, exactly. So this will be the last ball, the wide. That one is again. I thought he played that bit more aerially, but nicely guided by Jamie Smith down towards fine leg, and he gets himself 4. And the first over ends up going for 9. The extra ball cost an extra 4 runs.
Nice to see Jamie Smith actually playing sensibly for a while. He seems to have been a bit frantic in the first.
Well, this is we were discussing this. People have got to learn that 50 overs is actually quite a long time. And you think how long England bat in a bloody Test match, and sometimes it's only 50 overs, and they regularly manage to score 300 plus. So they, could quite easily do that. I'm going to go over. That's a bit of a surprise, isn't it?
Ashley Partridge is with us. It says, hi, England look good. Stephen Kelk says, loving the discussion during the break. Is the title a nod to Beyond the Boundary by CLR James? I guess so. I would imagine almost certainly so, yes. Because that's very much a
that is the
classic.
book, yeah. Which I've read.
He said, I tried reading the original DL academic paper once. Not easy. Duckworth Lewis, that is. I can believe that. And it's been added to by Stern as well, which makes it even more complicated.
Well, indeed. Isn't that for the 20 over stuff? The new bowler at the other end, his first ball is off the pads down the leg side, and it'll be a leg by. It's this man.
Jesus, Mary, and shame on Joseph. Who's this coming up out of the mist? Is it a warrior of times gone by? By Christ, it's a West Indian quack.
That always makes me spit my tea when I hear that.
Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
No ball. And the other guy is... Next ball is on the pads of Jamie Smith. Hard. And it goes down towards long leg, and it will be a single. I don't know why these jingles are so different.
I'm not sure it's the desk bear. I think it might be the laptop. It might turn the sound down in general.
No.
Well, I don't know what Bear's done to the soundboard, but in the course of it, I can tell you that his underwear is by Tokyo Laundry.
Yeah.
Well, I think this move to bring Joseph into the team is good. He provides a bit more threat, I think, than Matthew Ford.
Yes.
Down the leg side. Did he get a bat on that? Or was
No,
it
that just swung away, I think.
It's wides, yeah.
Yep.
And 5 of them. It could be this cable, actually, but who knows? We'll find out at some point when I finally get around to doing some shit, but we'll have a 4.
That was actually some pretty ordinary keeping, I reckon. It was swinging a fair bit, but it wasn't that.
He saw it
tall.
late and went with
bounced.
one hand, and the biggest complaint of most people: no footwork.
Well, of course.
Yes, yeah.
If he takes a step and then dives, I think he gets that.
Yeah.
And
next ball, he lets through to the keeper, and there is no run.
it's quite zippy. This is coming through quite nicely.
Yeah, it does look quite. He's not the tallest, is he? He bowls quite slingy. He's quite
he's
flat.
5'11". He's kind of like just shorter than Anderson. He's one Anderson height unit.
Yeah.
He's definitely more than one Duckett height unit.
Well, there's a lot of people. Most people are one Duckett or more.
Yes. Well, most men, anyhow.
Mm.
He's not that short,
So while Joseph in again. This one is slapped at by Duckett. We can only hit it straight to cover.
Yeah.
And there ain't no run.
Yeah, it's not the height that surprised you. It's the width, because he is a very stocky man. He's very, very muscly.
What, Duckett?
Yeah. Well, I was surprised when I actually went to the Oval and saw Curran in the flesh for the first time, and he looks like this tiny little kid with an angelic face, and he's really quite broad when you see him in person.
So he's a mini Gadding.
He's nearly 6 foot as well, isn't he? Maybe not that. But this time Duckett just guides that down towards third man. It'll be a single. Is that the end of the over? 1 ball left to go. 17 for none. Chasing 2-4-6. What did the West Indies get?
2-5-1.
Yeah.
Oh, that is weird in 40 overs. Why would the score be
It's all to do with resources. I think at the interval they would have used up as much resources as they expected to, whatever it was, 13 overs. And then at the end of the innings, we've used up almost all the wickets, so there's no real benefit to the side batting first. They would have scored the runs they would have scored.
That's true. Shamal Joseph loses the ball as he gets to his delivery stride and goes off towards the Shea Hope behind the stumps. Should be a wide. Well, no, actually, his arm didn't go over.
It's a dead ball because he didn't get to the crease.
Yeah, and also his arm didn't go over. I think he just brushed it along his thigh, didn't he?
Well, hit it.
He
caught his pocket.
Well, not even that. I think it just.
No, he saw his
just
pocket
slipped
come
out.
out. No, his pocket
They do
came
talk
out.
about holding it very loosely when you're trying to bowl swing and seam, but that's a bit too loose, I think.
Indeed. That one's into the pad. That's a beautiful shot by Jamie Smith. Just picks that up. You can't bowl there to him. He does like it, and it's whizzed out to the boundary.
Yeah, lots of long levers with Jamie Smith. That will travel.
He does like it on his pads. Plays that really nicely.
And it's wide open space over mid wicket. Given there's only 2 players out in the first power play.
Aye. Presumably one down at long leg.
1 at long leg and probably 1 at either square leg or third man.
Something like that, yeah. So England travelling quite nicely here. 21 for none after. Well, the West Indies were 27 for 3 after 4.5, 5, weren't they?
Yeah. Have you had no punts on this game at all today, Bear?
I've had loads.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, I've gone over for the fall of the first wicket, which is a very rare thing.
That certainly is. What was the line?
40, because they already scored 9.
All right.
So Duckett facing up. And that's defended back to the bowler. No run. So start the third over. Jaden Seals bowling.
So when this tour is over, does Seals go back to Sussex, do you know, Messi?
I don't know at all.
I presume so.
They could use him.
They could use him.
Or are they not playing a test series against the Aussies, aren't they?
Oh, yes, that's true, of course. West Indies and the Aussies playing 3 test series.
So presumably he goes back to the West Indies to play the test series.
And then there's the CPL thereafter.
Something like that. Duckett trying to guide that down at third man. Hits it 2 square. It's Brandon King at point. And there is no run.
One of the 3 tests will be a day-nighter, which I think is the first one in the West Indies.
Interesting concept, day nighter in the Caribbean, I think. You might get more. I think that's to address the declining crowd that come to all-day games.
I think it's partly that. I think it's also to do with timing in terms of coming back into the Australian market, TV market.
Well, yeah, but they don't consider that with the fucking Ashes, do they? Well, that's flown off the outside edge by Duckett. Nearly did what he did on Sunday, which is a bit caught down at third man. This time he didn't quite get enough of it, and it dropped short of Shamal Joseph down there. He nearly overran it.
Yeah, it was a good grab of the left hand there late on, as it didn't move with the spin that it normally does.
Well, I wouldn't be at all surprised if there was some remuneration for moving it, and I suspect if enough money was offered to the Australian Cricket Board to shift it to get whoever it is, BT, the coverage they want at the time they want for the Ashes, then the same could happen.
Actually, having said that, for the English market, I'm talking about for Guerrilla Cricket. That's gone over the top, plugged a little bit, but it will make its way to the boundary, and there is 4 runs. Yeah, I mean, for us, when they have day-nighters, especially, I mean, the day-nighter would be the best would be Perth, because then obviously it would start at 4 or 5 in the morning instead of fucking 2.
It'd be Indian time as opposed to...
That's never going to happen, though, because if it finishes at 10 o'clock at night in Perth, it's 1 a.m. in Sydney. And that's not they get peak ratings with normal times in Perth because of the timing at the moment.
Yeah. That one is clipped into the leg side, beats mid-wicket. There's hardly anyone there. In fact, there isn't a mid-wicket. It's chased out into the deep. They come back for
Is
two.
that chasing? Because he looked like he was labouring a little bit.
He did a bit. Well,
No.
he got a second golden duck in a row today. As we see Duckett's getting out the other day.
Fed Up tells us the jingles are still way too loud.
Well, now they've got really loud. They weren't loud a minute ago because the desk is being funny. I've got a volume knob so I can turn them down. Part of the reason they're really loud is because some of them are really quiet, and so you have to turn it up for the quiet ones.
The reason they're loud is because they're quiet. That makes so much sense.
Oh, no, some of them are.
I know what he means.
I know.
So you're better off having the quiet ones loud, and you can turn the loud ones down. But you've got to remember which ones are loud. That's just defended back towards the bowler. There is no run. England are 28 for none after 3.
Whoa, very quiet. Everybody's still having their break.
Or watching the final done, isn't it now?
Pretty much. Punjab 142 for 6 after 16.4. They currently require 14.7 runs per over. 49 in 20 balls. It's doable. It's been done before.
It has been done before, but
you need
who's
to
in?
have a maximum.
Steiner's just got out for 6 off 2 balls. Shashank Singh, it's 22 off 14. And I'm not sure who's next.
Well, Shashank's got to be the one who's done do it then, isn't
Yeah.
it? Stoinis in that. Shamal Joseph comes in for his second over, and Duckett just guides that. Oh, nearly beats everyone on the offside. There's 2 players close together. He nearly threads the needle, but he doesn't. The man behind, I can't see who it is, parries it towards cover, and they'll get through for a single. 29 for none.
This is 6:38, 7. So Ajit says he's waiting. It's not showing up on there.
No, it doesn't, unfortunately, because this isn't
All right.
this isn't the master computer. Hendo, can you let in Ajit? Yeah, it's a bit annoying you can't see in here. I could make this the master for Zoom, and then you'd be able to see, but then you'd have to let people in on this computer rather than the other one. So it doesn't matter. Anyway, that's nonsense. Oh, bounced over the top of point by Smith. Drove that into the ground. It bounced over the man at point. It's got out to the boundary, and it'll be another 4.
Right. I can see Ajit on screen.
Aye.
In which case I shall depart.
Thanks, Jason.
Can you change the screen set to accommodate Ajit? You finally got your shit sorted. That's because you're on a desert island, you see, Ajit.
Yes,
Nothing ever works on a desert island.
Well, I was also in the waiting room for about 2.5 hours, if that helps.
Okay.
But all right.
Sorry.
Well, I'm here.
Well, we've got a new
It's all right.
setup, and the computers aren't directly in front of us, so we don't really notice it. That's a glorious shot by Smith, but he can't meet point. And,
that was hit very hard.
It was hit very hard. I presume you're keeping an eye on the IPL final?
There was back-to-back wickets. I'm very nearly ecstatic. And, well, the counter punches come from Punjab Kings. RCB are holding out okay, but there's still a little bit of game left. 20 balls, 49 to get, so RCB are favourites. But, yeah. Coming back to this one, at least Jamie Smith looks like he wants some runs today.
Yes.
He was not in the mood earlier in the series.
What he did in the first one, he got 37 and looked really good, and he got out. And that one, he's got another 4 down the leg side. He kind of holds the bat straight so he doesn't turn it. It looks like he's always getting an inside edge, and leg slip would be in the game, but there isn't a leg slip, and there's a long leg, and that's gone very fine. Consequently, it's 4 more.
I'm looking over a 4.
They're not mucking around, are they?
No.
Nah, that was an unintentional French cut, but also he did right. He didn't turn the wrists on that ball, and for somebody who's so fast, there's no hope of stopping that.
No.
It flew away. Oh, hang on.
A big no ball
Oh,
as
yeah.
well, that one. So we're going to have a free hit. I haven't played a
Yes.
jingle for a free hit for a while. What are they? I can't even remember what they are now. They're here. Yeah.
Oh, there's going to be more fun. Hang on.
There you go.
Ooh. Oh dear.
Big
Well, another
squeak
unintentional.
at. Got another back and slice. This one into the ground, goes off towards long leg. He only gets a single for it. England are 39 for none. After 3.4
Look, I was
overs.
pretty impressed. You're saying something, Wesley, sorry.
No.
No, I was pretty impressed by the way West Indies counter-punched. I thought they were going to subside to 170 all out, something like this.
Look, I've watched Moti play against England a lot of times now, and somehow, I don't know what he does against anyone else, but against us, it always scores runs. Done it in tests, ODIs, T20s, you name it. He seems to like batting against England.
Absolutely.
And, you know, it got him up to a competitive score.
That's very respectable. Also good from Sharfin Rutherford, who was in flying back from India, I think.
Yeah,
did very well.
He was indeed.
Halfway to the Caribbean, stopped over.
Defending back to the bowler, and there's no one. Presumably he's in the T20 squad as well, though, isn't he?
For sure. I mean, I think he's an all-format batter, if you ask me. I mean, he must be given chances, I think. I heard that discussion with Roland, which are very, very interesting. Why Chase may have been chosen. I think it's his temperament above everything else, if you ask me.
He's
right?
level. He is pretty level-headed, Roston Chase. I always thought that when he was in the side. I mean, this is it. With West Indies. Wow, that was an incredible sneeze from over there. Short, pulled. Where's it gone?
Somewhere up above, or just go to the keeper? Oh, it was high.
I thought he got top edge on that.
Yeah, so did I.
We all thought it, because also the way he looked at for the ball afterwards. Almost.
Well, the cameraman had no clue.
What's that? Well, it's been given as a wide.
I mean, it didn't look that high to the naked eye, but clearly it was. Right?
You have to look from side on. Duckett's a short man. Oh, it's marginal, but it is over the helmet, and he wasn't crouching. He was standing. He's just a short man.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
But it was very rapid again. Huh? You
never
underestimate
wouldn't have been a wide to Joe Root.
No, it would have banged him on the badge. He's tall enough for that.
Joe Root was probably supremely out to. I know. Why do they seem to have taken the wide off?
I think they took it off after review. Are they allowed to review it these days?
Who the fuck reviews? You can't review. This isn't the fucking IPL.
Oh, God knows.
You can't review extras.
Kieran says, I'm here, but after no one adopted my fielding positions, I've become disheartened. Oh, come on, Kieran. Don't despair, Kieran. We still need you, said Stephen. Ajit, me old mucker. Long time no see. How are you doing, says Matley.
Hello.
That's a beautiful drive by Jamie Smith, straight down the ground. It's another 4. England are rocketing along here.
That was very
That
fast.
went like a tracer bullet.
There you go. And very classy. The toughest shot in the book, they tell us. The on drive between the bowler and the mid-on fielder.
Yep.
Straight bat, high elbow. I don't think he got all of it, but he timed the pants of that one.
Stephen Kelk says Ajit is always on the same island, Paradise. It's a Wi-Fi good there.
Yeah, it's pretty good, I'm told. Yes. I'm a single man occupant of this island, so I take all the Wi-Fi available here. Yeah.
Pulled out towards Cow this time. Another 4 runs. Oh, man. Accept change. Come on. No, they won't let me do it now. England are rocketing along here, 47 for none. They're going on over 10 and over.
And Bear's creaming it in his bets.
Oh, any bets today, Bear? Maybe something you're standing to gain if England finish this very early?
Any bets, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've done a few unders, which I got. I went for a run out, and I nearly got it, actually, when Moti kept fucking not getting run out. 2 in like the space of 2 overs, and then someone went and spooned it to a fielder, which is really annoying.
Right. No, but Moti, I think you're right. I mean, he actually plays very quickly. I think he gets off easy against England, maybe, but otherwise, he never takes too much time. If he's there, it's...
Yeah, he's a clean hitter of the ball. He seems to have a reasonable eye, and he's not scared, particularly of short balls. Down the leg side goes... Smith goes to make room on his leg stump, and he gets followed by Jaden Seals, and in the end it just comes off his pads and goes nowhere. 3 balls left in the 5th. Number 24. Third
for
over.
the IPL enthusiasts out there, 43 or 14 with 3 wickets in hand for Kings.
Is Shashank still in?
Shashank is still there, and he's going okay, but he needs some effort from the other side, because you have Omar Zai on the other side who can hit. Oh no, Omar Zai has been dismissed. I just saw this.
So only 2 wickets left now.
3 left, but I think they lengthened their batting by including somebody right at the top. It's 12 versus 12, yeah.
Pulled. Has he got all of that?
Got it.
Yeah, he's got all of that. Well, it's his home ground, isn't it? He should know this ground very well. and he smashed that over square leg. All the way.
Why he's in a hurry?
Yeah, he is. 41 off 19.
Wow.
And Duckett's 3 off 10.
That's most unusual, isn't it?
It's hilarious. Well, to be
okay.
fair, this is kind of. I mean, we were talking earlier, and people are trying to compare them to Bairstow and Roy. I mean, when Bairstow and Roy batted, usually one of them went like a train, and the other one was a bit scratchy. Then sometimes the one who was going like a train would get out, and the other one had got himself in and would carry on. And you kind of need that out your openers.
Absolutely. They're all amused. I don't know what is there to be amused. They're being creamed all over the park. Clean hitting. The pitch is cooperating. It's a beautiful pitch. There may be some delay, but this doesn't look like a pitch that's had any rain on it.
Well, no. I mean, we all thought it was a bit sticky, bit of a sticky dog, really, with the weather and everything. And
yeah, but it was only drizzling at the time they put the covers on, so it had no chance to get wet.
And because the temperature's a bit low and it was a bit cloudy, I mean, we thought there'd be a bit of swing. There wasn't a lot. Never is much with a white ball, but you thought for a few overs, but there was a bit in the first over, not a lot after that.
Right.
And then, the pitch has not had any lateral movement in it at all. There's a bit of spin for the spinners, actually, but not a great deal again. The odd one, but not not a huge deal. Good packing pitch. It's the oval. That's what you kind of expect, isn't it?
Well,
I think they might have lost the ball.
Yeah.
I think so. That's
I
all
think,
the
I think
delay.
it went down one of the
Those
tunnels.
gullies, yeah?
Yeah, for the
Sort of
crowd.
separates the stands.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a very smiling, happy-looking guy standing in the stands, a certain A.B. de Villiers.
Oh, what? Oh, no.
The RCB game, yes.
No. It bounced on the concrete of one of the steps of the walkways and bounced over the back of the stands.
Well, the ball has come back. They're putting it through the air quotes rings. They're seeing if it can be arrested or not.
Yeah, because A.B. de Villiers used to play for RCB as well, didn't he?
Yeah, long-term servant.
Yeah,
And odds on, Shashank Singh is fighting. They need, they need quite a lot of runs.
30 and 7 balls, yes.
30 and 7 balls.
Yeah.
Oh, you're far ahead of me then. I was a couple of balls behind.
That's
He's not running those singles anymore. He's trying to hit
Well,
it.
he's got to, hasn't he? Who's he batting with?
Come on. There's Kyle Jamieson. He can hit.
Oh, he can.
He's got 0 from 2 so far.
That's chipped
Yeah, that
into
too.
the leg side. He can hit a long lever. He has got long levers. He's not
Absolutely.
Bad.
I mean, he
not
can
a bad
nail a
man
couple.
to have down at that number.
Yeah.
What, number 10?
This is number 10. Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty good going. That's chips into the leg side. Smith gets 2. The score moves on to 55 for none. 1 ball left in Seals' his third over. He's gone for 32 so far. I mean, he's got 1 ball left in his third.
Unless something extraordinary happens, Ajit, you're going to be very happy. They need 29 from the final over.
I mean, this will need a Dhoni level hitting. I dare say. There's a saying of RCB is, this time the cup is ours. I don't know who chose it in the very first year. It's been a neck around, I don't know,
Well,
albatross.
for one, I'm glad to see Cody finally get a title. He stayed
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
The
Maybe
last
it's not
ball is
yet
a
there,
dot
but
ball.
let's say it will be. I don't see them really.
I can't
doing
see
this
him
one
getting 29 off 1 over. Stranger things
No.
have happened, obviously, but I mean, he's been an RCB man his entire career, isn't he?
Yeah.
Bit of a Jamie
Yes.
Carragher.
Yeah.
One
Absolutely.
club man.
And the way Hazelwood has dived around, I see him. He did this just now, like with 8 balls left. He literally threw himself at the ball. That's a 6'5" big lad. He did it already twice. I think they really want it. That was
Yeah,
the thing.
well, it's not surprising. I think has RCB got to the final before? They lost.
Oh,
This
yes.
is their third final. if I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
wrong.
Okay. Well, the odds eventually stack up in your favour, don't they?
They had a below par total. They've done a wonderful job defending it.
Yeah.
So to say.
Windy Fanatic says this is still going on. RCB winning first IPL trophy. Congratulations to Kohli. And Stephen Kirk says, I thought, as he said, Bear is creaming in his beds. But I'm glad that isn't what he said.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I can live without that image. Thank you.
I'm sure lots of people can.
5 overs 55. West Indies have a job on their hands. Otherwise, England are running away with this.
They
In
do
comes the guy
indeed.
who can do something.
Well, yeah, this is the main man, Alzari Joseph. Ooh,
Oh dear.
Big top edge first ball. Is it going to go for 6? I think it is.
Yes, I dare say R4.
Oh, it
at least.
has. Duckett's top edge
Dear
for
gods.
6 over the top of the keeper. Safest shot in the book. No one down there. And he moves on to 9 off 11. And England move on to 61.
Joseph is not amused, rightly
No.
so. I mean, there's nothing too bad about that bottle at all. And today I saw somebody hit a shot. I think it was Jitesh Sharma who intentionally hit a ball behind the keeper for 6. Absolutely diametrically opposite.
Yeah. Was this in the IPL final?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
mind you, those boundaries are only about 3 meters, so it's not that far.
Well, 30. Come on. Let's not call it 3, but 30. But yes.
Sorry.
I've been known to clear such boundaries myself. Again, the ball is lost. It's now under the rain covers.
Yeah, there's a lot of covers down there, a lot of machinery,
Yeah.
a lot of
I think-
tarpaulins to look under.
No, there are also hover covers there. So,
Yeah.
well, it's oval, right? They're well stacked, those people.
They are indeed.
Oh, come on, ride it off. Get another ball. There's plenty of balls.
I think they just got a ball. The one that bounced off the concrete, I think, was damaged irreparably.
No, they kept hold of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, first 2 balls haven't gone for any runs because he's deciding to keep the strike. And you already see a few unbelievable faces on the field, including Kohli, who looks stunned a little.
Is he going to cry?
You can see, I think, some tears are coming. He's holding back to something. He's covering almost his entire face.
Would he get man of the match? You got 47 or not particularly quick.
No,
time.
it shouldn't be him though. I would give it to one of the bowlers. I mean, or I would say the person who scored the most down the order. No, Kohli is actually crying. Wow.
Is it
Oh,
finished?
hang on. That's a 6.
Well, there's bound to be 1 or 2, but I mean, you can afford.
Yes.
You can afford 5 in the last over.
Yeah.
And the 2 balls have gone.
And in fact, you can afford 4.
Well, they need 13 off the last ball.
Okay. Well,
Meanwhile,
that's been
Duckett
pulled. Oh
somehow-
my word! That is an outrageous shot from Duckett.
What shot is that? A short arm.
It's a short arm pull. That
It's a
his bottom
6.
hands come off the bat, and it still managed to go over backwards, square leg, long leg, whatever you want to call it. But it is, in fact, one of these. That's an amazing shot. The bats these days, I don't know.
Well, Shashak Singh hit 22 in the last 4 balls, but they still lost by 6 runs.
Unbelievable hitting from Shashank. Just that, the support, right? I mean, commiserations in this case. They have definitely lost this game. I would say commiserations, but well done to Punjab Kings. You know.
Well,
no.
Indeed.
Oh dear, one more.
Oh no, has he been caught?
Have they caught that?
No, he's dropped it. Oh dear, I thought Shireen Rutherford had caught that amazingly. It certainly looked like it. 'Cause you didn't see
He
the ball come out
dove. He
right
dove
as-
full length almost
Yeah,
in
he
the boundary.
did. Very similar shot to what happened before. He kind of pulled it airily behind square, but Shafeen Rutherford got around to it. He had it, didn't he? Oh, no,
Yes,
he didn't
one-
have it actually. He never
one
had
bounce,
it.
I think.
Then it got away from him and
You know,
bounced into the fence. 4-1.
Shashank has played an absolute blinder.
Well, you always need backup. 190, maybe under par, but never easy.
Yeah,
to
but it's a
chase.
final, right?
Yeah,
I think they just
exactly.
choked in the middle overs. I saw it.
Well, yeah, Shreyas Iyer was the man who'd taken them through in the last
55
game,
of 29, Shashank.
Yeah, that's pretty good going.
Unbelievable batting.
Defended back down a track by
Wow.
Duckett. Gets
A dot ball,
no
you say?
run.
England have motored to a mere 71, and we are in the 6th over.
Yeah. And I think West Indies got 55 for 3 after their power play.
Oh dear. Now the the floodgates have opened. You can see shaking shoulders.
The tailgates.
Tailgates. Floodgates have opened.
Well, good for him, man. I mean, how old is he now? 36?
Yet, well, yes.
He's had, 14 seasons at RCB?
No, all of us, I think, all seasons at RCB.
Well, I don't know.
15 or
How many
16
seasons have there been? That's
18.
18. Well, there you go. 18 seasons at RCB. 3 finals. Finally gets to win it. One of the greatest players that India have ever had.
24 months as well. You have to also give it to him, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. That ball was very, very strange. Duckett went right across his stumps. He was trying to flick it over the keeper again, but he got all tangled up.
Well,
It went out to
what
point. He
I'm
got a
seeing
single.
is you're showing me the RCB celebrations. I'm happy. I don't know if it was intentional.
That'll be Sky switching it over. We haven't switched
Fair
channels.
enough. And you see also some tears from Shashank, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate. He's done a good job. But we are back to the cricket in England.
Sunny oval.
Yeah, the sun has come out finally. Clipped into the leg side by Smith. Gets himself a single. England move on
Smith
to
has
73 for
come
now.
down almost to the mere mortal 200 strike rate now.
Yeah.
He was absolutely flying. He was going at 250, but down, right?
Well, Duckett was, what, 1 off 9? He's now
Yeah, he was
19
3
or
of
15.
something. 3 of 11 or something. Yeah.
Kohli in the last 3 IPLs has averaged 53, 61 and 54, which is remarkable.
Is he what cap is it for the highest run scorer?
No, he's
Orange
not the
cap.
highest.
I think Sai Sudarshan may have got it. The guy
Yeah,
from
something like
GT. Even though they didn't make the finals, I think he may have been the one that walked away with the cap. Here we go. There is some change here. Your man of the
Wow.
your man
Now
Friday.
that's interesting. In the power play with 4 overs to go.
I think it's only an 8 over power play, no? Because it's a 20 game.
Yes, of course.
2 hours to go. Still power play, yes.
Yep.
He bowls in T20, so this is your man.
Well, here's his jingle.
From Georgetown, Guyana, where he had his first nets, to his debut against Bangladesh. He ain't no kid, but his face is fresh. An island boy named Wickets, who took his chance when spinning the ball.
Out! Oh dear!
No! Was it not
I
out?
think that's a catch.
Well, I thought he hit it in the ground a minute.
Oh, dear.
But it was clipped by Smith, and I think it was caught and then put onto the ground by Graves.
He didn't even appeal, Greaves.
Good at catch.
And the next ball consequently gets hit through the covers for 4 runs. Well, that's fortunate because I think I had over 78.5 for the fall of the next wicket. So
You're at 37. You're almost there.
Oh no! Shh. Don't jinx.
Oh, what a classical square drive! This guy can play all the good shots. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a great batsman. That's 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
You know who's going to be my man of the match? Krunal Pandya, 2 for 17.
Well, down the track this time.
Oh dear.
Smith smashes it over the top
Beauty.
of the long on.
Beautiful
That is me getting more money. I'm going to carry on the overs here.
Yeah. Do you also have the Kerching single or something? Should play that.
No, we don't play that anymore. It's somewhere. I don't know where it is.
But yeah, I was just switching back to that one. I'm very curious who will be the man of the series, though. A player of the series.
That's interesting. Well,
I think it should be one of the bowlers. I mean, I think Arshdeep was the purple cap holder, so I think he might still be here around.
Oh, what you mean? I was thinking this series.
Oh, this series. I know the answer to that one. Joe Root.
Joe Root for that 160. Definitely. Swept nicely.
Oh, wow. It's time to punch
I forgot Smith is now on 50, and that's 58 he's on now.
Jeez.
Yeah. Another 4. Christ, this is motoring along. This could be an 8 over, as you say, 8 over power play, and England can still be on 100 after 8 overs at this rate.
Did they forget to tell him it's not a T20 or something?
Well, they've just gone off like a train, haven't they? I mean, Christ.
And
goes
the
back,
other thing,
smashed. That's going to be more 6s, raining 6s. Fuck me, he's going.
He got a 50 of 25 balls.
Smack it in the air. Be on the boundary. Smack it in the air.
Well, this is the problem, isn't it? Spinner in the power play.
Maximum.
He took one
Only
ball, a drop catch, and then it's 4-6 this over.
Yeah, exactly. That's making you pay.
Dear.
And that's the problem. You only got 2 men out, haven't you?
Well, if you can keep them the place you want the ball to go, but then if he's hitting the outside, not a lot can be done.
Indeed. England looking to finish this quickly. Christ almighty. Moti bowls again. Oh, he's bowled him. This time he has bowled him. Damn,
We jinxed him, yeah? There?
I did jinx him. It was a flatter, quicker delivery. He tried to repeat the dose, and instead he got bowled on the off stump, and he's out. But can't complain about that. He's got what 60? What was it? 67 or 64 of 27 balls?
Yes.
So England off to absolutely
64 of 28.
64 of 28.
I was just looking up the fastest ODI centuries. I just remembered AB de Villiers 100 off 31 balls.
Shameless. That's shameless.
Outrageous.
No, but I've seen that innings. I mean, some of the shots he hit, you cannot believe it's. If I hit that, the ball won't clear square leg. It went 30 yards into the seating arrangement. I'm like, what is this? What is this game made of?
Yeah. It was phenomenal.
It wasn't Johannesburg, you know.
Still, come on.
Travels fast.
Travel further, yeah.
Well, you have to still hit it that far. It is
At
not on the
altitude,
ground. Yeah.
huh? At altitude. Well, England lose their first wicket with a score on, what's the score?
It's 93 for 1.
93 for 1.
7 overs, 93 for 1. And, well, the match, I would dare say, has been put to bed. I mean, from here, I can't
You'd have
really
thought
see.
so. Well, England are more than capable of a good collapse, let's be honest. But you wouldn't have thought so from here.
Kieran Roseblade wants to take out his disappointment on Virat Kohli, actually. He says, wow, Kohli has won the IPL. Still a prick.
Nah, I like Kohli.
Yeah.
No, he deserves this.
Steve
He's
Bruce.
earned it, let's say.
Thank you, Steve. He says, lovely to see Messi in the studio. Hope everyone was well. Bear, congratulations on the new studio.
Why, thank you very much. Duckett pulls the next ball hard, but down to the man who dropped him not that long ago.
Rutherford, I think.
Yeah, that's deep backward square. It's a single. Root will come on strike. Might go over again, you know.
Well, Steve Bruce is definitely our number one fan today. He says, I'm just home alone in my garden. The birds are tweeting. The gorillas are commentating. This is the life. Cricket commentary is better than sex. Wow, you've had some pretty
Close
shit
second,
sex in your life, Steve. I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck it. I didn't go over for the second wicket. I went fucking under. What a cunt. And then I went over. And so I lost 2 in a row. That's really fucking annoying. I'm now going over again.
Well, look, the economy rate of 10.5 is the best of Shamar Joseph. That's how bad it has been for West Indies so far.
Indeed. Root defends it out to the covers and there is no run.
And just to make a point or two, I think Alzari Joseph is going to pull a maiden here. Oh, he can't. He like considered a single of the first ball.
Yeah.
By the way, what did we make of between Cars, Mahmood and Potts? What did we make of this air quotes second ring of England bowling? Are they good enough? I mean, this is West Indies and this is Oval. This is not a decider. But what if it was a decider? Would we back them?
Well, England's bowling, you mean? Oh dear, that's terrible bit of fielding, square leg.
That was my kind of fielding. What happened there?
Yeah.
He fell all over the ball and the ball just barely trickled. It was not hit. It was hit hard, but he had done the job.
No, and they'll come back.
Brandon King, that was. He's famously a little, lackadaisical. Oh, he slipped by the looks of it.
His back foot went.
But he tried to put the big long barrier, and the back foot just slipped under him. I think the outfield is slipperier than the pitch, so to say.
Yeah, more than likely. It doesn't get covered as much, does it? No, I mean, I don't think this is, by far, this is not England's best attack. A little cutter, clipped nicely by Root.
No Wood, no Archer, yeah.
No, exactly. And they'll get back for another 2. I mean, Wood, how many more years do you get out of Wood? I mean, he comes in and out the side, basic with injury. Archie.
1 or 2 more seasons, I would think, but maybe even you may hear something interesting at the end of the season. He's very injury prone, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's like a javelin throw.
Well, I mean, essentially, at the end of this year, we got the Ashes, and they're going to, I mean, as I've mentioned before, I would take an expanded squad and take every fucking decent fast bowler that England have on the presumption that at least 1 or 2 will break down and won't be out, and none of them will be out to play, apart from 1 or 2 will be out to play all games. Top edge by Root.
No.
Gets away with that. Came off the gloves, I think, but went wide enough of Shea Hope that they'll get through for a single, I presume. Yeah.
Yeah, they crossed over. I mean, now that Smith has left, Joseph is looking his menacing self from the previous game. I think he bowled heroically well that day. No support at all.
Yeah.
Right? They had no business losing that game. I mean, Root played a blinder. We'll not even debate that, but they could have done something by restricting the people from the other end from giving him the strike.
Yeah, and also, you know, I think they were pretty unlucky that Root wasn't given out ODI on 9 or whatever it was.
Correct.
He was pinned. I mean, I think everyone can agree when I was watching that live, I thought, shit, he's out. And the umpire didn't give it, which I couldn't believe. And then when they reviewed it, they got lucky. I think there's another little bit cut on that from Joseph around the wicket to Duckett. He just played it out to mid-wicket. They got a single. End of the 8th. England have got their 100 up in the power play. And it's only an 8-over power play. 100 for 1 after 8 overs.
So Mutley, in response to Steve's comment that cricket commentary is better than sex, says, I've never done any of the sex, so I will take your word for it. Pugs in the Beer Light says Phil Salt, IPL winner. Oh, God,
Oh my God,
yes,
that's
and
true.
He was pivotal.
And
He was
Livingston, the
absolutely
two
pivotal.
people we've just been.
And Livingston
Shit
took
canning,
a
I
very
think, is
crucial
the
catch.
technical term, isn't it?
Yeah.
Steve Bruce says, question for the panel, who is the next upcoming Fab Four in your opinion?
Ooh.
Yashasvi Jaiswal is there. He's all right.
Well, yeah, he is, but I mean, he's so new to the game, isn't he? He's got to establish himself.
No, he'll need 2 more years, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think
Barber should step up, I would say. Yeah, go on, sorry.
Well, yeah, exactly. But Babber was in it, wasn't he? But he's kind of gone off the ball a bit.
Yeah, but basically looking people who are starting now, people like Brook or
Well, yeah, Brook
Jaiswal
and Jaiswal could be there. I mean, this is it. You've got to establish yourself over a period of time. I mean, what makes you great is when other teams fear you.
Gill, maybe? Gill? I don't know. I'm thinking.
Shubman Gill is pretty impressive. I like him.
He is, but he struggles away from home a bit, doesn't he? I mean, he's not one of those players who plays.
You have your wish, by the way, Bear. England are 100 after 8 overs. I was going to ask, will there be a changeroo now, or do we do 10 overs?
No, we don't. 10. Clipped into the leg side by Duckett.
We haven't got Will
no one
yet.
out there. Chased down by, didn't see who that
Moti.
was. Moti.
It was Moti, yeah.
And they'll come back for 2. Yeah, I think becoming a great is when teams fear you. You know, you play for a few years and then you
need
go
longevity.
on tour and they go, shit, this guy is good, he's
Oh,
at number
dear.
4 or whatever, and he's the man to get. And,
Yeah.
you know, that's when you start going up the escalator to being great.
Yeah, good one. I think if your opposition fast bowlers before the series mouth off at you, you're the man, and you should be that over like consistently 2 or 3 away tours. Asena countries. This and
Well,
that.
this is it. I mean, I'm really interested. That's thrown up wide. Duckett drives with not great timing up to mid off. He's not timing great today, Duckett.
Oh.
He's still 23 off 19.
Exactly.
I'm interested to see how Jaiswal does. I'm surprised that Shubman Gill is captain for this series. I suppose they've got to because they've got to pick someone. I might have been tempted with someone like Jadeja, but I guess he's never been captain because the experience he brings to the side currently.
Correct.
But Shubman Gill didn't have a great time here last time. Got a ton, I seem to remember, but not a lot else. Worked into the leg side by Duckett. Out towards the deep. They'll get 1, they'll get 2. That's good running.
Yep.
And Jaiswal, of course, he did all right, actually, in Australia. I didn't think he'd do as well as he did. So, there's a chance. I wonder if England, if they do produce nice, seamy, swingy, well, we can't always predict.
That would be good,
swinging
I think.
conditions.
That would be a good test.
Well,
I
it
think
will
this
be a
Indian
good
team
test.
is pretty.
I just wonder, I mean, he's a left-hander, which gives him an advantage. I mean, bowlers are better at bowling left-handers now than they used to be, but
Correct.
the little ones that nip away from him. Oh, big inside half of the bat from Duckett. Times it well enough though. Goes out into the deep. They should get back for 2 again, actually, and they do. Whether he'll cope with that, be interesting. Might not cope for a couple of tests, then get a big score. Be interesting. Very callow top order, really. Karen there, obviously, scored last time he played against England, scored a triple ton, and scored a double.
And he's been doing all right.
He scored a double ton in the
Exactly.
in the warm-up game against England A. It's interesting. There's half the test side are in that India A side, aren't they?
Correct. I mean, they had to get some mileage into their
A lot of
legs, right? They
runs
were
for
all in
both
IPL.
sides in that match.
Yeah, England did
But
all right.
playing against this England team, IPL style would have helped, I think.
Yeah.
Bass ball versus IPL style.
Clipped out to long leg once more by Duckett. Gets another 2. One ball
He's
left in the air.
really fast between the wickets, yeah. This guy, he might be short, he's very quick.
Yeah. And Root's
They've
quick.
gotten 8 runs for nothing in this over, just dinking it here and there. Just
Well,
running those quick 2s.
Exactly. Very good going. Obviously, Harry Brook is in next. I mean,
And I like-
but the thing is, I think, actually, when you look at it, India have got experienced bowlers, and England's fucking bowling attack looks very, very inexperienced. No matter who plays now, really.
That's what I'm looking at.
I mean, Stokes is your most experienced seaman, right? And he's your all-rounder and your skipper. Clips into the leg side, a little bit aerial, beats the man. He's
That
just
should have been
behind
stopped, I
square on
think.
the leg side. Well, possibly. It was one of those ones that bounced just before him. It's a bit awkward. Ended up getting out to the boundary and will be another 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Steve Bruce says, Bear, you weren't on the other day, so I was watching some old Gorilla videos, and I saw the Gorilla segment with our good friend Atif Nawaz.
Yes.
He says, you've changed a lot, Bear.
That was a long time. We were Gorilla. We were doing Katie's flat out on the balcony.
Yeah.
He was also on the couch, right? Cricket sofa. Was he?
Sorry?
Atif Nawaz was also on the cricket sofa, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was on Test match sofa. Yeah.
Test match sofa, sorry.
Yeah. That's where we met. And James Sherwood was obviously with us at the beginning as well. Katie came with us.
Yeah.
People have changed, chopped and changed. Me and Hendo.
The stayers.
The stayers.
Yes.
I remember Nakul.
Yeah, Nakul. Haven't seen He hasn't been around now since the end of COVID, really, has he?
Yeah.
Clipped up towards mid-on. I got a single.
I'm one of the oldies then, because I remember Nakul pretty well, so that makes it 6-7 years.
Yeah.
Leah's joined us. She says, so finally the wait is over. King Kohli has an IPL crown. I commentated the final in German for my superfan, who is a massive RCB and Kohli fan. To which Stephen Kelk says, it's not Kohli's German uncle, is it?
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah.
Joseph continuing. He's gone for 25 in his first 2 overs.
Yeah.
Next ball
and
played
that was
back to
nothing.
him.
It was 19 in the first over, if anything.
Yeah.
I think.
A single. Back to the bowler and there's no run. Baz looks happy. Well, actually, does he look happy? He never looks really happy, but
he never looks satisfied.
Has he had a transplant?
Do you think he's had a transplant?
Well, there's something going on up there, yeah.
Those are plugs. I don't see it as a real hair, but I mean,
all cricket
allegedly, yes.
Pulled. Oh, I think that's gone all the way.
Yeah.
It has gone all the way. Dropped short and into the body of Duckett. He just swivels on it, slaps it over deep backward square, gets himself 6.
What I like there is Duckett has simply picked up where Smith left off, and England have not ceased scoring at that incredible rate. That's the nicest thing to see in this.
No, well, that's what I was telling you. I mean, that's very much Bairstow Roy. You know, one of them would always go off like a train. The other one wouldn't necessarily get themselves in sync.
Well,
but
Bairstow did his bit for Mumbai Indians as well. He rolled the years back. He's a little bit broader of the beam these days, but still got the
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Tucks him up for room, but it bounces maybe off his midriff into the leg side.
Correct. He's wincing.
Now Jari Joseph has to chase it down, and Rooty scoots through for that quick, probably leg by, one would assume. Now Duckett's on 40 off 26 after being 3 off 11.
Yeah. The bowling's not been particularly
well, it's been under the pump, has it?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess once Smith did what he did in the first 2 or 3 overs, they're immediately feeling the pace. I mean, the fact that they had to go to Moti in the power play and he went for 20 after getting a drop off the first ball.
You know, there's a clear English hand, if I may say, English management hand. Andy Flower is the coach of RCB and Mo Bobart is the team director.
Well, there you go. Root gets right behind that and defends, and there's no run. I do think this English side has a much better balance than what we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years. I don't know if that's Brooks. Are you guys ready? Yeah, there's a change at the end of this over. Who's on? Hendo, Jason, and Will. Have you let Will in? I can't hear that, but it's all right.
Now I understand. I'll be messaging somebody.
Do you want to hang about, Ajit?
I'm fine. I'll stick around for a few more.
Okay.
Overs.
If Will turns up, we'll let him in.
Yeah. Maybe he's also in the waiting room, the Zoom.
No, he's not.
All right.
Aljari Joseph, last ball of our little stint. It's into the pads. Root does what Root does, clips it sweetly down towards deep backward square. It will be a single. I'm going to play a jingle for the switch over. I'm going to play. What am I going to play? I'm going to play this one.
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. Gorillas. We need your Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Oh no. My camera's left me down again, but I'm going to be here. I'm happy to be commentating if people will have me, of course.
Well, here we are, England 121 for 1 of 10 overs.
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
10 overs. Duckett now moved on to 40 off 26. We've already seen the departure of Jamie Smith for, is it 60?
64 off 28.
64 off 28. Moti, 1 over, 1 for 20. Starts his second over. Glad to be bowling. With 1 without Jamie Smith at the other end, and 2 not in the 7th over of the power play.
Gents, my camera's given up the ghost, but I'm happy to continue talking if you'll have me, of course.
What's going on with these cameras? Will was having trouble with his camera the other day.
Nah,
this is
I
stroked up
switched
to
recently.
long off, and they take a single. Root just casually moving along at a runner ball.
Just glides, doesn't he? It's like a swan.
Isn't the swan, though, isn't that the sort of the idea that the swan has the
it's peddling
furiously beneath the surface?
No.
Round the wicket, staying round the wicket, Duckett, who makes room for himself and tries to punch between extra and mid-off, but actually gets it too straight. Doesn't really time the shot, and there
You know,
is no
swans,
run.
they say, can get away with a lot of, based on how good they look, yeah?
Oh,
They're
true.
absolute assholes.
Not Graham Swan.
Not that one.
Talking of arseholes.
Yes.
But a
Fair enough.
fantastic bowler. Tucked away by Tuckett for a single behind square. England have got the best of the batting conditions here, haven't they? Unquestionably.
Absolutely. Sun shining,
Yeah.
crowd enjoying.
I mean, there was some sunshine this afternoon when the Windies were batting, but they started under cloud. Then we had the rain break, just as they were perhaps rebuilding. But then a fabulous couple of knocks towards the end. Root brings out the reverse sweep, and it's played exceptionally well. He's found the gap, runs down to the boundary at deep backward point, 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I do believe that might be the first reverse sweep we saw since the first game. I don't think he did one at all in his 166.
No, he did. I'm pretty sure he did. I think he did. Certainly did 1 or 2.
So it was almost pretty much traditional play. Hitting it.
Absolutely. I mean, James Smith did all the good scoring without any of that kerfuffle, reverse or not.
Moti in again, just pushed back to him by Root. It wasn't one paced. I wouldn't say it was one paced from Root in one respect, because I think once he got to 100, he really unleashed. I thought he batted beautifully.
Yes.
He went up a couple of gears in terms of how he was seeing the ball, how he was striking the ball.
I think he realized he had to get the majority of the runs, and he had the right kind of person at the other end, right? Will Jacks.
Well, Will Jacks, I wouldn't necessarily say that Will Jacks would come to mind as the perfect partner in those circumstances, but he actually did his opportunity or his chances going forward. No
I mean, he
harm
was
at all.
unflappable actually, right?
Well,
They probably just decided to bat as long as possible. I really liked the character Will Jacks showed there.
Well, I said on Sunday that I think Will Jacks has realised he's not exactly in the last chance saloon, but he got dropped after a couple of decent performances against Australia at the end of last year. Missed the Champions Trophy, missed the ODIs in India. Maybe he's been, taking confidence from his little IPL stint. Onto the front foot comes Duckett as Roston Chase is into the attack. It's been a hard 2 or 3 days for Roston Chase. 2 golden ducks in a row.
Oh dear. Yes. Very unfortunate, unexpected, but yeah.
Hoping for better luck with the ball, brings Duckett forward in defence again.
I'm just trying to remember the name of the Sri Lankan batsman, who had 5 ducks in 6 innings.
Marwan
Atapattu. Yeah,
At the start.
Atapattu.
At the very start of
5
his career.
ducks in the 1, I think it was.
That's right, indeed. Well, that just straightens a little bit there from the line of leg stump or
I think we have Ajit Agarkar, famously called the Bombay Duck. In Australia, I think he had a string of single-digit scores, 4-number scores.
But then he got 100 against England. And
he
nobody expected that.
At Lords.
Yeah, I was there. I
So was
was
I.
there.
Even Tendulkar's name is not there on the honours board. Let's not laugh at that. That's fantastic work, I think.
Driven aerially. Is there
Oh,
a man
is he?
back? There
Oh, dear.
is. But it just dropped short of Carty.
Did he misjudge it, I think? He didn't go all out for it, no?
Well, yeah, it seemed to be in the air long enough. I mean, it was hit reasonably flat, but they got.
I don't think Duck's timing it well enough to get it there at the moment.
As he's
I mean,
he
that's-
hasn't actually. I mean, he's really hit that a little bit without
Mishit
getting
that
to the pitch of the ball,
That's
hasn't he?
right off the toe, and it's still
Yeah,
almost.
he
made
missed
it.
it that enough that he got saved. Otherwise, he would have hit that straight down the man's
I
throat.
think you're right. I mean, he really needed to be coming down the wicket to hit that. He was playing it from the crease, chase into Root, who gives himself room and then
Classy.
angles
Classy
it
stuff, this.
away for at least 2. The cover boundary, 130 for 1. England now need only 116 off 28 overs with only 1 wicket down. It's hard
I
to
think,
see how West Indies can rescue this one.
They'll need somebody to take a couple of wickets quickly because otherwise this is sunk. With
Well,
Harry Brook coming, they'll do it double time.
It could be done in about 20 overs. 20, maybe 25. Onto the back foot goes Root, steers through mid-on. They'll take an easy single. Carty fields.
Now, much like every other, classy batter out there, the amount of time Root has against both sorts of bowling, fast and spin, incredible. Just incredible to see.
He is fantastic.
Stephen Kelk says, my life changed forever when Knackle started referring to me as a semi-regular GC contributor.
Now
Leah
you-
says, talking to Stephen Kelk, someone who seems a bit young, but it would be funny if it was to Kohli as matching is to Tendulkar.
I don't know what that's... Sorry,
No, I don't.
I don't get that.
I think it's about winning IPLs. I think Tendulkar may have won only one IPL,
Apparently
maybe.
Roy is going big guns in the Surrey Glamorgan game, according to Sweet Mango.
Well, it's about time he scored runs. I know he got 90 the other
What's
night.
going on there?
But he hasn't been for a while. Hasn't been doing anything for a while. I thought he'd almost retired. Flicked through mid-wicket by Root for a single.
Roy has 44 of 32 and Surrey are not doing all that great. In the 14th over in a T20, they are 97 for 4.
Ooh, that's not tremendous, is it?
No.
No. Mind you, I do remember being at the Oval on one occasion when Surrey were bowled out for about 95 against Glamorgan and lost in about 9 overs, I think, or 10 overs.
Glamorgan are a bit of Surrey's...
Oh, well, they're sort of...
yeah.
Nemesis.
Nemesis.
Yes. Swept by Duckett, 4 more runs. He moves to 46.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Steve Bruce asked us a question in a little quiz. He says, the inaugural Cricket World Cup began on June the 7th, 1975. In what country?
England?
I would have thought it was England.
It is
Yeah, it was England. It was.
Yes.
But there was a previous World Cup that was...
Ladies World
women's
Cup, that's the thing
were-
then.
okay.
It was the Ladies World Cup.
He gets an outside edge to this Duckett as he tries to
Oh, dear.
drive it. It's chased down there by
Shamar
I think
Joseph.
Shamar Joseph, yeah, and he got there, flicked it back. The ball still managed to run onto the boundary sponge. Brings up Duckett's half century. You can't put him down for long, can you? He had the duck on Sunday, but he's back. 8th ODI 50.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
In fact, he's got 11 50s, 3 of which he's turned into hundreds.
Don't stop, treat it as a start.
Oh dear.
You can use this
Oh.
to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done.
And he's hit another 4 through square leg, another sweep, split the 2 fielders.
And there was almost a collision between the man at square leg and mid wicket, but he bisected them perfectly. That was a flat, hard slap rather than a sweep on length.
That was that's one of those sort of sweeps that feels really good because you come down on the ball.
I mean, he he started slow. We said he was 1 of 9, then 3 of 11 or 12, and then now he's finished 15, 34, and he's continuing to accelerate.
Well, he got going, I think, with a top edge that went for 6, didn't he? I mean,
Right,
he didn't
back,
really
all the
need
way
to-
back.
He didn't really need to do much because Jamie Smith had gone off at such a rate. 144 for 102 required. Moti in again, bowls. That's a better ball outside the off stump, but now the field, even within the circle, is well spread, so there's an easy single.
I think he rolled the wrist on that one rather than cutting across it. Yeah, rather than bowling like a off-break bowler with the left arm, he bowled like a leg break bowler with the left arm with that ball, I think. He went like that rather than like
I feel sorry for Moti as a bowler in the sense that he was left until the 27th over on Sunday. He wasn't bowled out in the first ODI. And then suddenly they're asking him, after England have gone off at an incredible rate, they suddenly ask him to come and bowl in the power play. This is forced back to the bowler. There is no run. It's the end of the 13th over. He's gone for 40 runs from 3 overs. Got the wicket of Jamie Smith, the only wicket so far of the England innings. Jason.
Jeff Perkins says, Bear and Hendo are staying together for the sake of the kids. David Dorrell says, Hendo's on, wickets will fall. Mark my words.
Who said that?
David Dorrell. Stephen Cope says, Sri Lanka, question mark, and he's repulsed.
Atapattu, yeah.
And we are apparently are correct.
We're just looking
Perko says, don't think Swan had much going on underneath the surface. Well, I would defer to people who knew him better.
Very good point. Although he did have things going on underneath his floorboards, didn't he? Because he got off some sort of driving charge by claiming that his cats were under the floorboards, didn't he?
There was such a thing, yes.
Yes, cut out to the cover boundary. That's a very strange shot because he's come down the wicket.
He was beaten
and then
by length.
slapped it. Yeah, it was.
And he had to wait.
It wasn't
a little bit of
really a
time.
cut shot in the end. It was more of a sort of drive, slightly cross-batted. Staying around the wicket, chase to Root, and Root goes back and plants this beautifully off the back foot. The mid-off can't get over. Fortunately for him, just as we were about to celebrate another boundary, Carty has run round from long on to do the fielding. Root moves to 18, 140.
Supreme timing, however, right?
Oh, beautiful. I mean, some of his straight driving on Sunday was gorgeous as well. 3 or 4 drives straight of mid-on. Swept this time by Root, but he picks out the man at, on the 45. He's more or less knocked over by the ball, but prevents the run.
It's not so much fielded it as worn it.
Well, we are already getting some night shots of Bangalore celebrating.
Oh, really? Forced up to long on for another single.
It's late enough at night in Bangalore and a lot of fireworks going off everywhere. And somebody got a drone shot of that. Well done them as well.
Well, I hope it goes better than the PSG celebrations because 2 people died, didn't they? And there were
let's hope not. Yes.
hundreds of arrests. Goodness knows what would have happened if they'd lost. Tucked into the onside.
They would have all gone home and gone to bed quietly.
Shea Hope chases after that towards square leg, presumably to stop them thinking of coming back for a second. 150 up for England. 150, with 1 ball of the 14th over to go. It just hasn't fallen right for West Indies in this series at all, has it?
I don't think they played particularly bad cricket. They've run into a hot England for sure, and somehow, they don't look like they want to win. I don't know what else to say. They look to be just there to make up the opposition numbers.
Tucked away for a single. You'll keep the strike route. 151 for 1. Yeah, I think they were completely overpowered in the first one there, but in the second one there were a lot of good things to talk about, and that decision with Root and the LBW, I mean that was so vital, wasn't it?
Pivotal, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Jason.
Stephen Coke says, Duckett, genius, bowling, yes, no. Ravi Natarajan is sad for Shreyas Iyer, and he also asked Why wasn't he
So-
selected for the English series by Indian selectors? Because they've got a fully stacked middle order, pretty much.
No, I can answer both of those questions, right? So I think he's considered suspect against a good moving ball and a short ball. That may have gone against him. Otherwise, he was the guy who should have been the captain of this Indian team, I would say. Right? He's done wonderfully well as a captain, both at the domestic level and IPL and so on. But also, look, he was not in the Test match squad. And I would normally back any other team against RCB, and or rather the other way, I would always say RCB should win against any other team. This team, led by Shreyas Iyer, had also captured the imagination and hearts of many of us fans.
Seals is back into the attack, bowling one that climbs a little bit on Root, who's slightly discomforted by the pace or the bounce.
What? Root has come down to 100 strike rate. How is this possible?
Goodness me, 20 off 20. What a slow coach. Drop him! Yeah, I mean, and actually, you've got to say, someone from the West Indies, was it Windy Fanatic? Cut by Root,
wow.
Stands up on
What
his
shot
toes.
is that?
It's only a single, out to deep cover. But
Apparently, Root just completed 21,000 international runs. Sorry to interrupt.
no, good point. I was about to mention that, and then I forgot it. Thank you for you for filling in there, in a sense, because it was another thing I put to the back of my mind to bring out in a couple of balls' time, and then immediately forgot. 152 for 1. I don't know that you can tell a hell of a lot about England from this series either, really. No, Seals in, bowls defended. Back to the bowler by Duckett, no run.
It's the old trope, isn't it? You can only beat what's in front of you. And no, if Windies don't really perform, then you're not going to be stretched in beating them, and you're not going to show the hidden depths.
It's a little bit like it's like a one-day version of an away Ashes for England, where it just gets worse and worse, and you miss your chances. You can see little glimpses in games where you could have had opportunities to win it, and then it goes, and then the heads drop,
So
and it
you're
ends up
saying
being
that,
4 or 5-0.
The Windies are playing the role of the hapless England on tour.
No, well, yes, absolutely, yes. This is going to be a single to Duckett as it's driven out to the cover boundary once more. This is going to be done. It's going to be done in 25 overs, isn't it? Alex Stewart, to everyone saying how good it is to see him.
Absolutely, I was actually happy to see him as well. Very staunch supporter of England cricket, and I think he's brought good things to Oval, hasn't he? Since he's taken over as the chief of Saudi Cricket Club.
Yeah, this is tucked away down to fine leg for a single, or rather long leg.
They've won 4 county championships in 7 years. Under his tenure as the man where the buck stops.
Yeah, and they do have the ability to, when they find one or two of their players snatched away by national sides, they can go out and grab someone else, can't they? Very, very quickly. Like Shakib Al Hassan, who played the one game against Somerset. That was appalling. Defended by Duckett. It's the end of the over. But they've done the same again this season. Well, not quite the same. But
Curtis Patterson.
Patterson, from
decent,
Australia.
But he 3 games and he did very well. He could have had 4. He wasn't selected for one game. But I don't
Gents, sorry to interrupt. I'll need to drop off. Is that okay?
Okay.
No
Thanks,
problem.
Ajit.
Thank you very much. Have a nice rest of the evening.
Good luck to Will, who's not joined us because he's in hospital.
Oh no!
Oh dear. Oh, sorry to hear.
Has he? Was that from him?
No, it's from Messengers. So.
Oh no!
Wish him a quick recovery, whatever that is. Sorry to hear that.
Steve Bruce asked us a question. He says, having not seen the Windies team in the 80s, I always think the Oz team in the early 2000s was the best. But in your opinion, who would win in a Test match at their peak? Well, the 1995 series between the pair of them was absolute cracker.
Flicked away by Root out to deep square. Will they come back for a second? They might well do. They do, I think. Root moves to 23. No, it was just a single. 155 for 1. Sorry, so we are trying to a Test match from between the West Indies of
No, which is the better side in its era?
The West Indies of when? Of the 80s?
80s versus the Aussies of the 90s.
Oh, that's a really tricky one. Chase in, bowls defended on the front foot by Duckett. There is no run. Any team that has Warne in it has to be brilliant, doesn't it? Has to be a really good side. But whether he papered over some other weaknesses, I'm not sure. Defended again back to Roston Chase.
On that basis, you've got to say the Australians are the better side because they have the more complete rounded side because the West Indies didn't really have a spinner.
Well, yeah, you could argue that, but yes, if you're
retired in the early 70s,
onto the back foot, chopped to extra cover. I think yes, in terms of aesthetically, you would say, in a sense, that Australia's team was
the better all-terrain
better
side.
to watch. Yeah, better all-terrain side, better and variety. So yeah, because it can get a bit boring. Even ferocious fast bowling can get a little bit boring. Punched back to Roston Chase by Ben Duckett, and there is no run. Good little over this from Roston. And West Indies need it, but they need more than that. They need
he's a pretty good one-day bowler.
2 or 3 quick wickets. Well, he's a good bowler. He's taken was it a 7 for against England?
6 for.
I think he's taken a 7. Driven aerially and caught at a sort of extra cover, slightly set back and maybe a little bit squarer than an extra might normally be stationed. It kind of almost knocked the field over. I mean, it was almost like he took it in the sort of stomach, really. It was smashed, and did it nearly get away from him? It knocked him over, but he's got a big grin on his face. Ben Duckett has not got such a big grin as he turns and thinks, oh, bugger. There was another 100 on here, but he's not going to get it, but he has got a 50. 58 from 46. England 155 for 2.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says.
We welcome Messi Jez back. Obviously, you can't necessarily talk about it on air, but Will presumably got in contact with you. Is he okay?
Yeah, I texted him and he said it actually let Tony know already that he was in hospital. They're keeping him for observation at the moment. So I hope you're going well, Will.
Yep.
I know you've been through a lot.
Indeed, and well, hope you're listening if you're in a position to do so.
Gets in some tweets, some messages. Mine says, hello all, in Houston at work and swamped with meetings, so I can't listen in until about 30 minutes from now. Hopefully there's still a game when I do join.
Maybe. But, Harry Brook doesn't like to hang around, does he?
Leah's with us, to which Muttley says, Leah, where have you been hiding?
I still owe Leah an interview, don't I? Or have you given up on that idea?
How's your German going?
My German is, well, as you well know, my one German phrase. Well, no, my 2 German phrases. No, my 2 German phrases, as I've said many, many times. I actually think I've said certain things so many times, and then people say, I don't remember you saying that, which has made me realise that nobody actually listens to me.
Oh, yeah, that's the way to take it. Take it personally.
How else am I supposed to?
You're going to take it on the basis that you forget half of what you hear as well.
I never forget anything, Messi. I know everything you've ever told me.
You only remember the insults. You know that, Hinder.
Well, the only French I can remember is La Singe est dans l'arbre, which of course is Eddie Izzard, famous comedy sketch.
Oh, I love Eddie Izzard.
The monkey is in the tree.
He is hilarious. But we are talking German, and my phrases after Seal's 5th over into Root, gets in behind that. No close fielder at all, no slip now. 155 for 2, Root 23 off 24. I mean, the only thing that could get England here really is either an inspired spell of bowling or complacency.
Yes. Yeah. I was pleased to see Chase take a wicket. He bowled a lot in test matches in Australia over the last few years, and I thought did pretty well in the circumstances of not being a frontline spinner.
I think he either took a 7 or an 8 for against. And now, the more I think about it, I'm wondering whether it was an 8 for.
I think it was 8 in the match and 6 in the innings.
Someone look it up for me. Punched into the offside, easy single to Root.
That's you, listeners.
Yep.
He expects to have slaves doing things for him.
It was in the West Indies.
It was.
He said, I think he got
1999-ish tour, I think.
99?
98, no, sorry. 18-19 tour.
Sorry. I'm getting completely confused. I thought Roston Chase, I mean, okay.
He's oldish,
he would have had to
not
be
that old.
He would have been at 8 if in the 1998-99 tour. Seals, none for 36. Going to bowl his first ball to Brook. It's going to be the first ball that Brook has received. He's got a slip in there now, a wide slip, almost third or fourth.
Shot.
Well, who needs a slip when you're going to bowl a half volley and leg stump? And all Brook needs to do is present the face of the bat where it runs north of mid-on for 4. Could be lovely shot. Oh, yes! The bear remembers. My Beutelmaus is verstumpft, which is my wombat is constipated.
Why do they put such strange names, strange, memorable sentences together to tell you to learn a particular...
Well, I learned this from a friend of mine who was who studied German, basically, and spent a bit of time there. Seals. Cut! And is he caught?
Yes.
No, he's not. Oh, I'm not even sure whether that carried. And to add insult to poor old Roston Chase's injury, because he's holding his thumb.
His other hand.
They've taken a single. Did that carry? Yo, Roston. Roston, this is the man who takes one-handed catches during his lunch break. But that was a two-handed one, and he's shelled it.
It was pretty straightforward for a game catch, really.
I don't think any of those are really... they come.
It was going quick.
It's hard to sight the ball in that position, I think. Seals in, bowls to Root, hits him on the pad, he appeals, he wants LBW, but I don't think it was hitting leg. I think it was bypassing leg.
I think there might have been a touch of bat on it, mightn't there?
I think, well, there could well have been, but I think also the angle wasn't terribly favourable to the bowler. The other German phrase that my dad taught me for some reason, das Alphabet has 26 Buchstaben. Which I think you can work out.
Alphabet has 24 letters.
24?
26, sorry. Well, there's no L.
Either my...
and you get
maybe that's the Greek alphabet.
You get W rather than W.
What was the Greek alphabet has how many letters? Is it 30?
I think so.
Fuck, I know.
Seals to complete the over. And Root waits for this back of the length delivery. Opens the face as he has done countless times before, runs it down to third man, takes the single, keeps the strike. 17 overs bowled, England 162 for 2.
Which reminds me of someone who used to be a sofa follower who knew about 6 languages, translator Ellie.
Oh, I think it was more than that. I think she had enormous capacity. Although, I mean, a lot of translators are being put out of business, aren't they?
They are by AI.
Yeah.
Anyway, Stephen Coates says, you can only beat who's in front of you. Only makes sense in round robin. Everyone plays everyone in leagues. Leah says, I was not here because I was doing the IPL final in German on his channel, her channel.
Were there any Beutelmauses involved?
Don't know.
Beutelmice?
And Leah also says, yeah, Hender, as a thank you, I'll teach you the correct pronunciation of something which I'm about to murder, which is Stubentiger.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Now, Root decides to come down the wicket to Roston Chase, then finds it fired in flat towards his legs, but still has time to manufacture a rather innovative sweep, which he plays with some aplomb. It's a very strange shot. Oh, it's the sweep with the...
It's a
It's a
proper sweep that looks slightly wrong, but it's a front foot forward sweep.
It's the front foot forwards. It's the back foot forward sweep, isn't it? It's the normal back. Didn't Ollie Pope
It's the reverse sweep.
Didn't Ollie Pope start playing that shot at one point?
That's weird. It feels so wrong. It's like bowling off the wrong foot.
Unless he was thinking about the reverse and then found it coming at him too quickly.
Yeah.
Chase back over the wicket now to Brook. Defends this one straight back to the bowler.
Root can do anything, I reckon.
He seemingly can. I mean, there's a lot of discussion, I noticed on the BBC website after his 160 about, some people saying, oh, he's the greatest of all time, and others saying, as this is played straight to mid-wicket, others saying, well, what about KP, what about such and such, and what about different eras, the bowlers that he's had to play against in comparison to others, forced off the back foot, and they'll take a single to deep cover. But I actually think, and I find it, rather than finding it a fascinating conversation, I find the comparison of eras something that irritates me beyond measure.
It's so pointless.
You can't tell who's the better top.
No. And all you can talk about is who's best now.
Yeah, and you can make comparisons in terms. Oh, he's hit him on the pad. That's worth a shout, isn't it?
Pitching outside.
Do you think it was?
Yeah. It's going to hit leg stump, but I think he must have pitched outside leg as a result. Yeah. He's running back to bowl another ball.
I thought it was kind of angled across him and would have pitched on middle. But anyway, they're not going to review it. And final ball of Chase's fourth over. Pretty good figures so far. 1 for 13. Bowls to Root. Root whips it away. Quick hands. Nimble footwork. And deep square leg does the fielding. He's actually doing a very good job here, Joe Root, of constantly pinching the strike. 165 for 2. He loves batting that much.
Yep.
Let's have a look at that again. I think that was it.
No, it's pitching well outside.
I don't think it is pitching outside leg. I really don't think it is.
You are overturned on appeal. Muttley, unsurprisingly, makes us a sausage
There we go.
Based joke.
As I said, it was pitching just outside leg. It's not by much, though, is it? Let's be honest.
It's enough.
It's enough. Well, obviously it's enough, but yeah.
Well outside.
Not well outside.
Sorry, Muttley.
Yeah. Talia, he says, that's the worst cricket commentary there is. Boom.
What's the worst wicket commentary?
W-U-R-S-T, I presume.
Yes, W-U-R-S-T. And Poco says, to be fair, if Hedda only remembers the German insults, he'll have a 99% recollection rate. Leah says, Chase took 8 for 60, sorry.
Thank you.
Against England, yes.
Thank you. I did say that.
George McPherson says, only one boundary from Root. He's struggling. These two better not slow down the scoring rate.
Is this
Have you got money on this, George?
Is this George McPherson? I think I reckon George McPherson might be another pawn bot, as in an unknown.
Yeah, and Leah remembers that as well, because it said it was that test in which Holder made his 202 not out. And,
that's
Barbados.
And that's when we were in Southwold, wasn't it? At Katie's mum's house in by the beach.
And Muttley says, after running out of JD, I ordered vodka, in quotes, from Spa, delivered. I might sleep well, but I pity my head tomorrow.
Ooh, that's going to be painful, Mutts.
And my bank account in caps.
Oh.
Leah says, Steuben Tiger is a cat. It translates as something like indoor tiger.
Oh, yeah, we've had that before, haven't we? Yeah, that's right. Indoor tiger.
Mayank has joined us post-meeting, just in time for the England collapse, so it's your fault, Mayank. Should be all out for 2:30, I reckon, he says.
Don't think that's going to happen.
It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, George. I'm convinced that George McPherson must be one of our regular listeners. I mean, it seems a very sort of nondescript name to use.
Yeah. One of Nestler's many noms de plume.
Oh, it could be Nestler's.
Oh, speaking of Nestler's, I was watching last night. I think the 2 final episodes of Red Dwarf, and Holly came on, and immediately I thought, I must contact Nestler's.
Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
Who's Holly?
Holly is the computer.
The ship's computer.
Isn't that Hattie Hayridge?
It was originally Hattie Hayridge, then they changed it into a bloke who's very deadpan.
Yep.
I used to love Hattie Hayridge.
And it just immediately made me think of Nestless. Sorry, Nestless.
Those people who do actually listen to me on this programme will know that I've often
why did you look at me when you said that?
Sung
Enda?
the praises of Hattie Hayridge, who was a kind of contemporary comedian, along with Jack Dee, coming through in the very late 80s, and then she just disappeared.
Yeah, she was very good on Red Dwarf.
Very, very funny. She was really sort of deadpan.
Yeah, very.
Well, the person who took her place, Holly, is very much the same, actually.
Yeah. Moti's going to come back into the attack. 1 for 40 off 3. And he's going to be bowling to Root, who's slipped beneath a runner ball. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. 22 overs in which to get the remaining runs. And Root says, I might just put my foot down. That's a brilliant piece of fielding out there on the mid-wicket boundary. Who is that? It's Andrew, who's on as a sub fielder. I wonder what he had on his face then. His sunglasses had slipped down the front of his face. It looked like some sort of mask. He's done brilliantly there, because I thought for all money that was going to be 4.
I think it's a brave move to bring Modi back on now, given he went for 40 off his first 3 overs.
Well, yeah, especially when, as Jamie Smith and Harry Brook is no slouch, is he?
No.
But Joe Root is trying to say, look, I can do it as well. But he was foiled a little bit on that occasion by an excellent piece of work on the boundary. Moti, left arm round the wicket. Back goes Root. This one he just eases through the offside.
It's a little fiddle, isn't it?
It is a little fiddle.
What is the diminutive for fiddle? A fid?
A diddle.
Because violin is the smallest stringed instrument, isn't it?
Fiddle Rashid.
Well, depends whether you count a ukulele.
Onto the back foot goes Brook, and he plays that in the air. It was at catchable height had there been a man in the on-Hayden position, but there wasn't.
No, a ukulele is a full-size acoustic guitar you put in the washing machine.
Yeah, except it's only got 4 strings, hasn't it?
Root wants a single. He's pushed that, and I suspect that Brook was ball watching a bit and thought that the mid-wicket was going to come across and get that, but Root could see it more efficiently, and he always knew that the fielder wouldn't get there, so there was an easy single in the end. 170 for 2.
We have been corrected by Jay Grover. It was Norman Lovett first, then Hattie Hayridge.
Right, thank you. Yeah, Hattie Hayridge. I was going to say, I did watch a little bit of Red Dwarf, but not a great deal, but I loved her as a stand-up comedian. Another single for Brook through mid-on.
Jay, you are here. I thought you were avoiding me.
Where's Jay been? Back goes Root. And pushed up to long off.
I have to tell you, Jay, I presented the Gorilla Studio with the special sauce today.
Oh yes, thank you for my relish. I'm relishing it.
Henderson's not own relish.
Indeed. Actually, I don't know that I've ever had it. Some friends of mine scattered around Yorkshire have sent it to me. I don't know that I've actually ever tried it. Seals, number 42. Joseph, number 33. Another Joseph, number 33. Joseph Alzari has gone for more runs in 3 overs today than he went in 10 on Sunday.
Yep.
And add into the fact that he took 4 wickets then. Right, Chase to continue. 4 overs, 1 for 14. Round the wicket to Root. Just sense the floodlights having an impact on the outfield now. He's got a reverse sweep out, and they've got through for a single out to deep backward point. Do you want to sling in a tweet or two?
Martley says, speaking of cats, if you join the Patreon, you can see pictures of Stumpy, not my cat, but he has been visiting lately and got to pick him up today.
Stumpy?
Yep.
Is he sort of cricket related? Is that cricket related?
No idea.
Anyway, Chase into Brook. Goes back. Chops away through the offside. Easy single.
And
maybe he's a bit legless.
Could be.
Well, that is what Jay Grover's given us a one-word answer to how he's feeling. The answer is sober.
Oh dear, Jay, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes.
David Smout says, after this ball,
Chase in. Oh, he gave himself a heck of a lot of room there, did Root, and then almost brushed it away like a drummer with, what do you call those things? Brushes. They get
a
through
lot
for
of
a
word
single.
quizzes today, aren't we, Henry?
We are. I do love it when they do that thing on the drums with the brushes and they just sort of swirl them around.
We only get it in jazz, don't you?
Yeah, more or less. Although you probably get it a little bit in classical.
Yeah.
This is pulled away by Brook for a single to deep backward square. He goes into double figures, 10 from 9. Root back down to face. But I presume we're having a change in 2 balls time.
Yeah, you're buggering off and Bear's coming in.
Oh, good. Oh, I won't be back, will I? I wouldn't have thought.
No, I doubt it very much.
Root.
When are you going to take me to Ronnie Scott's, Hendo, and introduce me to Real Joe?
Ah, good point, actually. Well, I'm sure we might be able to sort that out. How many more weeks are you here for?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. You're not here for any of the India series?
I may be here for the first day, I'm not sure.
Okay. Chase in, bowls, and tickled away to mid-wicket. I'm going to miss most of the India test, but I can't tell you why. I really can't. I will be able to do the first day of the first test, but after that...
Not
it's
too
tricky.
medical, I hope.
No, it's not medical
Good.
at all. That is the end of the over. The Bear is retrieving beer from the fridge, and he will take up a position in the middle chair.
Central chair.
The central chair.
And Jason, are you going to hand me the tweetage, or whatever we call it these days?
Katie's the next
Katie.
one from...
Thank you, sir. Katie, where are we, Katie? I can't even find you.
No, it's the one about Katie.
About Katie? Oh.
Yeah.
Katie has been mentioned a few times recently, says David Smart. How is she? I may be a little controversial here, but I used to love a Katie-Gary combo.
You might be the only one who did like
anecdotal overload. No, Katie was different, and some people really enjoyed it, some may not have, but it was...
Joseph's going to continue. First ball,
Ooh, that's out.
Beats Root, but angled in, possibly sliding down. They think he's not sure. He's giving it the question mark.
Oh, might as well go for it.
I think you need to go for that. And
I've got that out.
But they've squirted a signal away.
Oh, come on. If you got three reviews left, unless he hit it.
It's too high. But you might as well go for it. Ooh, I don't know, actually.
I think that's out.
When you see that, that's actually pitched middle and straightened somewhat. So
pitched off and straight and going for middle, I thought.
think, yeah, but hit him on the back pad, just about where the
it's hit him
top
on
of
the
the
back,
fluff is.
Back
it may be high.
Anyway, here's the next ball. Guided to gully by Brook, who's trying to do a Joe Root impersonation, but doesn't quite pull it off. And we get the slow, and it is missing. It's gone over the top of off stump.
Wow, yep. Good line.
Yeah.
Good call. You were right, Bear. I told you the Bear is wise. Yeah, I didn't say you're always wise, I just said you're wise.
To be fair, Alzari Joseph wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it. As he comes running in with a tall man, and that's on leg stump and whipped away by Brook down to deep square leg. Straight to the man who just ambles in very gently. It's an agreed single, and score moves to 179 for 2.
It's all slowed down a bit. Hendo was talking about 25 overs. They need to pick it up.
Well,
they want
I
to do
wonder
that.
whether they're going to try and do it in T20 style and do it in about 20 overs.
Well, they got 65 to get. I mean, I suppose they could get it.
Yeah, once you get outside of the power play and the ball softens, it's never
and
as
you've
easy.
got 4 fielders to now allowed outside the ring.
They've got 20 overs to get 65 runs. It's not exactly hard.
Joseph, that's a better ball on the side off stump, and Root shows Brook how to do that shot. just punches it off the back foot on the top of the bounce to the boundary fielder. Handballs a single.
I mean, when they came in, they had a run rate of what to get 6, just target rate of just over 6.
Yeah.
It's now 3. And they're going along at what, 9 and over?
Yeah,
After
they were
20
going along
overs?
at 12 for the first 10 overs. But yeah, the two guys that scored something like 120 between them in the first 10 overs are now out. So building an innings.
Yeah, Brooke will pick it up in a minute, I'm sure.
Joseph again. That's a better ball. That's attacking the stumps. All Brooke can do is just knock it into the offside. And there is no run, as we see Ian Ward and is that EOIN Morgan with a lip mic giggling away in the studios at the top of the stand.
I'm sorry to say, I find Owen Morgan irritating. Not quite sure why, but he just is.
Well, a lot of people find him quite irritating.
Anyway, last ball of this 21st over. Hope prepares. Good ball rising over the top of off stump. Just played defensively into the leg side by Brooke. That completes the over.
We have a super chat.
Ooh, we haven't had one of those for a while. Who's it?
Zippo's with us.
Mark Zip.
Yeah, he sent us $5 and says, come on, a good Katie dope was a vital part of both the sofa and later.
It
Proper
was.
gorilla DNA.
It was
Yeah.
occasionally educational as well.
Yeah, and sometimes very funny.
Yeah, she taught us a lot about the classics.
Yes, and her name,
Latin.
her name
and
dropping
fashion.
was incomparable.
Well, yes.
Yes.
So yeah, it takes all sorts. I know some people got upset about it, but hey, happens. As to how she is, I don't know. The last I heard, she was doing well. Robert Wilford Paul says depressing results from the West Indies in the ODIs. Hope this is not a precursor for the Test series against Australia.
The Test series against Australia is at home, isn't it? I mean,
Yes.
Australia have got problems of their own, haven't they, really?
Not really. I think until after the Ashes, Australia are pretty good. I think after the Ashes, there'll be a whole lot of retirements.
They still need another opener. I'm not convinced by Constas.
Oh no, Constance isn't much good, but I think you've got Inglis, you've got Webster, you've got plenty of good batters
They've got
there.
plenty of players that can fill 4 to 7, no problem.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, there is a problem in terms of who's going to open, but in terms of a batting lineup, they're pretty good.
Yeah, a fair bit of inexperience.
And Muttley says his cat is called Stumpy because he only has half his tail.
Oh, and that's full toss by Moti, and Root just helps that round the corner. Unfortunately, he picks out the man at deep square leg. 5 or so yards either side of him. That would have been 4, and takes a single. Doesn't take out the umpire just behind square leg, where they tend to stand now to keep out the way of the camera.
I think England have finally stumbled across, certainly a top 7 that actually works in this series.
I think so.
That looks competent.
I think Bethel and Jacks at 6 and 7. Down the wicket by Brooks. He's trying to get on with it to Moti, but Moti sees him coming, throws the ball in the dirt, and Brooks can just defend.
Yeah, I think that really works, doesn't it? It's better than who was at 6 and 7 before?
Livingston.
Livingston, well, he was useless. Salt was shit at the top.
Driven without coming down the wicket by Brook, and that's straight back to Moti.
Who was 6 in the last?
The IPL winners. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck the IPL. Who was 6 in the Champions Trophy?
Defended again by Brook, who gets his long stride in and his nose almost over the top of his bat.
It would have been Butler was 6, wasn't he, in the IPL? Sorry, in the Champions Trophy
Yes,
when
I
he
think
was captain.
Yeah, it was a stupid place for that.
So what was our top 5? I can't even remember what our top 5 was in the
That's
Champions
on leg
Trophy.
stump, and that's driven nicely down to long on. There's only ever going to be a single there, which they take is no fuss. That completes the 22nd over. England are 184 for 2.
Ashley Partridge says, England looking good today. Hi everyone, how are you doing?
Well, fine.
England easy work, he says. Evening gang, says Mark Bellringer, sorry. Love the no dad shirt. What does that mean? Who's got? Each of us
Might be
looking at
me.
our shirts.
Well, I'm wearing a hoodie. So it's
I'm
one of
wearing a
these
shirt that disguises how fat I am because I'm in a black chair.
Black is very slimming, apparently.
Oh, so I'm told, yeah. Somehow I'm not entirely convinced.
Joseph Alzari type going to continue. That's down the leg side. That should be a wide. It is a wide. Just didn't really get the directions right on that one.
Yeah, Shea Hope trying to appeal to negate the wide, but gave up on it.
Ashley Partridge says, if you had anyone new to play for England, who would you pick? Freddie's son should be giving a game, I think. I think that might be getting ahead of things a bit.
Rocky Flintoff. He's in the A side, but I think that's a bit early. That's attacking leg stump and driven to mid wicket. Brooks struggling just a little bit to beat fielders in the ring at the moment.
Well, there's no secret that I pick Ben Folkes and then work out the rest of the team. You need a good wicket
You need
keeper.
a good wicket keeper, and Bairstow wasn't it. But I think Jamie Smith is good enough. I mean, I do think it's very different playing in England to playing in the subcontinent. I don't think you need the best keeper to play in England.
You don't.
You need someone who's
Good in
competent
standing back.
Yeah.
Alzari, Joseph in, short, rising, chopped down into the gully area. Chase almost slips over fielding it, but it does stick to his hand this time.
I mean, the truth is, the difference between competent, good keepers and great keepers is the ability to stand up against spitting balls.
There are lots of good keepers around. I would argue that one that's been criminally underrated for almost his whole career. He's only got a game with the England side when he basically England C were there, was John Simpson.
Well, he's only got any good since he got to Sussex, hasn't he?
Well, no, he's pretty good in the latter years at Middlesex. That's defended up to mid-on.
He can't stop scoring centuries at Sussex.
Well, I guess the problem you got as a keeper is you only need one for the national team, don't you? You got 18.
And he's what, 36 now?
Yeah, he had the misfortune to be around at the same time as Bairstow doing well, and then Folkes. And now Pope and Smith, who are good enough to do a job.
Yeah. I think Smith's a pretty good keeper, actually. But
I think he might be better than Pope.
Yeah.
Because certainly when they're both playing in their side, he tends to get the gloves.
Yeah.
185 for 2. As Alzari bowls, just knocks it away down to third man, Brook, and walks a single.
So Root was not out the other day, wasn't he?
Yeah.
166 not out, yeah.
And he got 30 in the first one, 37 or something? Or am I getting that wrong?
None of the top 7 got less than 37.
And the first one he got a 50, didn't he? Got 58, 54, 58. So if he doesn't get out today, his average for the series will be 250, something like that.
You've just done him now, haven't you? You absolutely done him with the
I might have done.
and that's not a great shot by Joe Root, as Bear almost commentators
Good
cursed
pace.
him.
That was 88 miles an hour. It's a pretty decent
Plays
ball.
a sort of waft towards the leg side without particularly much conviction, and the ball goes through to the keeper. He has a grace to grin about it a little bit and saying, I got away with one there, I think.
Getting some decent pace on, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Was one of those at 89, in fact.
He's a good bowler, Alzari.
Well, he gets a lot of bounce, even if he doesn't bowl it particularly quickly, but he can bowl very quick spells. That's angled in at the pad, that's diving down. That's a great stop down at fine leg by Shamar Joseph. Stops the ball, and he's up quickly to hurl the ball in.
He was looking slippery today as well.
That completes a 23rd over.
Muttley says, for all the grief he gets, David Brooke is one of my favourites. I like listening to his anecdotes, even if they do intrude on the play-by-play. Yeah, they can be great fun, can't they? Muttley says, Stumpy isn't my cat, he belongs to a neighbour. Does Stumpy call you Stumpy as well, Muttley? I'd be interested to know. England should play some young blood. This is too easy. DKF says people find Owen Morgan annoying because he is an Irishman who won the English World Cup. Well, that's not the reason I find him annoying, but
there are some people that would be true for.
Floats it up on leg stump, and that's worked round his front pad by Root.
Oh, George McPherson. You are just so consistent. These two are batting slowly. They need to start getting more boundaries.
He's not real.
Hendo says you're not real, George.
Rule 1, provide photographic evidence.
Yeah.
Moti, in again. And that's short and climbed into by Brook. That's going to go all the way. And someone in the stand has just dropped that, I think.
Shelled it.
Pretty poor. Why don't you complain about that too, George? I think England's crowd catches are shit. Yeah.
And they've all had a few too many, haven't they?
Well, it's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
What is it? 8:15.
Yeah.
That was very short, and he got the treatment it deserved. Oh, someone put him off. You've seen it, and someone tried to grab the catch away from him and put his hands in front of his catching hands.
It was a bit crocodile too, to be fair.
It's fuller and better bowled by Moti, but the ball is just pushed down to long on. And 6 and a single for Brook. He's very happy. That's the ultimate insult to the bowler, really. No, you can't do anything about it after that.
No.
Used to hate being milked.
Yep. Well, and at this level, the fielding and stuff, it's all that happens.
And textbook shot by Root, who did. Ball is on off stump. He just pushes it back where it came, just far enough away from Moti to get the single to long off. 196 for 2.
50 required.
Yeah. This could finish before my spell does.
Yeah, it should do.
You might miss out there. Floated and again pushed through the offside down to long, the wider long off now by Brook.
One of these two should should take it home. 6 and over from here. They get what, 50 overs another. Well, it might go into my spell if they go at 6 and over.
Yeah, you might get to call the winning run.
Mm.
That's better by Moti after the start of the over. It's just dinked into the leg side off the low part of the bat. Not quite far enough away from the fielders that are converting to stop 2. And that's the end of the 24th over. 198 for 2.
Mark Bellringer says James Rue, the next England keeper batsman. There's a lot of people to climb over in terms of that position.
There are, but James Rue could play as a batter by himself, as could Jamie Smith. James Rue's got 10 first-class hundreds, I think, maybe 11 now, at the fastest rate since anybody since Dennis Compton.
That's encouraging.
Do you think Rayan Ahmed's finally going to get a fucking... No, he's not, is he? Because Adil Rashid's in the squad.
Rayan Ahmed is the player that they're going to turn to for leg spin when Adil Rashid retires.
Well, they got a bloody playing in some games, though, haven't they?
Yeah, I think that's right. Although they did play for the Lions the other day without any success at all. Really.
Well, he doesn't... Yeah.
And that is off the outside half of the bat by Root, who scampers 2 down to
the thing is,
third man as Moti fields.
If you watch Rayan Ahmed bowl, he only ever bowls a proper leg spinner. He never bowls across the seam, it seems to me.
He's far more dangerous than
yeah,
leg spinner,
but he just throws a lot out with he wobble seam, and it's like, well...
In terms of spinners, his younger brother, Farhan Ahmed, who's playing for Notts as a 17-year-old, and has played England under 19 last year and this year. He's the far better prospect as a spinner.
Is he a leggy or is he an offie?
He's an offie, but he bowls very, very good off spin.
Yeah, they're going to stick with Shah Bashir, aren't they? So
yeah, unless someone can come up with a really good YouTube video for Baz.
Rising and just knocked away by Brook down to Roston Chase in the gully.
But that's how you get its attention.
And that's England's 200.
Basically.
200 for 2 off 24.2.
46 required off 94 balls.
Will
Less than
Jackson's
3 and
taking
over.
it very, very easy. He's not even into his kit yet. He's still in his training whites, watching on from behind the perspex.
Well, he's not in. Drop another 2 wickets.
Well,
Yeah.
he's going to get his
3.
kit on in wickets time. Defended into the leg side. Can't beat the man at squarish mid wicket. And it's a dot ball for Joseph.
Butler and Bethel will come in before him. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's not giving all the batsmen a fair workout, is it? By just staying there, making runs.
As we see Bethel outside having a look and Butler inside having a look at the play. Hoping they don't have to go out there because they're in a lose-lose situation if they have to go out there, really. Short, and that's in the air, and that's top edge. Is it going to reach the man? That's a really good catch coming forwards by Shamar Joseph. He's caught that low down in front of him. He's had to make probably 15-20 yards in from long leg, and Root has to go. And I think we'll play this one.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh.
I may be being a bit hard on Root there. That's a nice bouncer by Joseph. They caught him right on the spot and surprised Root slightly.
A lot more pace than he was expecting, I think.
Well, that will bring out Joss. Yeah. Haven't just said he didn't want to come out. Maybe you can blast it and we'll get there in the end quickly.
Then we can go to the pub for a pint.
Richard Harman says, is it just me, or is it quite nice seeing Brooke not being frenetic? I think that's fair. Leah says the collapse is on. And Ravi Natarajan says, fuck, I was hoping Root would get a 50. Well, he's had his fair share.
I'm sure he's got money on it.
Probably. But hey, ho.
Did your over come in?
Well, no, I thought I'd gone over twice. It turns out I went under once, and I lost that one, and then I lost the next over.
And he's not even pissed. You're all over the place, Bear.
It's terrible.
Anyway, the former captain has come to the crease. Let's jingle him up.
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone subtler. Okay, he can't spell
Speaking of
Joss,
piss.
but he also can't spell Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's, Joss Butler.
Is it some of that 1886 or whatever it was?
The blue-eyed assassin settles over the wicket, waiting to receive his first ball from Alzari Joseph.
There's only Heineken either. There's this, or Guinness.
He's off the mark straight away with a little work through square leg.
Madry.
I'll give it a go whatever it is. Cider? Yeah. Oh, I'll give it a go.
As received. The clouds going a bit grey behind the gasometer stroke building development. But I think they're going to hold off enough for the result to be made.
I think they look darker than they really are, simply because of the time of night too.
Yeah.
Brooke, 22 off 26.
Thank you, sir. We have excellent weight service here.
Yep. Seems to be interminable this over. It seems to be taking ages. Anyway, Alzari's on his way now. So that typical rising splice length from Alzari. Just worked to chase. Can't get a single. That's the end of the 25th over. 201 for 3. Need another 46.
So the messages are a little quiet, and it does occur to me, it's a long time since I've seen a super chat on here.
Well, yeah.
And, you know, I'm sure we can find something appropriate for you, can possibly find a jingle that you favour if you feel like super chatting us. Jason's very good at finding those.
Yeah, and the problem is, I guess, an elongated day with lots of time off. Although we did cover the IPL. Yeah, that's the problem with cider. It's just really sweet.
Yeah, it'll be about 6%, 7%. Anyway, Moti is going to continue. So England requiring 40 off 90 balls, 45 off 90 balls. So left arm round. That's short off the back foot and played with a back foot drive by Butler, who gets a single. So wide, long, off. Moti in. And almost beats the man cutting the ball off from mid-wicket, who makes a despairing last-minute dive. And just as well, the correct call was made of weight.
Aye.
Moti brings Brook forward, who defends it straight back to Moti, and picks the ball up with no run. Still 202 for 3. And that skews a little bit off the outside edge. It's a bit of misfield by Geggs to cover.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit tight if he'd have fielded it, to be honest. It's straight at the fielder. Seemed to dive over it.
But it was safe enough once he got past him and
Yeah.
signal. So when is Butler going to go big? He's not going to go big on that ball. That's just worked down to long on for another single. That's 3 now off the over.
Yeah, I kind of want him to go big, but it'd be stupid to go big when you need 3 and over. It's, you might as well just cruise. Winning's more important than being
personal
flashy.
performance.
Yeah, exactly.
Last ball turns a bit and played nicely off the back foot by Brook to the cover boundary fielder. That completes the over. 26 have gone, 14 to go. England are 205 for 3.
Well, a message just came through. They suddenly started playing box ball, says DKF, as in boycott ball. Yeah, it's a bit like that. It's sort of the boring winning overs, isn't
It is, but I was going to say, I mean, that's the problem. Someone like Livingston would have come in when, victory was in sight and then
Flashed 18 and got out.
Yeah, exactly. And then put the side in, actually, a little bit of peril, still with only 4 wickets left, requiring 50 or runs, and you're down to the tail and you give the oppo a little sniff of a chance. And as we know with England, they're quite good at fucking throwing it away. What's he drinking? It's like an espresso martini, that, doesn't it?
It does. I think that's exactly what it is. In his
martini glass. He's very angry with the world.
We can't hear you if you don't speak into the mic.
Oh, true.
Shamar Joseph in. And short and wide, chopped into the ground by Brook. Has no real pace on it, but it's wide enough for the cover fielder to take a single.
DKF says, speed it up, lads.
Well, that's kind of what you want.
Yeah.
We're over 200 now. Less than 40 required to win.
The series is won.
In the IPL, you get this done in 3 overs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And I was going to say, Joseph is about to come in to deliver his rockets, but he's not going to deliver this to ball as he aborts his run-up. And we can definitely see the effect of the lights now. Excuse me. With the foreshadows from the 4.
Yeah. Quite a pleasant evening,
the
actually.
4 new floodlights at the ground.
Oh.
And that's lucky man, Butler. That's taken the inside edge. It's a Vatican slice all the way down to the boundary. That can't have missed the off stump by very much. 4 runs. Where is the 4? want. Try that one.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4
See
runs.
replay, that's gone pretty much over the top of middle stump.
We do have a super chat coming up, Jason.
Good, I've got jingles lined up. Short by Joseph, and that is hit into the ground towards deep square leg, and quite easy too. Is taken by Butler and Brooke. 2-1-2 for 3 now, only 34 to get.
The wonderful Mark Zip has accepted our invitation to super chat us to the tune of $5.
Okay, here we go.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
What does he want us to do?
A Samit Patel jingle.
Oh my God.
Perhaps he could replace Gus Atkinson.
Damn it, Samit. See if I can find it.
More like it.
That's a fantastic pull by Butler. He's he's timed the pants off that one. That's gone flying through mid wicket. And here we go. For that. Oh come on!
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
I suggest that you start playing the jingle the moment the 6th ball of the over is being completed.
I've got to find it first.
Yeah, it's pretty long, but it's great.
Sorry, missed that. Bear with
It was charging down a wicket was Joss, and he missed it. Went through the keeper, and there's no run. Just hit the carts. Hit the carts. Go into audit. Go to instant carts. Go back to where you were, basically. Hit the carts button above the clear button on the left, on the left, on the left, on the left. The big 3 round buttons. Carts in the middle.
Yeah.
And there's search in there, and then you can play in the top right. There's a play button.
Last ball. That's pulled again. Is there a man there? No, there isn't. That's another boundary for.
You don't have to clear it. You can play underneath it. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
This is going to finish quickly at this rate. That's 227 for 3 off the 27th over.
Yep. We might not get to my stint at this one. That was a no ball as well, I think.
Harry Brook is the next England Test captain once Stoke hangs up his cap, says Stick Air.
Well, I presume they're grooming him for that, to be fair. If all format. No, you don't have to load it. You can play it from there.
Oops. Damn it.
If there's a play button on the right-hand side at the end of the row of icons. No. There.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, Summit.
Yes, Dad. Yes, Dad.
I've got something to say.
Uh-huh.
I really love the skillful way you beat the other players to the lunch buffet.
Oh, Dad.
For the first time this series, you ran it.
Damn it.
The cheese
Defended
board's
to
now
extra
out,
cover
so
by
like granite.
Brooke.
But please don't take pomegranate. I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Sammit. There's Irish stew. Your belly's no longer like granite. The corset's not working, let's can it.
Push down to long.
Your
On.
moves are
For
approaching
single.
Titanic. I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Sammit. There's the fun crew. Andy Flower thinks that you're a joker, and you need to share the stone or 2. But your diet plan is mediocre.
Into the leg then.
So
Smacked.
S-A-M-I-T.
Good fielding by the
let's
boundary,
try a
but they're going to
poo,
take 2.
Oh, this jingle's nicer than Ravi Boy Polhar.
Oh, Dad.
Now I'm full up and I'm so glad
Oh, Dad.
that I could kick you in the gonads.
Oh, Dad.
Thanks, Zippo.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've heard that.
England are 2-2-3 for 3 now. As the fourth ball of the over comes in, that's quicker, and that's short again, and Butler rocks back, and this time the man can't get round in time.
There's an IPL batter for you.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Joss doesn't give a shit, does he? Just
No. Well, when you have put effort on your bat,
yes.
Yeah. I think he's had enough balls to see what the pace of the pitch is now. And what
Exactly, and there's a massive space over there.
And it's pretty shit bowling.
That's an absolute jaffer by Moti. I mean, yes, there's no footwork really. He just stood back and watched the ball spin away and just go over the top of the off stump.
I think
But,
it just missed the outside of it, didn't it? It just went wide.
If he hadn't turned, he would have. That is a good ball, defended and punched down the ground. Too long on. That completes the 28th over. England 228 for 3.
Robert Wilford Paul says, Roston, this is totally not your ODI series. You're an excellent catcher, and I hope things get better for you in the upcoming Test series. Mark Zip says, I could have asked the Dane Pete, but it no longer exists. It's been wiped from the face of the earth.
Hopefully it's been wiped from my memory as well.
Yeah. Sweet Mango says, just remembered, could anyone tell me what happened to the BBC Radio 4 game, My Word, by Jack Lenglong?
What?
Sorry.
Never heard of it.
No.
Featuring Frank Muir, Dennis...
Oh, that's Call My Bluff.
No, My Word was before Call My Bluff. It's a very old series.
Well,
it was
exactly.
around in the 70s.
I wasn't alive. Well, I might have been, but...
Alzari to bowl. That's a slower ball, and that's given the full beans by
Butler, wasn't
Butler. He's a slow missile along the floor to the boundary, past a despairing mid off.
Could be over this over.
Lots of powerful bottom hand in that shot.
Zipper said, nice one. I'm out here in the driveway grading records and giggling out loud. There are some jingles that make me laugh no matter what.
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Going to require 14 now. And he's bringing out all the boxer tricks now, Butler. That's the ramp shot on the move over the keeper. And it's gone all the way to fine leg for one of these.
He's going to overtake Brooke here, isn't he? Well, this is what Joss is in the side for.
That was beautifully timed.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Just perfect. It's not an easy shot either. So many people try to play it.
There's so many
and
moving
fuck it
parts
up.
there that anything can go wrong, but he watches it all the way onto the bat, even when he's moving. Joseph comes with the off-pace delivery. Butler has a swish, doesn't connect. The ball bumbles through to the keeper, and it's a very boring dot.
Yeah, I don't think he's interested in dots, is he, Joss?
Well, George McPherson's impressed. He says Butler is showing Brooke how it's done.
Well, he's got license to do whatever he wants with only 20 odd required, and
Well, 8 required now, eh?
Yeah.
GKF says all the My Word gang died.
Yeah, well, that's not surprising. Frank Muir, I remember him doing Call My Bluff in about the 80s, and he was about 70 or 80.
In the 70s as well. Short and short arm jab pulled by Butler. And it's a very, very laid back, lazy throw from the boundary.
Do you think Brookie's going to do anything you can do, I can do better, and try and ramp one over the keeper for 6?
Nah. Doesn't really need to prove anything.
I mean, this is
Alzari's almost broken out into a smile there.
This is an absolute mauling when you think about it. I mean, they've chased down 239 in 28 overs, 29 overs.
Yeah, that's a 500 par, isn't it?
Yeah.
7 from 68 balls now is the target. Yeah, you're not going to get in here, are
I'm
you?
not going to get in here, no. That's okay. I don't mind. It's been a long old fucking day. I was here at 12 o'clock.
Backs away and tries to flash it over the offside. Brook doesn't connect. The ball misses leg stump. And it's another dot ball. And
Now that's the problem, Bear. You weren't here at 12 o'clock, which is why I couldn't use a fucking goods lift.
I was here shortly after. I left home at midday, it's true. I was here at about 15:15, wasn't I?
Yeah.
I had to go and get my sandwich, Messi.
Oh, well.
Oh,
I lost half a
sake.
kilo getting up the stairs.
And now
It's all
someone's
good.
trying to ring me just when they're not supposed to.
And Brook gets ready to face the last ball of this Joseph over. Steps away and goes for the uppercut over the keeper. Doesn't connect. That's 3 good balls towards the end of that over after a couple of chastening balls before. And England are 239 for 3 after 29.
DKF says Frank Muir was a true legend and a genuine gentleman. He like someone from he was someone from a previous era, really, wasn't he?
There's that era: Frank Muir, Dennis Norden, Robert Robinson, and the era of cheap game shows, basically. Panel shows.
Yeah, it's sort of post Goons, pre 40 Tars.
Contemporaneous with
That's
that.
fine. I don't know if there's anybody around who ever listened to I'm Sorry, I'll Read That Again, which was a great radio show with John Cleese, Tim Brooke Taylor.
That was in the mid 60s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
Right, this is Greaves, I think.
Jaden Seals.
Oh, Jaden Seals comes in and rising on off stump. Butler tries to push it to the leg side, can't beat the mid wicket, no run. But loads and loads of panel shows around that time and comedy sketch shows like Round the Horn.
Who? What? Never heard of that.
Round the Horn.
Round the Horn?
Round the Horn?
Kenneth Horn?
Never heard of it.
Oh,
fantastic.
Oh, Julian.
Jules on Sandy. And Polari. That's where Polari got introduced to the general public.
Who?
Oh, that hurt.
Off pace ball from Seals. Catches Butler a bit
on the end of the elbow, wasn't it?
I thought it was in the ribs.
I think that's the solar plexus. That's just between the bits that really hurt.
Yeah, no, he's holding it. I thought it caught him on the rib, on the end of the elbow. But you're right, yeah. Ooh. That's painful. Even if an off-pace ball. Oof. God, watch the ball, Joss. Watch the ball.
Well through the shot. I mean,
he was miles through the shot.
I mean, the bat was almost over here. The ball's still arriving around about here. For those that can watch us on YouTube. Defended into the leg side. There is no run again. Good over from Seals.
Oh, I'm going to get to... there could be a 2 fours.
3 rising balls to Butler, who hasn't dealt with them very well so far. That just means that potentially he's going to chassé down the wicket and try to
wallop it over the top.
Yeah.
Get caught somewhere. I don't even know how many runs he's on. They keep not telling us how many bats, and they keep telling us how many we need to win.
I don't think he's close to 50.
No, he's not, but he's close to 30.
I hate it. That should be...
Oh, we called it, but Seal saw it as well. Through the... Well, absolutely launched the ball into the deck, and it's ballooned way over Butler's head, and it's going to be a wide.
1 shot from victory. 3 balls before I get on.
There should be some requirements in terms of the scores shown on the screen to require the current bowler, the current batters and what they've got, the score and the number of overs, and they just keep fucking around with it.
Yeah, they do.
If I turn on a baseball game, I can tell immediately
the state of the game.
Yeah.
There we go.
That might be it. Short, and it's disappeared out the ground.
And that's it, England win.
A bear robber.
Yep. Well, I'm okay with that. Well, that's a phenomenal get by England. I mean, they've chased that down in less than 30 overs, 30. So what's that? It's over 7 and over, nearly 8 and over for the entire innings. It went off like a train at 12 and over for the first 10. And West Indies were never really in it, and we thought they got quite a competitive score as well, but they just couldn't keep England down.
Well, it suggests two things. One is how badly the West Indies played for the first 30 odd overs before.
Well, they were in trouble. I mean, they were 28 for 3 or 27 for 3.
To be rescued by Moti with his 16
yes,
on that.
True. There is. Went out on the ground, didn't it? Went over the back of the stand.
But also, how good is this wicket? Because we don't really know.
No. I mean, West Indies report, I expect they'll be much better, much more competitive at T20. They've got some big bangers coming back from the IPL as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't had a full side. I mean, Shireen Rutherford's only just come in today. There was someone bowling in the final today.
And we said he should come in, and he did do well.
Yeah.
He got 70 odd.
They struggled at the top of the order, really, haven't they? I mean, in the first game, they had, 3 debutants. Well, not debutants, but
well,
good
they had
as.
Jewel Andrew has been put into the side, possibly too early.
Agadoo, or whatever his name was.
Mangru,
yeah. Jangu,
and there's another one called Mangru, I think. As
oh,
well.
right, yeah.
And they've got Justin Graves, who had a good second game, but not really much in either the first or the third.
Well, he didn't play today.
And
did he play today? No, he didn't play today.
And the Roston Chase has had a mare with the bat.
Yes, 2 Golden Ducks in 2 games. The crowd has thinned out quite a lot towards the end of that. I guess people want to get off home. We kind of want to get off home too.
Well, they don't want to get stuck for 20 odd minutes.
When are we back there?
Well, when are we back? I don't know. First T20 is on Friday.
Friday is the
there
first
you
T20.
go.
6:30 p.m. I believe we'll be on air at about 6:20.
Excellent. That'll be fun.
Yeah, indeed.
And then on Sunday and on
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah. And then the World Test Championship. When does that start? Thursday?
I think it starts on
Next
Wednesday.
Week. Does it start on Wednesday?
Which I'll be at the ground. And then 5 days and a reserve day if the weather takes away time that's needed.
And I think they're supposed to start at 10:30 a.m. time.
It does start at 10:30. So beware for that one.
That's 10:30 BST.
A few final messages. Thank you, gentlemen, says Sweet Mango. I googled the game, my word. It was first aired in autumn '69. I learned about it in the '70s. You should try it in your leisure time. Great program. DKF says, Kenneth Williams, another genius of Round the Horn. Indeed he was. Oh, matron. Take him away. Muttley says, why is it called the solar plexus? What does the sun have to do with it?
A good question.
Yes.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Mick Paul says, yes, very hard to keep up for an old fight. I'm not sure what that relates to, but I can relate. Hombre Nuevo says, well, missed the last hour and a half with nighttime put down, but no doubt it was entertaining. Listen from Gorilla Cricket. Thank you for what I managed to catch today. Sorry, neither of us won the GPL, Hombre. So it listified another day. I think 165 quid for Friday. Mick Paul says plenty of room on screen for the other bollocks. Standardised Astons now. I don't understand that at all. Leah says, oh well, let's hope the Windies can thrash them in the hidden giggle matches.
Well,
see you all on Friday.
You certainly got Phil Salt back, so I can imagine you can.
Yep. And George McPherson's our last one. He says, well, that's that. Butler doing the job in the end.
Oh, begrudging
Well, you got 41 not out, probably in about 15 balls.
20 balls.
And David Smart says, cheers, gentlemen. Loving the commentary and the seniors chat. Thank you, George.
Hendo's off to catch a train.
I am the grandfather of gorillas. Yes,
indeed. See you later, Hendo.
See you,
off.
Hendo. Thanks, mate.
Play that theme tune, and we are out.
I'm going to play that funky tune.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Patrol the cover boundary at as the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian,